You know him already.
He's a good lad.
Yeah, he is.
He has done a few days. He's been good value.
Yeah, I think he would have, like I say, I speak to him quite a bit, so
Yeah.
he loves it, to be fair. I don't think he would like to if he could keep doing it.
I think just a couple of days that I've offered him would be behind. Oh.
Yeah, he seems to enjoy it when he's doing it, to be fair.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's learned a lot. You know,
Yeah, I was like, this is only my second time, so.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Because you used to play, so you retired, what, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, well, retired end of last year.
Right, then last year.
So I'm retired now, because.
Body was giving up.
Yeah, my body struggles, that's all.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now, a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
Well, I'll say easy, like I say, it's got.
Games, but obviously
Yeah.
not.
They both got 100 in the same match, didn't they? Yeah, great to watch. It looked surprisingly easy to the most, hasn't it?
One thing I always forget, what are the two ends?
So Howard stand end, the far end.
Howard stand end.
Yeah.
Kirkstall Lane, isn't it?
Or rugby stand end, it used to be known, but it's Kirkstall Lane end.
Oh, Kirkstall as well. I can never remember which way round it is. So I give myself from here.
Well, a very good morning to you. Welcome to Headingley for the first home game of Yorkshire's 2026 campaign. My name's Graham Colley, and today's visitors to Headingley are Hampshire. In terms of the toss and the team news, Yorkshire have won the toss and have decided to bowl first here. It's a bright morning, actually. There's a fair bit of sunshine. I'm guessing that we will see cloud, but the weather forecast is set fair. We should be dry for the remainder of the day. Johnny Bairstow will not play. I think that's old news. I think everybody knew that. He injured a thumb in that game at Glamorgan last week, so couldn't play this week, having been replaced in that game. Harry Duke comes in as wicket-keeper. Don Best will captain the side, and Jai Richardson, the Australian test bowler, makes his Yorkshire debut. Otherwise, it's the same Yorkshire lineup. Alongside me, I'm pleased to say, from BBC Radio Solent is Kevin James. Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, Graham. I always love coming up here. Always look forward to a 4-day fixture. And Hampshire have a lot to prove in this game after a bit of a hammering against Essex last week.
Ball-by-ball coverage, of course, as always, on every ball live throughout the 4 days here. And you can listen on the BBC website and app. And, of course, there is a live stream as well provided by Yorkshire County Cricket Club. We're about to see the first ball of the day, and it's going to be Ben Code who will open the bowling. He'll start with 4 slips in place. Harry Duke, as I mentioned, behind the stump. So Ben Code will, from the Howard stand end, will run in towards us then in this bright sunshine, bowling the first ball of the contest. Nice line outside off stump, and Joe Weatherly just allows that one to pass through to the keeper. Tinge of green on the pitch, Kev, this morning.
There is a little, isn't it? And good carry, that first delivery up the hill. It promises to maybe to have a little bit of pace.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the expectation, that there will be carry. That's what Yorkshire have been hoping for. Anthony McGrath has talked about that as Code comes in running towards us again. He's got his line and length perfect so far as Weatherly plays forward on the front foot back up towards the bowler. No addition to the score.
Well, that's what Ben Code's all about, isn't it? Really, just good line and length, just gets the ball to wobble a little bit. And yeah, he's a steady bowler in these sort of conditions, early season.
Yeah, he's impeccable at times, isn't he, with his line and length. Right-handed batter, Weatherly waits again as Code comes in, brings Weatherly forward onto the front foot, pushes that one up towards mid-on. And still waiting for that first run of the game.
Yeah, so as I was saying, a bit to prove from Hampshire this game. It was only one game last week, so we shouldn't get too carried away, but it was a little bit of a hammering. And what you don't want is to go into the following game and have something similar happen. That's a no-no.
Here's Code again, and again, Weatherly's forward, pushed out onto the leg side. No addition to the score. Yeah, for all the Yorkshire listeners, Hampshire had a difficult start last week, as Kev has just said there, losing to Essex by an innings and 137. And Yorkshire, of course, coming away from Glamorgan with that draw. Anthony McGrath saying that he was happy with the 10 points from the draw, but they'll be looking to turn draws into wins, hopefully starting in this game. That's driven really crisply up towards mid-off where it's fielded, but the first real attacking intent from Joe Weatherly on the front foot.
That's a nice confident punch drive, that one. So Hampshire are unchanged from that side as well. So they're fielding the same 11. I think it would have been a bit of a surprise had they changed things, because it was the first game of the season. And if you decide that's your 11, it'd be silly to change it so soon.
Here's Code past the umpire. Now, and he beats the outside edge. The arms go up in the slip area. A bit of movement off the pitch for Code. Decent pace, and as you said, Kevin, there, really noticeable to carry through to Harry Duke, the keeper. But drawing the first error from Joe Weatherly. He escapes, though. Didn't get a nick on that, through to the keeper. And that's the end of the first over. And still waiting for the first run.
Well, that's an accurate over from Code. Expect nothing less. But there's some carry here, actually. I think the batters will look at this and say, yeah, OK, ideally maybe we should have bowled as well if we'd won the toss. But I think he can get past the new ball, which of course is always the hardest part of the game, or one of the hardest parts of the game. I think there's some runs here. It's the new man, Johnny Richardson from Australia, making his Yorkshire debut. Looking forward to watching him bowl. He's played just one Ashes test during the winter in Melbourne. 2 for 22 in the second innings. The one test at Hampshire, the England one. Is it me?
I think it is.
He's down the hill, right arm over, and it's just come back in a fraction to Nick Gubbins. He pushes that quietly up to mid-on.
Yeah, Jai Richardson arrived in the country, as I understand it, just 2 or 3 days before the last round of fixtures, so didn't play in the Glamorgan game. I think he arrived in the country later than expected. I think his travel plans were disrupted by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. But he's signed for Yorkshire for April and May, I think. So we'll see a fair bit of him in this first block of fixtures.
In again, past the umpire and bowls. Gubbins pushes up towards mid-wicket. Steady start. The first couple of balls, he's got 3 slips and a gully. He only picked up 8 wickets for Western Australia in the Sheffield Shield this year at 36 apiece. Obviously didn't play all the games. But a handy bowler hits the deck.
Yeah, I guess his claim to fame will be in that Melbourne test that you mentioned in the second innings, picking up the wicket of Joe Root.
I wonder if he knew then that he was coming to Yorkshire. Perhaps Joe Root decided. We'll approach him. Richardson bowls, and Gubbins is hit with W on the pad. There's a big shout. I have to say, that looks very close indeed. Was there an inside edge onto that one? I have to say, I was looking at the umpire, David Mills, thinking that finger might go up here. Watching this again, it's pitched. Oh, bit of height.
Bit of height.
Just bounced a fraction, which just played into Gubbins' favour, but only just. That was close.
Yeah, that looked really adjacent, didn't it? I have to say, he'd got a reasonable stride in, but you talked about a little bit of bounce and carry, and that might have just saved him there.
And again, hits the bat hard, does Richardson, as that ball goes again out towards mid-on. He's just shaping the ball fractionally into the left-hander, so generally, if he bowls straight, that ball is pitching on the stumps and hitting. Sometimes it's a benefit to get the ball to bounce a bit. Sometimes on that occasion, it's not.
The thing about the Yorkshire bowlers so far is that they've put the ball in the right place generally, haven't they? There's been, well, I don't think there's been a delivery that the batsmen have been allowed to leave going through to the keeper.
That's what it's all about. In again, Richardson. It holds its line. Gubbins does leave that one. It is a good line when it leaves his hand. Gubbins will have to concentrate hard, as will Weatherly, when it's his turn down at the far end. Nick Gubbins, one of the couple of batters that scored a few runs in that heavy defeat last week, 48 in the second innings, opening the batting. It's a new role for him this year, normally in at 3. He's been persuaded to open the batting. As Richardson's in, bowls. Gubbins again has to play very, very straight indeed, and that's another impressive first over.
Yep, great first over, and still waiting for that first run. 2 overs into this championship contest here at Headingley. A few people in the ground, in fact a good following in the members area in here already. I should mention actually that many people will be listening in expecting to hear Jonathan Doidge on commentary today. Doidge is otherwise engaged for a couple of days. He's working actually at Aintree Racecourse for the Grand National meeting, but he will be back with you for days 3 and 4 here. So, as I say, my name's Graham Colley. I'm standing in for today and tomorrow as Ben Code runs in again to start a new over again. That might have just struck Weatherly on the gloves, actually, I think, as he came forward there. Just squeezed out onto the leg side. Yeah, he's just having a look at that right hand. So Kevin James alongside me with all the Hampshire insight for us over the course of the 4 days. And we also have Liam Thomas with us today, as well as a third voice. And Liam, the former England physical disability player, will be joining us as Code comes in again, beats the outside edge. A bit of movement again off the pitch there, straight through to Harry Duke. But that terrific line from Ben Code, bringing Weatherly forward again, and it just moves a shade off the pitch and beats the outside edge.
This is a testing few overs, isn't it? No easing into this one for the batters.
I suppose when you win the toss, insert the opposition. This is just what you want from your bowlers, isn't it?
100%.
Here comes Code again. Then 4 slipped weight. Weatherly's forward pushes that up towards mid-on. No run.
So yeah, they're being tested here are the 2 opening batters, and yeah, Joe Weatherly's one that's been reinstated up top. Played just the 2 championship matches last year. Actually did okay back in July and August. Averaged 46 in those, but he's one that's sort of been used a few times here and there, and then he sort of loses his place.
Here's Code again. Good stride in, really good stride in. Well forward, actually. Middle of the bat up towards mid-on. Just to sort of confirm the Yorkshire lineup then in full. So it's Lythe, Bean, Wakeman and Wharton, the top 4. Duke, Revis and Hill. Dom Bess, who will captain the side today. And then Richardson, Code and Jack White. Makes up the 11 as Code comes in towards us again. Oh, and how did that miss the off stump? I'm not sure. It can't have been too far away as he came forward again, Weatherly there, and it just seemed to squeeze potentially between bat and pad. I'm not sure. And it missed the off stump by a whisker. Can't have missed by much.
Well, they're making them play every ball, which is absolutely ideal. What's happening here? Is the umpire being shown a ball? Don't tell me they want to change it already. The ball's bowlers at the moment. What's happening?
I think Weatherly's got his gloves and his bat on the ground there.
Oh, yeah, so he's got a painful blow.
I think he did get hit, didn't he?
Yeah. He went for a catch last week, actually, in the slips. And he was off the field for a little while. I just wonder if that's the same hand. In fact, I'm thinking he's shaking his right hand, and if I remember rightly, he was at second slip and he dived to his right. So, yeah, it may just be in the same sort of area.
Yeah. I think one from Code, he got well forward to it. It may have just kicked a little bit off the pitch and hit him on the glove. He just didn't see the physio come on, actually, but he's now got gloves back on, but he's clearly holding that right hand, isn't he?
Bottom hand.
Yeah. So last ball of the third over, an eventful over this for Ben Code as he comes in again and strikes Weatherly on the pad again. Out onto the leg side it goes. Umpire not interested in the stifled appeal, I think it's fair to say. Warm applause from the Yorkshire crowd. I think they appreciate the miserly bowling of this pair that they've seen so far. And now we see the physio coming on potentially to Joe Weatherly here.
So 18 balls, 11 minutes, and the scoreboard yet to move anywhere, apart from overs. So, painful blow, Weatherly being attended to. I think if I was numbers 3 and 4 at the moment in the dressing room, I'd be really hoping that these two stay out there for a little while, because this is a testing opening few minutes, and we're only talking of a few minutes. We've got an awful lot to go yet, so it's really important that your openers, by hook or by crook, somehow stay out there for as long as possible, because it will make things easier for the batters coming lower down. You don't really want to be 2-3 down in the first hour and the ball nipping around a bit as it is. So you've got George Hill still to come, haven't you? He took a load of wickets last year, so he's in good form. You've got Revis. You've got a lot of seam bowling backup.
Yeah, there's a number of them in there that fall into that all-rounder category. So, Revis, as you say, Hill, both who received England Lions recognition during the course of the last 12 months or so. James Wharton as well, although obviously Wharton's more in the batting department. In fact, James has just called for the protection as if he's likely to go in at short leg. The pads are just going on there. So they might have just seen enough in the wicket, Kevin, to think that it's worth having a close catcher.
Yeah, well, I think with the ball just straightening on Gubbins, there's a good chance of an inside edge onto the pad. I think that's why he's going in. So can I just say, first up, I want to say, maybe on behalf of Hampshire, maybe I shouldn't be speaking for them, but maybe on behalf of myself, thank you very much for keeping Hampshire in Division 1 last year, because when our game against Surrey ended on the Saturday morning, last day of the season, I think it would have been a brave person to bet against Hampshire doing anything other than being in Division 2 for the start of this season. So what happened, it was here, wasn't it, against Durham?
It was.
It was quite unbelievable. The following 2 or 3 hours in that afternoon, I think, was one of the most incredible 2 or 3 hours following cricket ever. Here's Richardson, that's nipped back, and it's whipped down to fine leg by Gubbins, and there's an applause for the first run of the morning. It was off the bat, I think. Yes, it was. Just checking. David Mills wasn't getting in position to signal a leg by. So Gubbins off the mark, Hampshire off the mark. So yes, thank you very much. I suppose there was a period last week where I thought, staying in Division 1, oh dear. But that's Hampshire point of view over the coming weeks.
Yeah, it was a remarkable game here, the Durham game. I think Durham thought that they were pretty much safe at the start of that last day, and they collapsed so badly on the day.
And what was a high-scoring game up until then, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's what made it more incredible. So whether he's just taking his time here, and this will be interesting. Right-hander with Richardson straightening. He's in there, bowls, and that's good shape on that ball. Good leave as well. I must admit, I haven't seen Richardson bowl too much. Whether he brings the ball back as well, I'm not sure. We'll find out, I guess. But at the moment, he's got a lovely shape on the ball, and it's a good pace.
Aeroplane passing overhead to Leeds Bradford Airport.
Yeah, I forgot, we've got to get used to that, haven't we?
Yeah, 4 days of that.
Sunshine out a little brighter. It's Richardson. Comes in and bowls again, and whether he just lets the ball come on and the ball hits the bat. It hits the bat hard. It goes out to point. Can I say, something happened to me last night for the first time ever in all the years that I've stayed in hotels, whether as a player or commentating. And as you all know, Graham, I've racked up, and you would do as well in your job, but I have racked up hundreds and hundreds of nights in hotels. And something happened when I arrived last night for the very first time ever. Thinking about it now, but it was a bit of a shock. Here comes Richardson again. Again, it's a straight delivery. Weatherly's in behind. So I got my room key, went up to the second floor, put my key in the door. Or you push it to the door now, don't you? Because it's all digital. And I walked in and I thought, oh, hang on a minute. And there was this person's clothes strewn all across the room with the laptop open on the bed. I thought, oh, oh dear. And I don't know where this person was, whether they were in the bathroom or not. I just don't know. The computer was on. And so he's playing a miss. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say it's a surprise. There's been some really good bowling going on out there. The ball's moving around. And Weatherly hasn't done a lot wrong there. He's prodded forward. The outside edge has been caught. And Harry Duke behind the stumps has taken a fairly simple catch.
Well, I think you called it there, Kevin, didn't you? You said it would be interesting to see Richardson bowling to the right-hander. He looked really uncomfortable, Joe Weatherly. He'd been struck on the hand. You mentioned previously that he'd had a problem with that hand in the previous game last week. And you were talking about that shape away from the right-hander that we might see from Richardson, and that's exactly what we got. He's a lively pace, and he's also just finding some movement off the pitch as well. But it's all about the line and length that we've seen from these two. So any slight deviation off the pitch is going to be a problem. And the finest of nick there through to Harry Duke, as you say. So, Yorkshire will be delighted on a number of counts so far, with the first Hampshire wicket falling with just one on the board.
So Joe Weatherly, who made 1 and 4 last week against Essex, finds himself back in the pavilion, not having troubled the scorers. And I was really pleased for Joe Weatherly when it was announced that he was back in the side and he was back opening. He got a few runs in pre-season, which obviously helped his cause. But it's been a tough start for him. And I'm just thinking that, one or two of the players one or two of the batters that haven't been included in the squad or even in the starting 11. Fletcher Middleton, who's been a fairly regular presence up top over the last 2 or 3 seasons. He got 100 in the second team last week. Ali Orr, another one that might have expected to start the season. He got an 80 in the second team. So these guys are banging on the door. So it is important that those that have the position in the order, theirs for the moment, score some runs. Now, Tom Prest, who got a half century last week, batted well in the second innings, faces Richardson. That's outside the off stump. And he got that line wrong a little bit as he looks to the heavens at the end of the over, but it's a good one anyway. Hampshire 1 for 1, having been put into bat.
Yeah, another terrific over by Richardson on debut. The 29-year-old. Yorkshire members pleased to see that. Decent crowd in. Nice bright morning. And Yorkshire have made a pretty good start. They made a pretty good start last week as well, actually, in that match against Glamorgan. They had Glamorgan. I mean, there was quite a bit of the first day that was lost to the weather. 32 overs were bowled eventually on that first day, and they had Glamorgan at 28 for 4. When it looked as though they might do some damage there, but Glamorgan recovered to make 302. And that, as it turned out, took the game away from Yorkshire in terms of securing a win. And Yorkshire didn't really bat well enough in the remainder of the game to force a victory. So started well last week, started well this week with the ball. Let's see whether that can continue then, as Gubbins, the left-hander, faces Code. Code's in, round the wicket to the left-hander, big appeal. They were all up, the slips as well. The umpire not interested in that, probably just coming down on the angle, down past leg stump, I would think.
Yeah, that was my first impression. Here we go, looking at the replay. It's round the wicket, Code, remember that? And it's going down. Yeah. Worth a shout, but that was always missing leg stump. That again. A few clouds around.
There are. We've had a couple of beautiful days, actually, this week. I think it was, when was it? Tuesday, Wednesday this week. Glorious sunny days. Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point, on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game, as Gubbins, just with an angled bat, pushes that away behind point, guides it away, and it's a pretty quick outfield. That's the shortest part of the ground up towards the eastern stand there, and it runs away for 4.
Yeah, the ball just sort of held its line there from Code, just bowled it a little bit wider of off stump, expecting the ball to come back a fraction, didn't, just stayed out there.
Yeah, good timing. Hampshire move on to 5 for 1. Code's in. That looked like a streaky looking edge through to Adam Lyde at second slip. Played it with Played it late, didn't he? I think with softish hands, and it bounced in front of Lythe at second slip. 1 or 2 heartbeats skipping a beat potentially there.
Yeah, I think you've got to expect the ball to beat the outside edge here a few times, and I think it's as much as you need some skill from the batters, I think you're going to need a little bit of luck here.
Gubbins waiting again as Code comes in round the wicket. That's straight through to Harry Duke. No alarms, no worries, no problems for Gubbins this time. He's got an interesting setup, Nick Gubbins, hasn't he? His front foot, when the bowler runs in, is pointed right down the pitch to the middle stump at the other end, pretty much. Front foot really turned round straight, pointing back up towards the bowler as Code comes into him again. This time he's right behind that one, and he defends it really well, pushes it back up the pitch, no score.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I've not noticed that from him in previous seasons. Of course, when you've had 6 months to work on things, you know, sometimes players think, well, do you know what, I've got a lot of time here to actually try things out.
Yeah.
It's not like you've got a couple of days between games and you've got no time. I think one or two do come back and with all sorts of theories.
4 slips, short leg, as Code's in again. Oh, and that one again looks as though it just deviates off the pitch and beats the outside edge. As you say, Kev, there's going to be some movement with the new ball in the early stages, particularly with some cloud cover. I think, as you mentioned, there are clouds around, 1 or 2 more now than there was at the start of play. So we might see a bit of movement in the air and off the pitch, which is what we saw there. That's the end of the over. Another good one from Ben Code. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 4 for him. Hampshire 5 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit chilly out there. If you're watching on the picture feed, a couple of photographers there and fairly well wrapped. Chilly this morning coming out of the hotel, I must admit. Richardson then down the hill. Bells to Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4. He's done no more than just lean into that and use the pace of Richardson to get the timing. And that's by far and away the best shot of the morning. There wouldn't be many of them. And I tell you what was really good about that is because the ball actually straightened as well off the pitch. And yet he's in a perfect position. That's a really good shot.
We need to come back to the hotel room story, don't we, at some point, because you've left us hanging there.
I have, haven't I? Really? Yeah, I know.
Everybody's wondering how it all finished up.
Well, so it finished quite well, actually. Press is going to get a quick single out into the covers. That's good running. Always look for quick singles out there when things are a little tough. Just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Hampshire move on to 10 for 1. So, yeah, so I walked in, and it's weird, actually. I don't know if you've ever walked into a hotel room that you're not expecting anybody to be there or things. I could feel my heart racing all of a sudden. I thought, what on earth is going on here? As I say, I didn't see the person because I quickly sort of turned around and went out because I thought, oh, if somebody is here, you just don't know who it is, you know, what situation they're in. So I just quickly turned and went out the door as Gubbins pushes forward to a length ball. So I went back down to reception. I said, look, you know, there's somebody in the room. And they looked quite surprised, obviously, because they'd just given me a key. So they said, oh, right, okay. And I thought, well, you know, you're obviously quite calm about it. Anyway, they said, well, and I could tell, I was a bit worried, actually, because there was a little while where they didn't really say much to me. And I thought, oh, no, does that mean that's the last room in the hotel? And I haven't got anywhere to stay. Anyway, they went to the back and then came back. There was 2 of them. And they said, well, we'll have to upgrade you. I said, oh, really? It's Richardson. Oh, that's a great delivery across the Gubbins. He's playing forward, hasn't followed the ball. It's a really good delivery.
See where Harry Duke took that as well, Kev.
On the way up as well.
Yeah,
Isn't it? Funny.
yeah, head high.
So, yeah, I got upgraded to what they call a club room, which I noticed when I read all the details when I got in the room. You get free parking, amongst other things, which is good, save on expenses. So, yeah. So I've got a club room rather than just a normal room. I'm not sure there's a lot of difference between... I've stayed there before where I'm not sure there's a huge difference between a normal room and a club room, but anyway, I'll take it. So there we are.
So all ended well.
It all ended very well. I'm saving the BBC some money. Again, that saying on across Gubbins. He's leaving that one. Which is the main thing, actually. I'm quite pleased about that.
Absolutely, but the person in the room must have had a bit of a fright, I would have thought.
Well, if they were there, as I say, I didn't see anybody. Clearly somebody... I felt, initially I felt, are they in the bathroom? Or have they literally just popped out and coming back any moment? So that's why I sort of got out of there pretty smartish. But I didn't look around the corner. But I think somebody would have said... I mean, to be honest, if you're in a room and somebody walks in, I think you're going to say something.
You'd hear a shout for sure, wouldn't you?
So, Richardson bowls Gubbins on the front foot, pushes that to wide mid-off. And that's the end of the over. Richardson has 1 for 6 from 3. Code yet to take a wicket, but looks equally as threatening. And Hampshire are 10 for 1, with Weatherly having already gone caught behind for no score.
Harry Duke races to the other end. He's so quickly off the mark, the Yorkshire keeper. If you're just joining us, just a reminder from a Yorkshire perspective that I think everyone knew it, that Johnny Bairstow couldn't play today. He left the field with a crack in a thumb last week at Glamorgan. He was replaced by Will Luxton in that game under the new replacement player rule. Which means that Johnny Bairstow couldn't play today, even if he was fit enough. The players who were replaced have to stand down for 8 days. And Harry Duke has come in to take Johnny Bairstow's place. And as we've already mentioned, Jai Richardson on debut. It looks as though Yorkshire are making an early change here. So it's going to be Jack White who will come into the attack. Successful season for Yorkshire last year, so Ben Code replaced. So Yorkshire looking to try and make the most of the new ball, the overhead conditions, the tinge of green on the pitch. What can Jack White do here? 10 for 1 Hampshire. Good delivery. That one just seemed to beat the outside edge and then swing in the air as Harry Duke has to make a tumbling stop to his left-hand side.
Well, these are 3 good bowlers. White was a good bowler at North End. It's been a good move for him, hasn't it, to Yorkshire. 42 wickets last year, as you say, at 23. And another one that will extract and find some movement here. We've already seen it the very first ball he's bowled. It's tough out there for the batters.
It really is. 4 slips, as I mentioned, for White, as there was for Code. Runs in towards us from the Howard stand end. Right arm over, of course, pushing forward this time, pressed back up towards the bowler. And no further addition to the score. We've got, as I mentioned, Liam Thomas with us today in the comms box, the former England physical disability player. Looking forward to Liam joining us. We'll have a change at the end of the over, and Liam can come in and join us for the first time during the course of the day. As White again turns at the end of his run. That's the umpire now. That one snips back again. It catches pressed in the midriff. There's some bounce there as well, isn't there, off the pitch?
Well, there is for him. I must admit, whenever I've seen White bowl for Northants and last year for Yorkshire, I always thought generally he looked to shake the ball away. But I think 2 of the first 3 balls he's bowled have bounced and nipped back. So it's all happening out there at the moment.
I think he's had 6 months to work on the nip backer, maybe over the winter.
Yeah. Can I mention this email before I depart at the end of this over? Is that all right?
Yeah.
You've got an email address, haven't you?
I haven't got an email address, no, but
right.
I've got a Twitter
Okay.
account or an X account.
Is it me? I can't remember.
No, it's me. I beg your pardon. I'm getting sidetracked with X and Twitter and the like. As White there comes in again. There's a stifled appeal, as you will have heard from the effects mic, and no addition to the score, though.
Well, we'll use this email, shall we? HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. Apologies, Yorkshire fans, but we'll just do that if that's the only email we've got. This one's from Steve Clark. I trust you had a good journey to Yorkshire. It wasn't bad. Tell me, does the air get thinner north of Winchester? It gets colder. We're heading beyond the M4 in about a month's time, and I'm excited by the prospect. It's almost like breaking out. I felt that Joe Weatherly was still suffering with his finger in the second innings against Essex. I think you're probably right.
Here's White. He's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, a little bit shorter in length this time. And Gubbins just pushes that out onto the offside with few alarms on this occasion.
Steve goes on to say, I was surprised to see him out there today. I haven't had a chance to talk to Joe. I thought they were staying in the same hotel as me last night. That's one of the reasons I wanted to check in, just to have a chat with someone, but I didn't think they are there. I went to the Bowl to watch 2 days of the second 11 friendly against Notts. I mentioned that earlier. It was a great game and a shame that the light prevented handing out a massive thrashing to the visitors. Ali Orr, Fletcher Middleton and Halstead Cleek, I must admit that's a new name to me, all scored centuries in the match. A young lad, Williams, took 4 economical wickets.
Here's White again then, round the wicket, past the umpire. Oh, and that bounces just in front of Harry Duke as he takes that on the half volley. Through to the keeper. That one, no addition to the score. Ripple of applause around the ground. So we'll have a change in the com box as well, with Liam Thomas, who will be coming in to join me. Bit of a breather for Kevin there, with Hampshire on 11 for 1. First half hour of the morning complete. If you're just joining us as well and expecting to hear Deutsche, he will be back with us here on days 3 and 4. He's otherwise engaged at Aintree Range Course for the first couple of days of this game. And Liam's now in situ, so I'll describe the action and Liam can provide his expert summary as we work our way through these next few overs. Then as Richardson starts a new over, pushed out onto the offside by Press, fielder just behind point, and no addition to the score. Welcome along, Liam.
Morning, Graham. Morning, everybody.
Are you fitting well?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Good. Not bad at all, thank you. Not bad at all. What have you made of it so far?
It's been a great start for Yorkshire, hasn't it? I think the ball's done a lot, nipping about. I think it's been a tough start for Hampshire. I think it was a good toss to win, especially with the cloud conditions, the red conditions like they always discuss at Headingley. I think every ball has been challenging both edges. It's been brilliant.
Richardson runs away from us. Really nice, fluent run up past the umpire. Pressed again, pushes that out onto the offside. Yeah, one of the features of the morning so far is just how often the Hampshire batters have had to play, isn't it? They've rarely been allowed to let anything go through to the keeper. Been really good line and length stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the consistency that's been key so far. And also you got the added experience of Jai Richardson, Australian international. Just gives everybody a lift around the place, doesn't it?
It really does. Got Sam Wakeman, of course, the other overseas signing in the Yorkshire lineup today. I've got to say, he looked really good at the crease in that first innings at Glamorgan last week. Here's Richardson again, then shorter ball, and Prest. He's got plenty of time to get underneath that, and it goes through to Harry Duke.
First time I've seen a short ball today.
Yeah, didn't look to be much in it actually, did there?
No, it didn't really get up that high, did it?
No. Maybe line and length is the option. Worth a try. See what's in the pitch.
The sun just starting to peek through now a little bit.
Yeah, well, that will help the batting side, won't it, for sure. 11 for 1, runs hard to come by in the 8th over here. Richardson wearing 60 on his back. Runs away from us. Pressed waits again. Down the leg side, so he's just a bit wayward there for the first time, but a great stop from Harry Duke, who's, of course, as I mentioned, in the team as a result of that injury to Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, fantastic take there. Great footwork.
So quick and light on his feet, Harry Duke, isn't he?
Yeah, he moves. He's always got the theatrics. He's always doing something, touching, tweaking, squatting. There you go, look at it again.
It's good for him that he's got an early season opportunity in the championship team, isn't it? Here's Richardson. I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted that, knowing that it would be Johnny Bairstow who picked up an injury. But you get an opportunity, take your chance.
Yeah, he's a fantastic gloveman as well. He's always obviously been unfortunate that obviously Johnny's had the gloves. So he managed to get his opportunity today. I know they've been few and far between. I know he's been on loan to Essex before, hasn't he? A year or two ago. So I managed to get some good experience down there.
Still those 4 slips in place. We've got man in front of the square on the leg side, mid on, and then on the offside, just behind point and mid off, as Richardson comes in again, played with the straight back up towards James Wharton at mid off. And that is the end of the 8th over. in this contest, day one here at Headingley, Yorkshire against Hampshire. Yorkshire having won the toss, asking Hampshire to bat first, and the visitors are on 11 for 1.
Don't want to give him the kiss of death, but I think Press looked really solid so far. Really composed. Played a nice, beautiful cover drive earlier, where he just leant on one, let the ball come to him. Yeah, I think he's looked quite comfortable so far.
Whereas Joe Weatherly, who was the man out, looked quite the opposite, really, didn't he?
Yeah, well, starting against Code, who's relentless, don't miss his length. Ball nipping about, overhead conditions. I don't think it's easy for anybody starting in them conditions.
Ben Code out of the attack already. Surprised at that in a way, that he didn't bowl a few more, but obviously wanting to get Jack White into the attack early. And we've got a new over from the Howard stand end as White comes around the wicket to the left-hander. And that is edged. And is that a brilliant bit of fielding? Or
He's by Don Best there down in the gully region.
Yeah. Thickish edge, wasn't it?
I think that's one thing when you mentioned about that front foot with Gubbins, he kind of turns it, which naturally brings his left shoulder around a little bit, which kind of probably gives him the opportunity to get squared up a little bit when that front foot, you can just see his left shoulder rotating a little bit if that ball starts nipping, and I won't be surprised to see if he could get caught in the slips gully region. They're all there waiting, aren't they?
They are. Here's White again. Again, perfect line and length again, as Gubbins just has to push that back up towards mid-off. No addition to the score. So, Liam Thomas alongside me then, the former England physical disability player. 14 years, Liam.
Yeah, 14 years, driving up and down the country.
You don't look old enough, sir, if you don't mind me saying.
Thank you. Well, I started when I was 16 years of age.
Did you?
Started off with first England disability team, and then got made the England physical disability team. It was a high performance squad at first.
Here comes White again, then round the wicket to the left-hander. Straight as an arrow. Jack White again pushed back up the pitch up to mid-on. No addition to the score again. Great experience by the sounds of it.
Oh, fantastic. We managed to get some great opportunities. Played in Sri Lanka, Dubai, India. Played over here, Worcester, all the amazing stadiums, Narendra Modi in Gujarat, the Dubai International Stadium, played at Worcester, played at Lords. So yeah, I've had some amazing experience, and I'm forever grateful, and it's helped shape my cricketing career as well. So, massive respect.
Superb. White again, comes running in towards us. Gubbins waits, bat in the air, clipped off the hip up towards mid-wicket there, diving stop by Matthew Revis. And, they've not got many away off the middle of the bat for runs. He might have been fancying something there, but a good stop by Revis, who just patrols that mid-wicket area.
Yeah, he timed that pretty well there. So when your bowlers are bowling so well like this, I think it's obviously your fielders are key at backing up your bowlers and obviously not giving away cheap runs and allowing the right and left hander to rotate strike. There's another plane passes by.
It does.
Get used to that.
Regular intervals during the course of the day. Yorkshire trying to turn the screw in the opening stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away so early in the season, but it's really quick, the outfield here. It's up to the short side, to the eastern side of the ground. And as good a shot, I think, that one, as we've seen today. 4 added, 15 for 1 Hampshire.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot that from Gubbins. White just getting a little bit full there. Just leaning on that and pushing it through the covers. I think Robbo's done a great job with the ground as well, getting it ready, especially early on in April. Always does a fantastic job, doesn't he?
He's done some brilliant work here, hasn't he? Which has been, I think, nationally recognised, hasn't it? For the quality of the pitches and the outfield looking brilliant today. Here's Jack White. Then, and that one has missed the off bail by a whisker and the top of off stump as Gubbins, well, let's say, judged it really, really well. Through to Harry Duke. And that is the end of the 9th over here with Hampshire on 15 for 1, but not at all far away, that one.
It's a great lead that just come back a little bit. Nice bit of carry. I think there's a little bit too pacey this pitch. Some of, obviously, saw that bounce from the previous over from Jai Richardson, which didn't really get up. That one then just lifted off a length a little bit. Straight through to Harry Duke behind the stumps. A little bit too pacey at the minute, I think. I think we've got a change now. Ben Coe coming back into the attack. back from his favoured end. I think he had to give up the right for Richardson taking precedent.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, you'd normally expect to see Ben at this end, wouldn't you? But
Did think it were a little bit strange that he were running up the hill.
yeah. Wonder how he felt about that. The Yorkshire stalwart, Yorkshire's number one, giving up his preferred end. But he's back into the attack now. Then from the Kirkstall Lane end, his preferred end, as Liam said there, and the first one outside off stump through to the keeper. White's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4, and Code 3 overs, 2 maiden, no wicket for 4 before this one. That's the right-handed batter on strike. Just that 1 wicket to fall, the wicket of Weatherly without scoring. As Code comes in down the leg side, Duke's having to dive across to his left there, low down. Did well to take that.
Yeah, another great take again there. I think he just bounced before it got to him as well.
Yep, did really well. Ben's just calling for some sawdust by the looks of things. James Wharton obliges, running back towards the pile of sawdust up out there at both ends. Inevitable there's going to be some moisture in the pitch at this time of year. But it always amazes me how the outfield here is bone dry, irrespective of the weather. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So Code comes in again, pressed weight, the right-hander. And that's gone down the leg side. Duke gets a left hand to that. Again, a bit of a stifled appeal there, but there was definitely a deflection.
The umpires are signalling leg byes there.
Yep.
Half an appeal for some of them enthusiastic Yorkshire players there, but obviously, judging by the ball slowing down at that pace, it would definitely pad. Code coming round the wicket now to the left-hander of Gubbins.
Not quite got his line right in this over, Ben, has he, so far?
I think his first over were immaculate. I literally settled in straight away. And then this one, he obviously took a couple of balls. He's just moved a couple down leg side. So let's see how he goes to the left-hander.
Here comes Code again, then past the umpire. Running away from us. Driven, half volley length, up towards mid-off. And James Wharton's there with the diving stop. Brilliant in the field, Wharton, as we all know.
Fantastic field in there.
So where would you have played your England physical disability cricket in the UK then?
So played all grounds, club grounds around the country. Some in the Midlands, some played at Arundel, Midlands. So from all around the country. So
here's Code again, just breaking off. That one is just going to squirt around behind square on the offside. Revis is giving chase. They've gone through for one. They'll come back for a second. So Gubbins just opening the face of the bat, running that away through the offside, and picks up a couple more. 18 for 1. And in Yorkshire,
not really as much. No.
No.
So on the odd occasion, like say on Newcastle, Yorkshire, we try to obviously, I think from the logistics side, everybody for 2-hour drives were mainly the Midlands. So that helped a lot, especially when you were travelling after playing on a Saturday straight down to play on a Sunday.
this Code is back on his mark. Last ball of this over. Straight delivery, pushed out on towards that leg side, and no further addition to the score. So just a bit of a recovery from Hampshire, having lost that early wicket. 10 overs having been bowled now, and they remain on 18 for 1. Weatherly, the man out early doors here.
So you just having a catch. Sorry, you asked a question there.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask a bit more about your career really. So you'd play club cricket on a Saturday, and then
then you drive down and you play because obviously predominantly for us it was 2020 cricket. So we're playing a lot of T20. So you play 2 T20s back to back on a Sunday against local club teams academies. So Warwickshire, we're based at Loughborough quite a bit. Worcester. Around that area, and then we play against the Army and teams like that. So really good testing team for us to go up against.
Here comes Jack White then with his right arm over, pushed out into the offside by the right-handed press this time, fielded by Revis, patrolling out there at at cover point. No addition to the score. And you were the wicket keeper.
I was, yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Thankless task sometimes.
But as you say, it gets you to parts of the world that otherwise you wouldn't see.
Yeah, obviously it helped develop my cricket at a rate of knots that probably wouldn't have happened if I'd have just been in and around club cricket, so I'm forever grateful.
White to Prest is forward, and that one, I think he was looking to play that one back more straighter than where it ended up, which was out at mid-wicket, fielded there by Whiteman. No addition to the score, and so now retired from the England scene, so just playing club cricket.
Yep,
at
club
the
cricket.
minute.
Playing for Methley at the minute.
Yep,
In the Bradford League.
brilliant.
I think Harry Duke plays for Farsley. Sometimes play well. We play against him. It doesn't always turn out because obviously he's Yorkshire commitments, but sometimes come up against him.
Here comes White again. And again, similar to the last one, that just squirts out onto the leg side towards mid-wicket. Not totally convincing, but there's a little bit of a push at that one. It's not an entirely defensive shot. And it's fielded by Whiteman again at mid-wicket.
Yeah, just gone pushing a little bit there. It is Prest. The last couple of deliveries. Just with our hands, need to be careful that ball's nipping about if it don't catch the outside edge.
So the local cricket scene will get underway a week on Saturday locally, won't it?
That is correct, yeah.
So is it a pre-season game tomorrow?
Pre-season game tomorrow, yeah. Against Brexbourne, I think, from Kent.
Here's White to Prest again. Just looking to force it a bit more Prest now, rather than just dead batting and defending. Just looking to play one or two forcing shots. Does well there to get that one away on the offside. A vacant area just in front of where Revis is fielding. And they go through for another single, 19 for 1.
How does it feel going to be this side of the combox and not that side with the rugby?
Yeah, it's different. It's very different.
Bit of a slower pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, over there there'd be 16, 17,000 in. There'd be a band playing just in front of where we commentate from. Here's White again, round the wicket. Nice angle towards Gubbins. Gubbins allows that one to go through to the keeper. So it's a bit not quite as noisy, bit less intense. But the joy of Yorkshire cricket on a sunny day in April is it's wonderful to see.
And that sun just starting to peek through now. Just feels like it's got a little bit easier for the Hampshire batters this last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah.
Just doesn't seem to be quite doing as much for the Yorkshire bowlers.
Here's White again. Coming into Gubbins. Gubbins is forward. Immaculate forward defence. Great stride in there. Classic forward defensive play.
Yeah, straight off the middle of the bat as well.
It was.
That's when you feel good as a batter, when you forward defence, straight down the wicket, middle of the bat.
11 overs have been bowled so far. Good crowd in. A little bit of warmth in the sun, actually, isn't there? Not quite as warm as it was Tuesday, Wednesday, for anyone who was in and around Yorkshire earlier on this week. I think it was Wednesday, actually.
It was
Glorious
beautiful.
day, wasn't
21 degrees.
it? Yeah. Not as warm as that today. There's a distinct chill in the air, actually, when the sun's behind the clouds. But we're bathed in sunshine now, actually. It's reasonably warm.
You know, it's been a bleak winter when we're happy with 21 degrees.
Absolutely. Sure, these winter months get longer.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
So here's Benko then running into towards Prest again. Prest beaten outside the off stump. That's much more the line and length. Applause from the crowd. Didn't quite get it right in the last over, Benko, but he did there. Bit of gardening from Prest as he comes down the pitch. Just to have a look at where that one pitched and.
Beautiful bowling from Benko there. That's the one we'll come to know and love. Mr. Consistent.
Yeah.
Hammering away at that length.
Here's Code again. Tom Prest waits. The right hander steers that away towards mid-wicket. Does really well. Works it towards Wharton. Has to come round to his right. And they go through for a comfortable single.
Just getting a little bit frustrated here, Code, with himself, I think. Just annoyed that he's got a little bit too straight to be worked onto the leg side there. think he's struggled with his landing. Obviously, with the sawdust coming in now, must be a little bit of moisture in his landing spot.
Umpires today, by the way, I don't think we've confirmed this. David Milnes and Martin Saggers are the two men on show. David Milnes, formerly a player with Notts and Leicester, and Martin Saggers with Kent. The two men out in the middle. 20-1 then, Hampshire, as Code's in round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. Gubbins has got a great stride, hasn't he? Looks really compact with that forward defence.
Yeah, I feel like he's batting quite a distance, which a lot of batters do towards Coe, because obviously he's not the quickest, but he's obviously incredibly accurate. I won't be surprised if Duke thinks about coming up to the stump soon. Potentially.
Something we've seen Bairstow do last season, I think, a fair bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Code again, then round the wicket. Well pitched up, that one. Oh, and there's a really streaky inside edge down to third man. They go through for a single. It was a push at that one, wasn't it? Out onto the offside, but a thick inside edge could have easily dragged that onto the stumps. He's got away with it.
Just nipped back a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah. See, thinking about Duke standing up to Code, that's one of the issues, isn't it? When it's nipping around a little bit like this.
Yeah. So be able to take that outside edge, it's a bit of a lottery when you stood up. Have a stick or they don't.
Here's
that's
Code.
beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground through the mid-on region. Beautiful shot by Prest again. It takes him on to 11 off 23 balls now.
Still one of the best shots in the book, isn't it? The on drive. Lovely to see. Really well timed. And 4 added to the score. So 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. As Code again makes his way away from us. In he comes, pushed out onto the offside, and that will be the end of the over. Sun shining brightly, so a much steadier period this for Hampshire. There was a bit of an alarm in the last over, to be fair, wasn't there, with the inside edge, but generally speaking, defending well.
I think they'll be happy with Hampshire now. It's just seemed to settle down a little bit. Obviously, Yorkshire may be disappointed that they didn't get another wicket in the first 10 overs when the ball were doing a little bit more. But yeah, I still think it'll be quite a difficult period. So there's still enough happening for the ball, so they'll be interested.
Jack White just preparing to start a new over from the Howard stand end. With the 4 slips in place all morning so far. 5 minutes short of an hour in terms of the length of the action so far this morning. Round the wicket, White's in again. Again, pushed out onto the offside. They've gone through for a quick single there. Great running between the wickets. Gubbins just pushed that towards extra cover and was off like lightning, and both batsmen of the same mind. Comfortable single in the end, actually.
Yeah, really easy. Really good batting. Obviously right and left hand at the crease. Rotating strike. Obviously just keeps the balls having to readjust the lines and lengths. If we can do more of that, I think they might get a few stray balls and allow them to open up some scoring opportunities.
Yep, keep rotating the strike. The left and right hand combination as White comes in again. Again, there's a bit of a steer out towards that mid-wicket area by Prest. He's looking to just move the ball around and steer the ball around the field, look for the gaps. Didn't quite find one there, though. He remains on 11. Gubbins on 13. 13th over of the contest. And after this, there's 83 overs remaining in the day. As White turns again at the far end. Comes in past the umpire now. Oh, and that is out, is it? Is there an edge on that? Yorkshire thinks so. The ball caught at the wicket by Harry Duke. The umpire doesn't think so, though.
Just caught his pad, maybe.
It seemed to nip back at the right-hander. We've got the benefit of a replay here. Let's have a look at this.
Oh, I think it might have just brushed his pad.
It looked actually quite a long way away from the bat, didn't it? In the end. Let's see it again.
Yeah, I think he's just brushed top of the thigh pad pocket
Yeah.
area, maybe.
Yeah.
Get a better angle of this one now.
Can understand why Yorkshire might have gone up for that. It's almost cut him in half, actually,
Yeah.
hasn't it? And just clipped something on the way through, but not the bat. As White's in again. And, well, we've seen Jack White do that more than once so far this morning. That ball that nips back to the right-hander. As we were saying earlier on, you know, more often than not, you see Jack just shaping it away from the right-hander. But we've seen maybe 3 at least today that's nipped back and caused a few problems for the right-handers.
Fantastic bowling so far. From White. It's gone from 6 runs off his 3.4 overs so far.
Miserly, isn't it?
Yeah. Right down at 2.05.
Here's Jack White again. Just in behind it though, compact right-hander, steers it out to mid-wicket, no run.
Just shows how difficult it's been to score with that run rate.
So the opposition sound as though they're travelling a long way for this friendly at Methley tomorrow then.
Yeah, so James Logan, formerly of Yorkshire, ex-professional, and played down at Kent, so I think he's moved down there now, so friends with our captain Jared Warner. So I think they've arranged to come up and obviously have a friendly, and I think there might be sightseeing, some might say, but, after the game.
Here's White again, pressed again, just on in defensive mode there as he gets in behind that one. And it's another dot ball as far as Yorkshire are concerned. That's the end of the over. And Hampshire are on 26 for the loss of that 1 wicket, with Weatherly, the man falling with the total on just 1. And these two have dug in pretty well since then.
Yeah, just managed to take a little bit of sting out of the game, I think. Starting to rotate, strike a little bit, showing a bit more intent.
So we're going to have a quick change over here. Kev's just going to come back in to replace me. Liam will just see us through the next few seconds as we switch over.
Rain code, Kurt's the lane end. He's in, and the ball's left alone by Gummy straight through to Harry Duke for no run. Sunshine just starting to become a bit more consistent now, which is good for those watching. Going around the ground, there's quite a few in, like Graham said earlier. Ben Code waits to run in again, top of his mark. Spins. Go to Gubbins again. Driven to mid-off for no run. Met with a full face there by Gubbins. James Wharton working hard on the ball there. Trying to keep it nice and shiny for offer any movement it can for the Yorkshire bowlers. Ben Code in again to Gubbins, and the outswinger away, left alone by Gubbins again. Lovely bit of shape there, ball did quite a lot through the air. Scratching his mark. Richardson just coming around to have a word with Code. How are we doing, you okay?
I think you're
Welcome
doing
back.
absolutely terrifically, because that's your first bit of commentary, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I think you should carry on.
No,
I think. Do you want to do alternate overs?
We can do, yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's go. Ben Code again. Ooh, that's pushed just behind point for no run. Great little piece of fielding there by Revis. All just starting to do a little bit through the air now.
Yeah, it's been a tough hour, hasn't it? Tough hours cricket, Championship cricket. I think the bowlers, all of them, have bowled really well, asked a lot of questions. I think Hampshire will be pretty relieved after an hour and a bit's play. They've only lost 1 wicket.
Yeah, it just settled down a little bit, in it. Last 15-20 minutes, it just looked a little bit more comfortable. As Kurd comes in again. Oh, straight delivery, pushed down to mid-off for no run. Full face of the bat again by Gubbins.
Good crowd as well. I'm just looking to my left. Quite a lot of people sitting there in the sun.
Yeah, it's a great watching ground, especially when the sun's out.
There's a few in.
Especially for day one on a Friday. Good with the final delivery of the over. He's in again and straight again. Back down the wicket to the bowler for no run. Made an over by Code there. Really challenging. He's obviously struggled to settle into his spell this second time. But yeah, that last over looked a bit like him, what he normally delivers.
So Richardson's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Picked up the wicket of Joe Weatherly after 17 minutes of play this morning. Beautiful delivery. I've watched it several times on the video as well. It's right arm over, good pace, hit the deck. The ball straightened on Weatherly. He had to play it. And the ball carrying nicely through to Harry Duke. Joe Weatherly not scoring at all.
That's what you want from your overseas, isn't it?
Yeah,
Into his
and
spell
he
early
looked
days.
strong, didn't he?
Yeah.
He looked strong.
Hitting the bat really hard, wasn't he?
Yeah, hits the deck hard, hits the bat hard, and probably a little bit unlucky only to pick up 1 wicket. Jack White's completed 4 overs, none for 6, and Ben Coates 6 overs, none for 12. They've all asked questions of the batters. And so far, after an hour and 3 minutes, there's only feel a little bit frustrated at that. They bowled well. Here's White up the hill. Bowling to Prest. Ooh, he's had a little nibble at that one. That's just left him off the pitch.
Both ways at
It
White at
is,
the minute,
isn't it?
isn't he? It's been a great start from him so far.
Certainly has. Now, Mr. Thomas, I've had a message
Oh, here we go.
from a former England teammate of yours, Anthony Clapham, who does a bit of commentary down our way. He says it's the quietest he's ever heard you.
Yeah, to be fair, I'll let him have that one.
It was easy.
Don't want to give him too much, do I? I'll be getting a message saying I've had a nibble then, won't I?
Here's White, right arm over, bowls
again.
again. He's playing a missing. That's a good beauty of a delivery once more. Pitched and straightened. Prest has to play it.
Revis thought they were an outside edge there, came running in to celebrate. Yes, a deja vu there. From same ball, same delivery, same outcome from White.
So he says you haven't done much yet. He reckons you're not working hard enough yet.
I'm not working. Ask him if he's working hard enough.
Well, every time I ask him to do a bit of commentary, he seems to be working. Clearly, he's not fully focused on what he's doing at the moment. White again in the sunshine. That's straight, and Prest just slightly opens up on that one as it ball trickles down towards mid-on. So Hampshire are 26 for 1. Gubbins, who's been out there since the start, is fighting hard on 13, fighting equally as hard as Tom Prest.
Well, Hampshire be happy with this
He's
start
11.
after the
Yeah, oh,
ball moving around?
100%. There's been very few balls to leave. There's been very few bad balls, if any. And Hampshire have had to work for every single one of those 26 so far. To have only lost 1 wicket at this stage, I think they'll be more than happy.
I'd agree with that.
White again bowls. Prest is forward. Again, it's accurate. Goes out on the leg side. So how many games did you two play with each other?
Oh, England games maybe 8 or 12. Obviously, international caps probably played about 10, 11 games, but played a lot for a few years. Obviously, the Disability Premier League, he was captain for the Pirates. I was the vice captain, so I spent a lot of time. Obviously, we played 2 T20s back-to-back Sundays for 3 weekends.
Yep.
Managed to play in 3 of the finals on Sky. Finally managed to win 1 of them the last year down at the Glamorgan.
White again and Prest.
So we played quite a lot of cricket together. Fairly similar characters.
Are you?
Yeah, a little bit of love-hate relationship sometimes.
Do you?
Yeah, we sometimes clash a little bit.
Similar personalities?
Yeah, a little bit of that.
Okay. They play hard.
Yeah. He does play hard, to be fair, on the field. I'd say friendships go out the window. I'm thinking we should cross a bit of white line fever for Anthony.
Yeah, you always told me you played hard on the field. So having one commentary at some point down on the south coast this season as White comes in again and Prest again gets a length ball. He can't do any more than literally push forward and play with a straight bat because that's the way the bowling has been this morning. It's demanded a solid defence.
Just felt like he got a little bit further forward there, took an extra stride, batting outside of his crease, trying to negate that movement potentially. Got to do something to counteract a little bit.
It's been hard going for the Hampshire batters, even this early in the season. They had Jamie Porter and Sam Cook as an opening combination last week, which again asked a lot of questions early on, and Ian Mulder quickly following up, and then here we are with 3 bowlers here that are all as equally as accurate, and if anything, getting the ball just to nip around a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a nice easy start for the season really for the batters, isn't it? What you want. This code comes in again to Gubbins. Oh, that's driven a half stop by Wharton in there. Tying really well, got a good hand on that, did Wharton then. Not what you want, ball just dipping before you. These cold April conditions, a little bit sensitive on the fingers.
I think they probably got to him a little quicker than he thought, even though that was just a push forward defensive. That seemed to come right out of the middle of the bat.
Sounded good, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? Crisp.
Good echo around the ground. Gubbins with that front foot facing forward again, setting himself up in his stance. This code comes in from the Kirkstall lane end. Oh, good run. Pushed into the offside for a quick single. Great bat in there. Just cut across that a little bit, the outside half of his bat. Still managed to scamper down the other end for a quick single.
Yeah, always look for those singles when you can. Nick Gubbins is playing his 150th first-class match today.
Amazing.
Yeah, 32 years of age. 72 of them with Middlesex. And this is his 62nd with Hampshire. There's been 1 or 2 other sides that he's played. A few games here and there. England Lions, a couple of teams in Zimbabwe, a couple of first-class matches.
Yeah, whenever I've watched him, I think he's always looked good. Did he take the gloves as well, doesn't he? Wicket keeper.
I think he has done in the past. He likes his leg spin bowling.
I think changing the field there now. Don Besh has just gone to a leg slip, leg gully kind of region. Looks like maybe, like I said, Code's going to come a little bit straighter with his line as he comes in again. Squared up a little there behind square. Backward point for a single. Just got one to lift a little bit there, catching the splice of the bat of Tom Press there.
Been bouncing in.
Yeah, it's been a little bit indifferent from what I've seen so far. Some have obviously carried through nicely, lifted a little bit, and some have just managed to stay a little bit low.
It's a good cricket wicket
so
far from what we've seen, haven't we?
Yeah,
Obviously a new ball, so it does accentuate a little bit the inconsistencies, but it's not really been inconsistent. It's just been good cricket.
Code goes full again. Oh, beats the outside edge there through to Duke.
Gubbins thought that might have come back a little bit more than it did. Looked like he just played fractionally inside the line.
Just trying to go searching a little bit for that full length, just to look for that, to try and catch that outside edge. He's brilliant at that, his Code, but sometimes he does get a little bit full, he can be, and the ball don't move, he can get driven.
Yeah.
But I like how he's been brave, going searching for that outside edge, giving it a chance.
It's always been a pitch it up wicket here.
Yeah. Especially with the overhead conditions.
Yeah.
Back of the leg, outside the off stump, through to Duke again, a little bit nipping away. This is good from Code here.
Well, it is. I mean, either one of those last 2 could have caught the edge. I mean, they are so close. Gubbins is doing nothing wrong, really. Just coming forward, bat and pad close together. He's not following the line, but just 2 terrific deliveries.
I just think that's what you've got to do. I say, trust it. You say the ball's going to go past your outside edge. As long as you're still there, you're surviving. You've still got a chance to make some runs. So I think these 2 have done that brilliantly so far. Hopefully not the kiss of death. Code's in again. Outside the... close leave there. That brings us to the end of the 16th over. In 16, 44 deliveries.
Hampshire should be thankful they've only lost 1 wicket here, coming up towards an hour and a quarter of play. The bowling's been terrific. And to be fair to the Hampshire batters, who are under pressure after that poor performance last week, mainly with the bat, they've got to this point, but it could all quickly change. So it's not about, OK, I've got through a while here and start playing slightly differently. It's just about battling it out, which they are doing, to their credit. Tom Richards has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. We're using that email for this game, so apologies to Yorkshire listeners. I think it's the only email we've got to use. He's White, right arm over. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, but he finds Matthew Revis at backward a point, unfortunately for Prest. Tom says, good morning. You must have felt like Mo Abbas when he owned the top floor of the Hilton Hotel. That was talking about my hotel story earlier, but I've got upgraded for this hotel. I think Mo Abbas's accommodation on the Utility Bowl is a little bit more plush than mine at the moment, although my room's nice. Shout out to Tom Gates, who will be listening in whilst on another caravan extravaganza. Here's White. Let's come back at press. Just
Big grunt there.
works
Can't
on
deliver
Yeah,
it.
it was, wasn't it?
To be fair, I quite enjoyed your hotel story. I didn't know where it was going to go when you said there were a laptop on the bed and clothes everywhere when you what you'd walked into.
Well, when I walked in, I didn't know where it was going to go either, to be honest. That was sort of what got my heart racing, really, because I was thinking, what on earth is going on here? I think it was probably the best outcome, actually, with nobody, well, seemingly nobody there.
I thought it was tight Yorkshiremen were always looking for a free upgrade, but you've just gone in there and gone back down. Manufactured a story and managed to get a free upgrade and a free parking.
Yeah, something I do all the time. Here's White. Slight leading edge there from Prest. It goes into the gap in the covers. He'll pick up one. Moves on to 13, 31 for one. Yeah, for those of you that have just joined us and didn't hear the story, last night I walked in to the hotel, got my key, and when I put the key up on the pad and walked in, there was clearly, although I didn't see anybody, clearly somebody still in the room, because the computer was on the bed, clothes littered everywhere. I didn't stick around too long to find out whether they were in the bathroom or around the corner. I just turned round and went. And the receptionist sounded very surprised. I think their explanation to me was, somebody's outstayed their welcome, and housekeeping have just let it go. I thought, well, okay. Here's White around the wicket to Gubbins, who's forward, plays it back to the bowler. But yes, the outcome of that is I've got an upgraded room, because it sounded like there weren't many left. And you get free parking along with that, so I've saved the BBC some expenses, which help towards the new charter.
Every little helps.
It does everything. Just think, if everybody saved a few quid like I did, that's quite a lot of money.
So what everybody needs to do is, when they check into the hotel, just make sure it's clear.
That's right. I don't know if anything like that's happened to you. I'd say all the years I've stayed in hotel rooms, Gubbins is again forward, plays it up to mid-off that. Nothing ever like that's happened. Very bizarre.
No, I can't say that something like that's ever happened to me, to be fair, and I'm quite glad. So I don't know how to react if I were in that situation.
No. I think the worst thing would be if you were a person in the room, isn't it? That if somebody sort of puts a key up at the door and walks in, you think, what on earth is going on? But that said person either wasn't in the room for that moment or, as I say, in the bathroom. But yeah. Sunshine is still out. Feels warm in the commentary box anyway, as Gubbins is forward, because the sun is beating through the windows and it's warming up the commentary box nicely. You've still got a jacket on there.
I know, it's going to have to come off, I think.
Liam, I think you
It's
might have
getting
to
warm.
next time, yeah.
Will Hampshire be happy with this start then? It's a nice show, a bit for Hampshire fans. Will
Yeah.
they be happy with the fact that these two batters, Preston, go in the showing?
100%, because after last week's showing against Essex, the least you want to see is some fight. And well, they all have. I mean, Joe Weatherly was only in for 17 minutes, but worked hard. He got some really good balls. And they have worked hard. As I say, they need a bit of luck to go with it because the ball is moving around and Yorkshire are bowling very well indeed. But they have got to this point, but it could all go horribly wrong for the last 45 minutes before lunch, so they need to continue to show that same fight.
Change of the field here, I think. Edmund's gone to backward point. I think Jai Richardson's coming to mid-on, I believe. As Code begins his 8th over. And he's met with a full face to mid-off for no run. Sounded like a tracer bullet off the bat, that.
Doesn't it? It already echoed around, didn't it? Just had a message here from Gemma Green. Now, Gemma is one of our commentators we use down in the Utility Bowl, who will be commentating on the Hampshire women's game against Essex tomorrow. And she's just messaged me to say, it actually happened to me when on duty for the BBC in Manchester, and I was the person in the room. She says I was in the bathroom, and the hotel gave her a free meal to apologise.
So it's all you Southerners who keep going after them freebies, don't you? As Code Fires one down the leg side. Great footwork by Duke, who almost crosses into Don Best there, taking that one. Great feet, great hands.
Yeah, good agility. Yeah, I must admit, I did think I was going to get a free drink out of it, at least. But nothing on that part. I forget what the stand's called on the right.
Oh, no, it's there. It's on tip of my tongue. There's Codes in again. Worked into the leg
Western
side.
Terrace.
That's it, the Western Terrace.
Yeah. I don't think that's open, is it?
No, I don't think so today. Obviously, it will be for the test match when Pakistan coming here in August.
Oh, yes.
That'll be lively.
It's always lively there.
Yeah, I've been sat there a few times in the
Have you?
Western Terrace, yeah.
Sunburnt when you sat there?
Yeah, to be fair, a couple of times. You obviously have a couple of alcoholic beverages and you forget to put your sun cream on as Codes in again. Oh, great shot, worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there. Strayed a little bit straight there. I think he's don't want to be missing that one though, but fantastic result in from the end, which takes him to 17. Yeah, beautiful head position there, great balance.
It isn't it? There's not a lot wrong with that.
No, he's just waiting for the ball to come to him. Beautiful stroke. Took like a half a step down, didn't it? To just kind of get outside off stump there. Great batting. Thank God. Into Prest. At the crease. Oh, past the outside edge. That's a great comeback from Code there. Just nicked away slightly. Gone through to Harry Duke. Fantastic piece of bowling there. Press comes down to do a little bit of gardening where the ball pitched. I still find it amazing they always manage to find the right spot, don't they?
Do they?
Never.
No,
I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I think it looks good. Looks like you know what you're doing, but
I think it's a way of just sort of getting the previous
Yeah.
ball out of your head and ready for the next one as much as anything.
it's called from the coastal lane end again. Straight. Outside half of the bat work to mid-wicket, to mid-on for no run. As Harry Duke scampers to the other end. Getting ready for the next over. I think we're looking at a change of ball, and I think George Hill is going to be coming on. Does look that way.
Team we used this morning then. He had a good year last year with the ball, didn't he?
Fantastic, wasn't he?
51 wickets at 16 apiece. Absolutely terrific season. His overall career, he's 25 years old, his overall career, he averages 22 a wicket, so a big improvement there. Got an email here from Tony, who's in Alton, in Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good morning. I think we're actually into the afternoon now, but actually, when he wrote that, it was the afternoon. I'm enjoying, probably talking about the morning session. I'm enjoying the commentary and the live feed. It keeps a boring day work day boring. Run through the crease there. Not sure Gubbins was ready. So despite a really heavy defeat with not enough runs being scored and not enough tight bowling, Hampshire played the same 11. Weatherly, Jack and Baker should have been replaced with Orr, Wheel and Fuller. Wheel's injured, by the way. I can't see anything else apart from another defeat, says Tony. Well, I think it would have been, I think I might have mentioned this right at the start at 11 o'clock. I think it would have been surprising if Hampshire had changed, because whilst it was a heavy defeat against Essex, which we've mentioned several times, it's driven by Gubbins but not timed at all as the ball works its way up towards mid-on. I think having had all winter to decide on the starting 11, I think to then make wholesale changes after just one game, I don't think. Right, if I'm honest, that's only my opinion.
I thought Sonny Baker bowled really well.
He did, yeah. I thought
Pace,
he did.
swinging the ball both ways.
I do.
I thought he bowled really well.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4. Little bit of width there from Hill.
Yeah, beautiful stroke there. Gubbins just waiting for the ball short and wide. Cutting it out to deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
So, sorry, Tony, I'm not sure I 100% agree. I think it would have looked a bit odd if Hampshire had made 2 or 3 changes for this game after one match and then, maybe had a similar sort of result, where do you go from there? I think they had to play the same side again. Of course, what this side mustn't do is play as poorly. Gubbins gets an edge. Ball just bounces away to backward a point. A bit of extra. He's quite tall, isn't he, George Hill?
Yeah, strapping young man in here. So he just dropped short of that. It's like a deep gully point, kind of. Tries to knock on a bit more attacking and brought that fielder in a little bit closer there. Might have had a half chance at a catch. I think it's quite key this period of the game for George Hill to back up the first three seamers. He don't want to let anything stray now.
Exactly. Pressure on the bowlers, really, as much as the batters. As Gubbins gets a good stride in there, the ball goes out towards extra cover. That's the other thing as well, isn't it? That you get 2 or 3 bowlers on before you that have all kept it tight, all bowled well, all got the ball past the edge of the bat. When you come on, you can't really let that go. The pressure that's been built, and collectively how well the bowlers before you were bowled, you can't really be the one to come on and undo some of that.
No, you need to back that up. So you're a unit for a reason, aren't you?
Well, his figure suggests that he will. It's outside the off stump and left alone by Gubbins. We've got bright sunshine here, which is absolutely fabulous, I have to say. The sun is beating into the commentary box. There's a few quite fluffy clouds around, but it's lovely out there.
Looks like Jai Richardson is getting warmed up, going through some pre-warm-up routine down there. Might be coming on for the next over. Just having another burst. See if he can probably take another wicket. These two have looked pretty solid so far.
It was impressive, Richardson, wasn't he? Hill bowls, Gubbins drives, again not completely timed, but it goes straight up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. So Gubbins has 20, Prest has 17. This partnership is worth 38, and Hampshire are 39 for 1, having been put into bat. Couple of changes in the Yorkshire side. No Johnny Bairstow after getting injured last week, and that means having been replaced, you have to wait 8 days, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, you can't play, can you?
Can't play for 8 days. So even if he was okay or his thumb was okay, he can't play.
I think he was, but he's not allowed. So
Yeah.
misses out. Obviously, presents a great opportunity for Harry Duke with the gloves today.
And no Logan Van Beek, so that's a straight overseas for overseas,
Yeah,
isn't it?
straight swap. Yeah. So Jai Richardson coming on from the Kirkstall lane end now, coming back for another burst. See if he can try to pry one of these wickets out.
It'll be his second spell down the hill. I'm not sure if he said I don't fancy up the hill.
Can't come in as an overseas, can you? And get pick of what you want, don't you? Everybody else has got to do donkey work. Jai Richardson, first ball back for his second spell. To Prest. Straight on the money, left alone outside the off stump. Goes straight through to Duke. Best working hard on the ball. Like I said, I've been really impressed with the resilience that these two batters have shown, especially Awar. It could be quite easy to make a mistake or find the outside edge or go a little harder, or they said they've so great discipline. Obviously, not let the ball going past the outside edge affect them. I think they've dug in really, really well here.
Agreed. There's not been one poor shot between them.
No. Gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Half stopped by Sam Whiteman, but
Yeah, he rode the bounce really well there. So he just seemed to lift a little bit off Richardson. Just got a little bit big. Oh, played it through the backward point reach. Lovely shot, that.
again, it straightened a bit, didn't it? Maybe just played a little bit further away from his body than perhaps he would really like, but he got on top of the bounce, which was the key there.
I think that's something they've done really well. When they've been presented with opportunities to score with the fuller ball or the short and wide run, they've actually put it away, and that's what you need to do in conditions like this, especially when it's been challenging.
Yep.
Make sure you're scoring and not missing out on them bad balls. Richardson to Prest and left alone again. Just trying to hold that channel outside the off stump.
How do you see Yorkshire doing this year, Liam?
I think they'll do well. I think as long as they can keep everybody fit, I think they'll have a good, especially the bowling unit. If they can keep everybody fit, I think they'll have a good chance. I think they've got some good young players in Finlay Bean, Wharton, so the experience of Adam Lythe. I think they'll have a really good chance if they can put it all together. Some good overseas.
Youngsters have been around a little while now, haven't they? You're probably going
Yeah,
to
they
start
have.
to benefit from that.
It's obviously got Bairstow as well to come back in. I think they've got a great mix. Richardson, oh, lovely. Just draws Prest into a shot there. Makes him play and miss, just nipping away. Through to Duke again. It's a beautiful delivery, that.
It's just such a good shape on the ball, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's not doing lots, but it just straightens quite late. Very difficult as a batter.
See the quality of the Australian bowlers have got, and you see Jai's obviously not in. Obviously he's in and around it, but he's like, when you see opportunities and coming into this, he's like I say, it's amazing to see someone of his quality as he comes in again. Great run, pushed into the offside, just behind point for a single.
Yeah, I think apart from the technique that these two have shown, and it's been very, very good indeed, I think the willingness to also pick up the singles when they've been there. I don't think they've missed out on too many at all. Every time it's gone into the gap or to the side of a fielder, got a quick single. And that's quite important because, you know, that 44 for one, could, if you're not doing that, could quite easily still be 30 for one, 35 for one.
It's the mindset as well. They're looking to score, not looking to survive. As Richardson's in for the final ball of his over. And it's left alone by Gubbins. Through to the keeper. And that finishes his over. Brings the score to 44 for one off 20 overs. Run rate's just creeped up a little bit. Gone from below 1 up to 2.2. So, yeah, just starting to score a little bit better now at Hampshire.
And a 43-run partnership out of the 44 for one that Hampshire has scored. Email here from Peter, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. It's the one email we're using for this game. Apologies, everybody from Yorkshire. It says, morning, good to hear you again on the radio waves. Looking forward to this season, even if it might even be more stressful than last year. As someone who is still fairly new to the domestic men's game, how much impact can a coach make? And do you expect many changes in how Hampshire play as a result of the coaching changes? That's an interesting one. As Hill comes in, right arm over, edged, and he's caught. Is he? No, it's
Just
just
dropped
short of Adam Lythe. That second slip. Fortunately.
A great pick-up.
It was, wasn't it? The way he picked it up, you just think, oh, it's gone straight, because he's got his back to us, so...
He's more honest than I am. Throwing that away and
Would you
going,
claim that?
oh, throwing that up. Off we go.
Just watching this again. Prest played it.
Oh, no.
About a foot in front.
Can't claim that one.
It's about a foot in front. When you see it front on, it looks obvious it's bounced in front. When you see him behind him, you can't tell. Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. Let's go for 4. That's not the best ball bowled this morning. Short and wide, and Prest again on top of the bounce nicely. Just guides that into the gap. Does no more. Doesn't need to do any more.
Continuing his good form from last week, especially for his 50th.
Yeah, he played really well for his half century. You know, Hampshire, having batted poorly in the first innings, didn't bat much better in the second innings, but him and Gubbins were the two bright spots, really. But yeah, and I mentioned this last week, really. It's an important season for several of the Hampshire youngsters. Prest is definitely in that category as he's forward. As you can see, I don't know if it's the first time you've seen him play, Liam, but he's got a lovely, easy way of batting, making it look, and you know, he is nice to watch.
He transfers his weight really well.
He really
Gets
does.
on the back foot when there's anything full. If anything, been too critical, his head does fall over a little bit to the offside, but it's obviously for ball he's nipping back. But like I say, so far I think he's looked really, really composed and compact.
He's got a lovely technique, lovely easy way about him. Oh, he's had a little nibble at that one outside the off stump. That's Tom Prest, unfortunately, at times, but he had a poor season last year. It's only his 32nd first-class match. He averages 32. He's 23 years old. Hasn't quite reached the potential that we all thought that he had when he was captain in England under 19s and what have you. But last year that average went down to 26, and he is a much better player than that.
Yeah.
So he is one with a bit to prove this year. As Hill's in again, good leave. Bearing in mind the ball before. Score remains on 48 for 1. We've got half an hour until lunch here on day one. Yorkshire winning the toss, not surprisingly, deciding to bowl first. I'm sure Hampshire probably would have done the same. We've seen the ball move around for all of the seamers. Batting has been hard work.
I think Hampshire will be really happy if they can get through to lunch, only one down here.
God, that would be amazing. It really would. Again, it's a good leave outside of the off stump. So Prest has 26, Gubbins has 20. That one wicket this morning. Joe Weatherly edging Jai Richardson through to the keeper for no score. You off? Thank you very much, Liam. Graham Colley back in alongside me to take us up to lunch. Email here from Dave Clouting, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, afternoon, back in my summer house in St Denis. That's a suburb of Southampton, for those of you that have never heard of St Denis. Hoping for a stronger Hampshire performance over the next few days. Club cricket is close to starting. I heard you mention that earlier. It's starting up here and just a week after next. And the various overseas are arriving. Did either of you play against any top-class overseas who didn't play first-class cricket? As Richardson comes down the hill once more and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Right into the corner of the ground just to our right. And Gubbins moves on to 24. And Hampshire past the 50 mark there, 52 for 1. Did either of you play against any top-class overseas who didn't play first-class cricket? And is there any due to play this year in the Southern Premier League? I'll be honest with you, I have absolutely no idea. I probably should know more about the Southern Premier League than I do. I'm not sure I've played against too many top-class overseas in club cricket. You may have done. Graham? You didn't play first-class cricket?
Long time ago, Kev.
Yeah, and me actually. That's why I'm struggling as well. Richardson has 3 slips, no gully. Both to Gubbins. Gubbins pushes forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one to recall from all those years ago, but sort of players of note that were playing around the Yorkshire leagues that I played in back in the day doesn't necessarily answer the question, because some of these guys did play county cricket, but David Byers was playing for Scarborough Cricket Club back in the day. Les Taylor actually played. Remember the England and Leicester bowler? Played a little bit of league cricket around that time. Peter Bowler, who captained Leicester and Somerset. That one's bowled by Richardson outside the off stump. It's angled across the left-hander. I think it just catches the front pad, actually, that one. And it's taken on the bounce at second slip.
David Byers. He was a good left-handed batter over the years. Captain as well, wasn't he, for a while?
He was. Farmer from Scarborough, David.
A farmer from Scarborough.
Really good player.
Yeah, he was. Real gritty player.
Yeah. Here comes Richardson again, and that's just outside the leg stump. It's going to be nicely glanced down to fine leg by Gubbins. They go through for a single. And these two are performing really well now, aren't they? They've come through a really sticky, difficult period at the start of the day, and now Gubbins on 25 and Prest on 26. Partnership of 52, growing nicely.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. You know, I think a lot of us were a little worried after last week. I know it was only one game, but I think when you look at what's happened here this morning, I think it gives you a little bit of hope here. These guys can play. We know they can play. Just need to prove it.
Here comes Richardson again with his right arm over, angled into the right-hander, stifled appeal from keeper. There's 3 slips in there now, so we've predominantly had 4 slips in during the course of the day, down to 3 now, but that looked as though it was moving down the leg side fairly comfortably, and I think the slips and keeper realised that.
Yeah, angled in that one. So he can bow both. I think we've seen that already. Great figures, 1 for 16, coming to the end of his 6th over.
Yep, he's been pretty much on the money throughout so far. Picked up the only wicket to fall, of course, as Richardson comes in again now on debut here at Headingley today. That's overpitched on leg stump and clips away through mid-wicket. They've gone through for 1. There's a good sliding stop coming in from Don Best there in front of the unoccupied Western Terrace for this game, and they go through for a couple. Really nicely timed shot there through mid-wicket and Hampshire at the end of that latest over. That's 22 bowled and in the morning session so far. Hampshire 55 for 1. Just for Yorkshire followers, I mentioned earlier Doige is not with us. He will be here on day 3 and 4, and he of course will have all the usual methods of communication with the commentary box. He'll be back with all the email addresses and the like. For today, you can get in touch with me actually on X, formerly Twitter, and the Twitter handle is @GrahamC41, @GrahamC41. And Liam has also got he's also on X, and he'll be able to provide you with his contact details as well as they go through for another single at the start of this next over.
Yeah, I'd hate to be hogging all the contact details. It's not fair, you guys being the home team and all that. Now it's still in the sky, but generally blue around, and we've got some lovely sunshine. Is it me? I can't remember. Hill bowls and forward is pressed. It's pushed up to mid-off. Josh Eads has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Yorkshireman here, says Josh, in Bawtry. Where's that? Bawtry.
Sheffield.
Sheffield, right.
Yep.
Right, okay. Enjoying the commentary and the live feed as always. Missing JD. Graham says he'll be back. Great hotel story, says Josh. Thank you very much. Pressed again, pushes forward, it goes up to mid-off. Nicely out the middle of the bat, forward defensive. Down on the pitch at the moment, very bright out there. Sure it's going to be anything like this tomorrow from what I'm hearing.
No, it's not a great forecast for tomorrow. Lots of rain about. Maybe until mid-afternoon, potentially.
Hill again. Preston gives himself a little bit of room as he works that out to point where Matthew Revis fields. Email here from Clem Hardy, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Listening to the commentary and following the live feed while sat in Agadir, Morocco, overlooking the sea. That sounds wonderful. Good to see some Hampshire fight, and hoping this is a breakout season for Tom Prest. He has been threatening it for a while. I think you've summed it up perfectly there, Clem, as Prest pushes that up to mid-on. I know he's worked hard this winter. I'm not sure I mentioned it on air, but we were talking just before the game started. Hampshire have had 3 pre-seasons, basically. Not all of the squad have gone on all 3 trips, but there was a trip to Cape Town after Christmas. Some of the batters went, including Tom Prest, went to Delhi, and they finished it off with a trip to Stellenbosch as well. So there's been a lot of work being put in. Prest works that off a thick outside edge up towards third man below us. It's running up the hill, so it's a good contest. Has been picked up by Revis. Just a foot or so inside the rope. That ends the over. Prest will keep the strike because he scored 3. He moves on to 31, 59 for 1.
Yeah, so the Yorkshire skipper Don Bess has got some thinking to do maybe now with this stand. 59 for 1. Bess, of course, Yorkshire captain, standing in for Johnny Bairstow. And just a word actually on Don Bess. So Radio Leeds recorded an interview with Dom that first went out on the Yorkshire Cricket Show on BBC Radio Leeds last night. Dom, of course, not just captaining today, but in the last 2 or 3 days has just signed an extension to his contract. He'll be staying for 2 more years to at least the end of 2028. So that's great news for him and Yorkshire for the 28-year-old. Here's Richardson to start a new over from the Kirkstall lane end, pushed out onto the offside. Again, they threw for a quick single. Prest pushes out there, and quickly between the wickets, the pair of them actually, and they take a quick single, 60 for 1. If you want to hear that Don Bess interview, by the way, that is still available. So if you were to search for the cricket show on BBC Sounds, you'll find the programmes page, and the full interview with Don Bess is available there, along with last night's cricket show, where the new Yorkshire women's domestic season was also previewed in that game as Richardson comes in again and pushed out onto the offside. Yeah, so the women's season previewed in that programme. You can also subscribe to the page on BBC Sounds, and you'll be notified every time a new Yorkshire interview is uploaded on there. So, yeah, tune into BBC Sounds to listen to that Don Bess interview, which is well worth a listen. We've got, about 18 minutes remaining of the morning session, and this might just well turn out to be a good pitch to bat on here, potentially 60 for 1 Hampshire. As Richardson, it's been again short ball, and this time Gubbins just sways away from that when it goes through to Harry Duke, and no addition to the score. We're in the second, of course, of this block of first 6 championship games. Yorkshire have got a week off next week already.
Cool.
And then the week after they play Sussex at Headingley. But, week off so soon. Here's Richardson. Oh, and that's a play and a miss by Gubbins outside the off stump. There's not been too many of them, particularly in the last hour. He's been really compact and well organised, Gubbins, but the left-hander there just couldn't resist having a little play at that one. It goes through to Harry Duke, and no addition to the scores. It was angled across him.
Yeah, that was the key there. Just a half moment of indiscipline there from Nick Gubbins. He's worked so hard for his 26. He's faced 62 balls to date.
Richardson turns, wearing 60, Kirks to lane end, in he comes again, 3 slips wide again. It's a terrific delivery, you have to say, and I think any left-hander in the world might have struggled to do much with that. It's perfectly placed, just slightly slanted across the left-hander. He comes forward and he's beaten outside the off stump. Well, that's terrific bowling.
It's pitching off, and of course he's been straightening the ball to Gubbins, so he knows he has to play, and then it just leaves you a fraction and bounces. It's just almost a perfect ball.
Yeah. You have to be really, really good to get something on that. He's good.
Or unlucky.
But or unlucky, yeah. Now then, Yorkshire have just put a man in a leg slip here. Don Besser's gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins, and that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more, and he moves on to 30. Great way to finish the over from a Hampshire point of view as they go to 64 for 1. Really well timed drive for 4 more.
Slightly over pitch, that one from Richardson. Just a little bit further up. Gubbins can get forward there and get closer to the pitch of the ball. He's done no more than just lean into that, just punch drive that one. Beautiful shot.
If you're just tuning in, by the way, and wondering about availability of Joe Root and Harry Brook for Yorkshire, we talked about this block of 6 games at the start of this championship season. Then my understanding is that Joe Root will play in 3 of the 6 and Harry Brook will play in 2 of them. Root will play in Sussex at home, Somerset away as start of a new over from George Hill, played out to mid-wicket, no addition to the score. So Sussex at home, Somerset away and Surrey at home for Root, and Brook will play in 2, Warwickshire away and Surrey at home. So it looks as if Root and Brook will play in that home game against Surrey together.
Well, that will double the crowd.
More than double the crowd, yeah.
Still look well wrapped up despite the sun. That's nipped back and bounced, hit, pressed high on the leg. Still movement out there. We've had an hour and 45 minutes, and it's quite incredible to think that Yorkshire have only taken 1 wicket. There's no slight on the way they've bowled. They've pretty much bowled how you'd want them to bowl on this surface. It's just the Hampshire batters have fought very hard and worked hard, and yeah, you need a little bit of luck as well, but predominantly they've worked hard, and that's pushed up to mid-off, shown some good application and some good technique. Really
gritty, really determined. I think you said earlier, Kev, didn't you, that on pitches like this with a new ball, a little bit of green cloud cover, you just accept, I think, don't you, that you're gonna be beaten outside that off stump. It's gonna seam around.
It's a gimme. You don't worry about it really. What you do worry about is if you're not feeling good out there and your technique's not that good. That's left alone outside the off stump. Bit of width from that one, but both those batters out there at the moment, their technique is holding up nicely. Chris Tregonning has also emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Not a bad start for Hampshire, and the pitch looked like it's doing a little. I can understand why we didn't make any changes, as you have to give Weatherly, Baker and Jack a couple of games. A couple of people have mentioned Sonny Baker. I thought he bowled okay last week. When you think he was very mixed, always got an inside edge there, called through by Nick Gubbins. Wasn't quite sure where the ball was, Tom Prest. Good call from the left-hander. 65 for one. I thought there was a marked improvement from Sonny Baker, if I'm honest, from last year. I thought he looked a little bit more controlled with his bowling, and I spoke to him after one of the day's play, and I think he felt the same as well. Great to see Fletcher, Middleton and Ali Orr in the runs in the seconds this week. That's right, Middleton with 100 and Ali Orr with an 80. We have some options if we need to change things. Felix Organ, off-spin all-rounder, flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. A few runs in these last few balls. 69 for 1. Felix Organ, he says, is looking for good with bat and ball. You need plenty of options. I think Hampshire will need options throughout this season.
True enough. Long old summer, isn't it? Shall we just have a quick scoot round the grounds and have a look at what's happening elsewhere between the overs here? So at Chelmsford, Essex are 75 for 2, having been inserted there by Somerset. So Essex have started reasonably well. At Hove, Warwickshire 49 for 3. Warwick just choosing to bat first there, having won the toss. Of a break as Richardson starts a new over. He comes bundling in past the umpire now then. Pushed out to the offside again, really well timed. They timed the ball really well at times, these two. And there's a chase there for Whiteman, and he picks up and throws, and they go through for a quick single. And then also in Division 1 of the Championship at the Oval, Surrey are 100 for 2. Leicester there having won the toss and asking Surrey to bat first. And at Nottingham, Notts are 98 for 5 against Glamorgan, who also won the toss. So I think the general consensus in Division 1 is win the toss and field today by the looks of things. Here's Richardson again, coming in. Gubbins just clips that round the corner. They have worked the ball really well into the spaces, these two. And they're accumulating nicely, actually, now picking up the ones and the occasional twos. The boundaries are coming as well. There's less movement in the pitch, I'm tempted to say, than there was early doors, as you would expect as the ball gets a bit older. 10 minutes to go to lunch. We'll get the second division scores up for you, coming up shortly. As Richardson again turns, so this is his 8th over. Jai Richardson on debut, 1 for 25. As he comes in now, clipped away towards mid-wicket by Prest. And that misfield there, was that by Don Bess, potentially? They go through for a single. In the second division, at Lords, Worcester are batting there. They're 74 for 5. Middlesex won the toss, elected to field, and Durham absolutely flying at Bristol. Durham 130 without loss there. Gloucester choosing to field first in that one. And so Northants also going well, 112 without loss against Kent. As Richardson's in, bouncer, quick one, ducking underneath it, Gubbins, not a problem for him. And through to Harry Duke it goes. And not been too much short stuff today, but that was probably the best of the shorter balls that we've seen. And then just continuing with the scores elsewhere, Lancashire 78 for 2 at Old Trafford against Derbyshire, and I think that's up to date with all the games that are elsewhere. Where 9 minutes from lunch here, Yorkshire having won the toss and asked Hampshire to bat And having been 1 for 1, they've now moved on to 72 for 1 Hampshire. So as the sun shines at Headingley, Richardson comes in again, angled across the left-hander again. And again, Gubbins allows it go through to Harry Duke. No addition to the score.
Such good carry from a length ball. He's very strong, isn't he, Richardson? Hits the deck hard, hits the bat hard, and has hurried the batters at times.
He looks strong across the shoulders, doesn't he?
He does. He's going to give you some good service, I think, in the games that he's going to be playing, making his debut today.
Yeah, April and May is here. Potentially, I think Yorkshire said into June as well.
It's a bonus.
Richardson comes in round the wicket this time to complete the over. Solid defensive push by Gummins. Full face of the bat, Maker's name on display, and pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no addition to the score. Say the Maker's name. There's so many different makers of cricket bats now, isn't there? There would have been a time that, we would have been able to identify most of the bats, I would have thought, back in the day. But nowadays, so many different manufacturers.
Wackier the name, better.
Yeah.
Not even sure some of them are bat manufacturers, aren't they? I mean, I must admit, I've lost touch with all that. But yeah, some very wacky names out there.
Yeah.
Email from Mohammed Riaz as George Hill starts a new over from the football stand end. He's pressed his forward to the right arm medium pacer. Goes out into the covers. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, your comments about Prest being a far better player than his average last year is a fair comment. I recall that he started very well early season last year, but then faded. But it's still better to average 32 at the age of 23 than average 34 at the age of 33 like Lehman. I fear Lehman is another overseas player signed for the sake of it. But he's not actually overseas. He's English qualified. Well, he's non-overseas. That's through to Harry Duke as a player missed there from Prest. Brett Hampton last year was definitely an overseas signing that didn't quite work, the New Zealand all-rounder. But again, he was a late replacement. But Lehman is signed for 2 years, and even though he's an Aussie, qualifies with it's his mother. Certainly not his dad. Darren Lehman, that's off the pad, past a diving Duke, runs up the hill. This could go all the way for 4-leg byes, and it does. And that takes the Hampshire total to 76 for 1 now, and this partnership is now worth 75. Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, has emailed hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. You mentioned Ali Orr's 80-odd for the second 11 while you were driving to Leeds. His second knock was 167 not out. Sorry, Dave, I missed that. You're right, I didn't see the full scorecard in the end. It's out to the covers, pressed off the back foot. So well done, Ali Orr. 80 and 167 not out. That is certainly knocking on the head coach's door and probably taking it off his hinges. So he's ready to pounce should there be an opening. Yeah, that would have been yesterday afternoon. Yeah, I was sort of left late yesterday afternoon. So come up here. Pressed is off the back foot. Back to Hill. Another email here from Joe Somerton, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Firstly, hope your cold is improving. I got a cold last week. I think it is a little bit. Secondly, it makes me sad to hear emails and read comments from people that call themselves supporters writing players off completely after the first match. Couldn't agree more. When you make changes, as Hampshire have with the openers, you have to give them the opportunity to gel. The players are also human, and I really hope that they avoid hearing and reading some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens. Probably the first half mistake he's made. George Hill has got his man, and Press goes for 35, 76 for 2.
Yeah, the umpire thought about it for a while, didn't he, before the finger went up. Looked as though there was some potential movement off the seam back in to the right-hander. We'll wait for the replay just to have a look at that. But he looks really disappointed, Tom Prest, as he leaves the field there. And I'm not surprised because he's worked so hard. He's really battled and grafted, got his head down, worked hard. And to fall just before lunch, where are we? About 4 minutes before the lunch interval here, and George Hill makes the breakthrough. We'll just have a look at this replay again. but he's struck on the pad, and well, thought we were going to see a replay. Maybe we are not. We will see. It'll come eventually. And that's a good breakthrough for Yorkshire just before lunch. Here he comes, Hill on the replay. Oh yeah, it's just come back, and it's hit him about halfway up the pad, hasn't it? Came back quite a long way. Maybe the only decision for the umpire was it just angling down, missing leg stump, but it looked fairly adjacent.
So disappointing. No, I think that's a good decision. I think it just looks as though he came slightly across that one, Tom Prest, but he did nib back. But he'll know that having worked so hard this morning, you know when you get to 15 minutes, 10 minutes before lunch, the last thing you want is to get out. And I think that's the most disappointing thing for him. But it was a good ball.
It was indeed. And, well, needless to say that Yorkshire needed that breakthrough just before the lunch break. Hampshire having recovered from 1 for 1. And Prest, having done all the hard work, has fallen just before the lunch break. So Yorkshire will be delighted with that. And Hampshire now 76 for 2, and it looks as though we are going to see some spin for the first time with Dom Bess, the captain, coming into the attack, and it's that customary over, isn't it, just before the lunch break, potentially.
Interesting with a new batter in.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, good point. And the new batter is Lehman, of course. He'll be at the non-striker's end as Dom Bess comes around the wicket. Nice flight to Gubbins, first ball up. Gubbins is forward, pushing that back up the pitch. No addition to the score. Jake Lehman played a few games for Yorkshire, didn't he, back in the day? I think he played 5 games for Yorkshire previously. He's watchful at the non-striker's end at the moment as Gubbins pushes forward to Bess. As I mentioned earlier, Bess extending his contract during the course of this week, 2 additional years, so he's here until the end of 2028, 2 more years, and turning into a really great servant for Yorkshire, having moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch though from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary at the Kirkstone Lane end, but it's well struck, just a push really through the offside there by Gubbins, who's timing it well and seeing it well now. And that one just teased Ben Code enough to require him to chase it towards the boundary, but he just got enough on it. 4 more runs as another plane passes overhead.
I think we've heard as many as I thought we might today. Maybe it's early days.
Here's Bess again nice flight, half volley length, driven up the pitch. Richardson comes across and they go through for a single. 81 for 2. The clock on the scoreboard is showing 12:59. 2 balls remaining on this over. It ticks over to 1 o'clock, so this might be the last over, I suspect, of the morning session here on day 1 of this latest championship match between Yorkshire and Hampshire. Lehman just taking his time. Left-hander. And Dom Bess eventually comes in round the wicket to Lehman. Lehman drives again. It's a full toss, I think. Low down on the bat. Didn't quite time it. And Yorkshire have got coverage over on that boundary with Finley Bean in front of the Western Terrace, and they go through for a single. So Lehman off the mark, first ball. Nice way to start. A drive through the covers. Here's Gubbins, who will just push forward to Bess, and that is pushed into the offside without any further addition to the score. The applause from the Yorkshire members here, and it looks as though that will be the last action indeed of this first session here at Headingley then. A really interesting couple of hours cricket. Yorkshire having won the toss, Hampshire batting first. Hampshire 82 for 2, and well, Yorkshire certainly started well enough with the first wicket falling with just a run on the board. Joe Weatherly was the man who was out, caught Harry Duke, bowled Richardson without scoring. He faced 16 deliveries before losing his wicket. And at 1 for 1, with some green tinges in the strip and some clouds overhead at times, it looked as though batting could be difficult. But Hampshire then recovered really, really well, and going to lunch on 82 for 2. The second wicket to fall was Tom Prest, who was LBW to George Hill for 35. He faced 77 deliveries for that 35, so you can see that he dug in really, really well to pull Hampshire out of what could have been a difficult morning for them. And Nick Gubbins is the other batsman who's batted very well as well. He is 40 not out at the lunch break, having faced 74 deliveries. The Yorkshire bowling figures this morning: Code 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20. Richardson 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Jack White 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7. George Hill, the other wicket taker, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. And Don Bess with that over just before lunch there for 6 runs and no wicket. So that's it. That's the end of the first session here then at Headingley. We will put the mics down now with Hampshire on 82 for 2 after 28 overs in the morning session. And we will be back with you after lunch when the players return to the field.
Tom Bass leading on Yorkshire.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the afternoon session then at sunlit Headingley. It's the first home championship game of the season, of course, for Yorkshire. And welcome to ball by ball coverage of this first home game. It's Yorkshire against Hampshire. Yorkshire, if you are just joining us, batted first. Yorkshire won the toss. Hampshire batting first, and at lunch at 82 for 2. The Yorkshire players are just returning to the field now. The umpires are out there and ready, just waiting for the two Hampshire batsmen. The men out. Joe Weatherly without scoring from 16 balls caught. Harry Duke bowled Jai Richardson on debut for Yorkshire today. And then Tom Prest, he was out for 35 just before lunch, much to his dismay, from 77 balls, that 35. LBW to George Hill. So Hill and Richardson, the wicket takers. Richardson 1 for 26, Hill 1 for 17 in that morning session. It was a tough old first hour for Hampshire, no question about that. There was some cloud cover, of course, and a combination of that, the new ball and a green tinge on the pitch made it tough for batting in the opening stages. Hence Yorkshire asking Hampshire to bat first today. But they've dug in, they've worked hard, they've been gritty, and they've done really well to get through to lunch, having lost just a couple of wickets. 82 for 2, and we're about to get underway now for this second session. And it's going to be Jack White who will bowl the first ball of this afternoon session from the Howard stand end. Liam Thomas with me, the former England physical disability player. He's alongside me for this first part of the commentary this afternoon. And then Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent, who will be here throughout the afternoon as well. Jack White will just go through his limbering up exercises. 3 slips in there, and White now comes around the wicket to the left-handed Lehman, and Lehman is struck on the pad as he comes forward, and that one skips out onto the offside without any addition to the score. Gubbins on 40, Lehman on 1. So interesting morning, Liam, wasn't it? You looked as though Yorkshire had got off to a great start, but Hampshire, as we're saying there, just really dug in well.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire will be delighted to get that second wicket of Tom Prest there. We're going along quite nicely, playing the ball really well. He'll be really disappointed not to make that lunch period. So yeah, really good contest this morning between bat and ball.
Certainly is. White's in. Good forward push there by Lehman, out onto the offside. And no addition to the score. Good crowd in, as you would expect. Enthusiastic Yorkshire following here at Headingley. Been waiting all these months for live cricket to return. And Yorkshire well supported on this opening day of this 4-day championship game, the second championship game in this initial block of 6 before the blast competition, the white ball stuff, gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman, but I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway, but it goes through a vacant area wide of third slip and actually races away for 4 runs, so 4 added to the total. Lehman on to 5, 86 for 2. Bit streaky though.
Yeah, just got squared up a little bit there. Found the outside edge, managed to find that gap between third slip and gully. Ball racing away for 4 runs. It's been a testing start by Jack White here.
It certainly has.
Exactly what you want after lunch, coming out, setting the tone early, banging away on that good length.
Miserly spell this morning as he comes in again now. Oh, and that's close to off stump. That's coming back in, and it misses by not all that much actually.
It's come back a long way.
It's been really well judged by Lehman, to be fair to him, but it didn't miss by very much at all. We'll hopefully get a replay of that, but Harry Duke seemed to take it a long way down the leg side in the end.
A little bit close for comfort that one, I think.
Jake Lehman, of course, is the eldest son of Darren Lehman, who everybody knows in this parish and around the world. Left-handed bat as White's in again, and Lehman pushes that out into the offside. He played 5 games for Yorkshire back in 2015. Actually, Jake Lehman. He averaged 54 during that short spell with a high score of 116.
It's a very good return that for 5 games.
Not bad at all, is it? Comes off good stock though. Famous uncle as well, Craig White. So the Lehman family, well,
Another good cricketer.
connected. Yep, absolutely. Here comes White now. Then Lehman's really solidly in behind that. 2 lefties at the crease for Yorkshire to contend with at the start of this afternoon session. Then, and that is the end of the first over. Good over by Jack White. Thickish edge that went away for 4, but otherwise right on the money from him. And Yorkshire still chasing the wickets here though. 86 for 2 Hampshire.
Looks like it's going to be Benko to start again from this Kirkstall Lane end. This is a token over from Don Best, just one of them before lunch. The standard 1 over a spin before lunch.
Is this going to be a thing then for this first couple of months, do you think? Code and Richardson vying for the Kirkstall Lane end?
I still think Richardson will probably take precedent. Code probably going to have to bowl a few overs and then get into his spelling when Jai comes off at this end. So Code, top of his run up. Back in for his first ball of this spell. Oh, really full. Dug out by Gubbins there to mid off.
Can't be an Australian test player and not bowl at the Kirkstall Lane end, can you?
No, you don't want to be coming up the hill, do you?
No.
You want everything. You're coming overseas, experience. You want choice of ends, don't you?
Yeah,
and,
it works.
and you're going to get it as well.
It works in every form of the game, doesn't it? The senior player
It
gets
does,
the
yeah.
choice.
Ben Code again, full again, and it's driven outside edge behind point. Don't think it'll go for a boundary. They're coming back for the second run. Oh, knee just digged into the turf there, and he'll picking it up, and they managed to just stay for 2 runs. I just don't know if he's coming away a little bit gingerly there. It's always not a good sign when you see the fielder's knee sticking the turf like that, and he just booted it away. So fingers crossed he's come away unscathed.
I think it's Jack White, isn't it?
It's Revis. I think Matthew Revis.
Is it Revis, is it?
It's not nice when that happens.
If that's just part of the ground down there that's been in shadow all day.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit soft, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Took a little bit of a chunk out with the mud. But fingers crossed he thinks it's coming away, looks okay. As Benko gets set for the 3rd delivery of the over. And he's in to Gubbins again, and firm defensive shot down to mid-off again. Benko giving it every possible chance to swing and nip, getting really full. The first one was slightly full.
Yeah,
Full Yorker.
he looks, thankfully he looks okay, Revis. I mean, over the years we've seen some nasty injuries, haven't we? It's just what everybody does at this level now, isn't it? You know, fielding, they chase the ball, they'll slide and pick up and throw. It's something that happens all the time.
That knee just gets stuck in, done it in the turf, and they can cause serious injury as Code down leg side, and I think he's got a little buys. It's frustrating as a keeper. That I didn't know if he got a little tickle on that down leg side with the deviation, but let's have a look. I think it's 4 buys signalled by the umpire. Swinging, and then it's pitched and swung afterwards. Really difficult and a tough one to take for Duke. That
No chance, Ali.
no.
As you say, pitches moves away and then
away.
swings a lot. Yeah.
Sickening as a keeper when you turn around, look up, and you see the umpire's got his hand in his hair and he's signalling 4 buys.
He's not going to be happy, Harry, is he, when he sees that in the scorebook tomorrow? But he really had no chance.
Code again. Oh, nip it back inside edge into the leg side for no run. Mid wicket comes round, picks it up. Caught the inside edge of the bat there. Code.
Experienced looking team, this Yorkshire team now, Liam, isn't it? You know, when you look at Wharton, Revis, Hill, these are seasoned
They've played a lot of cricket, and
campaigners
they're
now,
still
haven't they?
relatively young
Yeah.
cricketers, but they've had a lot of exposure and a lot of experience. And like I say, this Yorkshire team's got a nice mix and a nice blend. As Code again, it's Gubbins works it's in his leg side for a single out to deep square leg, which brings us to the end of the over.
Yeah, add to that, the seasoned experience of the likes of Adam Lythe, 97 in that game last week. In fact, they're batting in the second innings. It looked for a while as if they might do it, didn't it, with Lythe going well?
Yeah, well, I was watching that on that period, and I think if they got to 2 without losing live, I think the run rate wasn't really an issue. I think once they got to like 6 down, I think it were a case of, well, we can go after this for the next 18 overs. I think they only need 110 runs, so it wasn't the run rate that was the problem. It was a case of, if we go after this, do we lose 2 or 3 wickets, we'll leave us 7 vulnerable. So I think a sensible decision, under the circumstances, really.
Yep, and as Anthony McGrath said, he was happy with the 10 points coming out of the game. So,
especially against the newly promoted Glamorgan side, who'll have been chomping at the bit to make a statement early doors.
I think they only play Glamorgan once as well, so they don't get another crack at it. 93 for 2, Hampshire then, as White's in. Again, another solid forward defensive shot from Gubbins there. Gubbins has been out in the middle for 130 minutes now, faced 81 balls, 7 boundaries to his name, and my goodness, he's worked hard.
Striking it over just 53. Like I say, shows how tough it's been. I say he's worked really, really hard. I've been really impressed with Gubbins' discipline. I think, if he can get to 50, I think he'll be thoroughly deserved.
Bright sunshine at Headingley as White comes running in from the Howard stand end then. Oh, and that one beats Gubbins outside the off stump. Great delivery. Big applause from the Yorkshire players outside in the middle there. Not surprised. It's one of those there, you're about to play it and it moves. Not much you can do about it.
Sometimes you've got to tip your hat to the ball and just say, well, ball, mate.
Yeah, it was appreciable, the movement, wasn't it? Obviously just hit the seam, that one. Fine delivery by Jack White. His figures suggest really that he deserves a wicket. 7.2 overs, none for 11. Comes bundling in again now. Balls to Gubbins. Gubbins pushed that out onto the offside. Fielded there by Don Bess, the Yorkshire skipper. He's had quite a week, hasn't he? Signing his 2-year extension to his contract. Captain for this game.
Yeah, I think he said he would be quite disappointed if Yorkshire went on to win a trophy and he wasn't around to be a part of it. He's put so much into it. Like you say, he's become a stalwart of the side now. So I think, him committing his future, obviously, ex-England cricketer, can only bode well for Yorkshire.
Absolutely. 28 now, Don Bess. Here's White again. Oh, and another terrific line from White, you have to say. He's coming round the wicket. And again, Gubbins is beaten. But the thing with Gubbins is that he has been beaten on a number of occasions. Who wouldn't be batting out there today? But he hasn't let it affect him. The gremlins haven't set in his head. No, he just kept his calm, kept his cool.
I think for them deliveries that he's played and missed, if Yorkshire could just be a fraction, it's been really critical, but a fraction forward, just enough to just brush that outside edge. Like I say, we've gone past it a couple of times. I think it just needs to be on a little bit on that fuller side. And obviously definitely the pick of the bowler so far for Yorkshire is White. It's going on at a measly 1.4 and over for his economy.
Here he is again. This time Gubbins is well forward on that front foot, allows that one through to Harry Duke. Yeah, I mean, Don Bess, an interesting one, isn't it? 28, and, there's talk, isn't there, from an England perspective, that there's opportunities available in that England lineup for players that are doing well in the early round of the Championship season. He bowled well down at Glamorgan earlier on in the week, last week. Don Bess for England, potentially an option, do you think?
Potentially, if he stays consistent. Would he finish on 7 wickets, did he, last week down at Glamorgan?
He did. Here comes White again. Oh, and another beauty. Well, what an over that has been from Jack White, you have to say. Exemplary line and length. Gubbins has played and missed 3 times. What a superb over. So what's Jack White's figures? 8 overs, 3 maidens, done for 11, and that's probably his best over yet.
Yeah, fantastic probing over there. So he's gone past the outside edge a couple of times. So definitely, I think he's been unlucky not to pick up a wicket so far.
Oh, without a doubt he has. He will have bowled a lot worse than this and got wickets in the past, I'm sure.
Definitely, he's been relentless so far with his line and length. Hopefully, Cole just been struggling since, as I say, he started off brilliantly from that our stand end, but since he's come back to his preferred end, he's kind of struggled a little bit to find his rhythm. Say his radar's been a little bit off from what he usually is, so let's see if we can get back to it in this over. Ben Codes coming in again. Full, worked into the leg side to deep square leg for a single. Just tucked away nicely by Lehman. So just getting a little bit too straight there, drifting onto the pads.
Voices starting to get a little bit louder in the crowd, Liam.
Yeah, I think hopefully the sun's coming out if people can come in this afternoon.
Some cream going on.
Yeah, needed. Ben Code again. Full. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. I don't know how that's missed. I genuinely don't know how that's missed.
Well, he's been unlucky not to find the edge. He's been unlucky not to hit the stumps.
Tell you what, Gubbins, his last over, his last 8 to 10 balls have been really tested. He's doing well to survive here. That's a fantastic delivery by Code.
Oh, I think you're right. It's
swinging in.
Yeah, awesome, wasn't it?
Beautiful delivery. They just needs to find a way here, Gubbins, to get through this little period. Just settle down. Ben Code. Again, full again, and driven into the offside. Half stopped by cover, pushed it towards mid-off for no run. Fantastic bowling.
Yep, see it so often, don't we, from Ben? Interesting that Yorkshire started off with 4 slips at both ends. I think with 3 slips at both ends now, but I don't think they've employed a gully at all today.
It's been more like a deep backward point, hasn't it? It's,
yeah. Not catching necessarily.
No, it's more of a run-saving position. He's kind of walking in now as Ben Cole gets to the crease. Full and it's left through to go to Harry Duke. You're just getting a little bit of movement through the air. He's starting to just swing a little bit. Definitely tailing back in so far. Like I say, it's been a great 2-over period for Yorkshire, this, with 2 balls remaining in the over.
Maybe there's something statistically, analysis-wise, that says that, you know, the edges here in the early part of the season are finer and not necessarily going as wide as gully, and there's more percentage of catches taken at slip than gully, maybe, something like that.
Maybe so. Potentially could be. It's Ben Code, full again, and met with a full face of the bat from Gubbins, who pushes it forward to mid-off for no run.
All the analysts the Yorkshire analysts have been hard at work during the winter, aren't they, doing their homework?
Yeah, they were looking at the stats, percentages. So we mentioned earlier that people are struggling to get in touch because we haven't got an email. If anybody wants to ask any questions or anything, you can use me or tag me on X at LMThomas7. So that is at LMThomas7. As Ben Code comes in for the final delivery of the over. Oh, how's that? Umpire says no. I think it just hit him top of the 5 pad, potentially, going over. I think half appeal from the Yorkshire fielders. Not too enthusiastic on that one, which brings us into the over. And it's Hampshire a 94 for 2.
Yep, contact Liam on his Twitter handle or X handle, and you can contact me on X as well on at GrahamC41. OIG, as I've mentioned before, more than a couple of times actually, will be back with you on days 3 and 4, and he will have all the usual methods of contact during the course of the last couple of days of this game.
Currently giving all his knowledge and expertise down at Aintree, I believe, enjoying himself.
So here's Jack White then, after a brilliant last over. Lucky not to get a wicket, this time concedes a single off that first ball, and that's pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by James Wharton. In many first days of the County Championship season at Headingley will be played in this warmth, will they? This sunshine, delightful day now.
I've seen a few people with hand warmers. I think Finn Bean, Matt Revis have got hand warmers, keep checking around between balls. So I think it's still a little bit cold when that sun just dips behind the cloud.
Yeah, we've had a fair bit of cloud, to be fair, this morning as White's in again. It's Gubbins who waits, and that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball. His line and length since lunch has been impeccable. It really has. He catches the outside head of the bat of Gubbins there, and it's caught at third slip. Straight in, really. But a terrific piece of bowling by Jack White, thoroughly deserved. And Gubbins is the man out. He's the wicket that Yorkshire wanted. He's been stoic in his work, really, in terms of how he's performed today. He's come through some really difficult periods in the game, Gubbins. But finally, he falls, caught by Finlay Bean off the bowling of Jack White for 43, having faced 92 deliveries, 7 boundaries. Good applause for him, deserves it. He's done really well. But that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire needed after lunch. So a wicket just before lunch and a wicket just after. And Hampshire now 95 for 3.
Yeah, he just found that right line and length, didn't he? It's like what I touched on the previous over, maybe get a fraction fuller, bringing Gubbins forward, say a little bit of an extra bounce potentially. Just catches that outside edge, and it's a regulation, nice catching height for Finlay Bean at third slip. Great bowling and thoroughly deserved. He's been, like I say, the pick of the bowlers so far.
Oh, he deserved it, hasn't he? He really has. He's threatened in that last over. You know, how many times did he threaten that outside edge? Played and missed 3 times, I think, Gubbins, didn't he?
Yeah, it's just like I say, he's gone that fraction fuller, which obviously brought the outside edge into play. So, yeah, thoroughly deserved.
4 balls remaining of this 33rd over then. And at the end of this over, we'll have another change in the commentary box. Kevin James will come in to replace me for the next session. And Hampshire's new batter is Ben Brown.
Captain comes to the crease.
Yep. And Yorkshire have had a nice little period here, either side of lunch. And we'll see now what the Hampshire middle order is made of, really. Lehman coming in at 4, Brown now at 5. And White, absolutely with his tail up, he really is. So Brown's on strike, Lehman the not-out batter on 7 at the other end at the moment, as White comes in with those 3 slips. Well pitched up that one, pushed out onto the offside by Brown. Playing forward, fielded just behind square on the offside.
Good opportunity for Yorkshire here. 2 new batters. Like I said, Lehman's relatively new to the crease. 1 over before lunch, coming to the crease. So you got the captain Brown coming in now. So really good opportunity for Yorkshire really to get into that middle order. Maybe take another couple of wickets if we can get them 100 for 5. I think they'll be really happy with the start after lunch.
Very much so. White turns again at the Howard stand end. As he comes in, a little bit shorter in length that one. Just fielding is done by Whiteman for Yorkshire. The Yorkshire supporters will be looking forward to seeing Sam Whiteman at the crease during the course of this game. For a while down at Glamorgan, he looked absolute quality, Whiteman, I have to say. So a lot to look forward to there during the course of this game. But it's all about the ball at the moment. 2 overs remaining of this 33rd over. Brown still looking to get off the mark. 3 slips. 3 on the offside, saving 1. 2 on the on. As White passes the umpire to the right-hander. Defensively pushed out onto the onside. Fielding done at mid-wicket there by Whiteman again. No addition to the score.
Beautiful view of the aeroplane going over there.
Yeah.
Feature of this morning and afternoon at Headingley.
I think Artemis 2 will be plunging down, won't they? Next, is it 24 hours time, something like that? I think they're back on Earth, aren't they?
I think so.
Well, epic, some of those photographs up there, weren't they?
Amazing.
Here's White then to complete the over. That's clipped really well off his hip actually there by Brown. And that is the end of the over as Ben Code does the fielding. So 96 for 3. We'll have a change over in the com box. Kevin James taking over from me, and I'll leave you with Liam Thomas.
Yeah, fantastic over that from White. Thoroughly deserved. So he's been working hard. He's gone past the bat. A couple of near misses. So finally to get that opportunity and get that chance, he really deserved it. And then we've got Ben Code continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end as Yorkshire moving around in the field. Don Best marshalling his troops. Got 3 slips, a point, extra cover, wide mid off, mid on mid wicket, and we've got a deep square leg. It was just 5 yards in from the boundary edge. As Ben Code's set to begin the 34th over. Comes into Brown and who defends it into the ground, and the mid wicket fielder comes round and picks it up. Like I said previously, it's an interesting period now, this for Yorkshire, and obviously Hampshire are under a little bit of pressure after losing that quick wicket after lunch. Also losing a wicket either side of lunch, so it's a really good opportunity for Yorkshire to get to work here. So they started off really well this morning. So Hampshire fought back with some really good discipline, and now Yorkshire have got a real chance as Ben Code comes in again, and it's off his thigh pad for a scamper through for a quick single. Mid wicket comes round and picks it up from square leg. For a leg by. Lehman on strike. Kevy's just getting his wires crossed. Don't worry, Kev, I can hold the fort. So umpire just going across the square leg a little bit delayed there. I think he forgot they were right and left hand with Brown coming to the crease. Ben Code just wanted his deep square leg to go a bit finer, more around to a deep fine leg. Let's begin for his third ball of the over. Back and across, where it's into the leg side towards mid-on for no run.
Well, Yorkshire have been rewarded for just keeping the ball in the right areas. Yes, they perhaps felt they didn't get just rewards for a long time during that morning session, but a wicket just before lunch, a wicket just after lunch. Keep bowling the balls where they are, they'll come.
Yeah, probably the worst time for Hampshire to lose wickets either side of lunch as Ben Code comes in again and driven towards mid-off for no run. Lehman with a full face at the bat there, timed it quite nicely.
Now, he's an interesting one, Lehman. It was pointed out, I think Graham pointed out this morning that Nick Gubbins points his front foot towards the bowler. You watch Darren Lehman, just how
just
open
does the
he
same,
is.
Yeah, I just, like I say, with that, obviously, fantastic player. Like I say, I just think sometimes if you're out of nick, that say turns that front foot, that left shoulder, because as you see, it's coming round a little bit now. It's Ben Code. He gets outside off, inside edge, just nip back there. Drops the ball at the feet of Lehman. He just kind of goes back and across, and he's quite open. That left shoulder just comes round a bit, can cause you a cut across potentially. Bring that back down straight instead of, like I say, a bit of a closed face. But so far, he's looked good so far.
Yeah, he's very open, and then just as the bowler's letting the ball go, he sort of turns more side on, more traditional.
So he started setting up his guard on middle stump. So his back leg goes to middle and off stump, so he can get outside the line to negate any LB opportunities. It's Ben Code. 4th, 5th delivery. And he's driving inside edge onto his pad back down the wicket for no run.
Essentially, he's very open.
Very open, yeah. And that is the over. Leg by from it. Hampshire 97 for 3.
Yeah, last week in his debut game for Hampshire, he signed for 2 years, and he has signed as non-overseas, so that allows Hampshire to play 2 overseas on top of Lehman. 34 and 9 in the game against Essex. He looked very good, actually. A very tricky evening session under heavy skies when Hampshire had been in the field for quite a while. Got to around the late 20s quite nicely, and then a couple of sort of iffy shots. The last part of his innings, perhaps not quite so convincing, but I think he'll do Hampshire a good turn over these next 2 seasons. So Jack White to continue from the Howard stand end, the football stand end. Running Hill, bowling to Ben Brown. Brown gets a nasty one, nipping back. There's a big shout for an LBW. I can't think at any stage did I think there was a chance.
I know he's not a tall bloke, but that's definitely...
That's just done too much at the very least. Watch the replay here, and even for
that's a
him, that's
nasty
quite
one.
high, isn't it? Yeah, that's a difficult ball for a batter. It's nipping sort of at pace as well, isn't it?
That cloud has come over as well, so
Yeah.
just kind of blocking the sunlight. He's been brilliant so far after lunch as White, though. Definitely the pick of the bowlers.
He currently has 1 for 13, starting his 10th over. In bowls and Brown's forward, a little bit further pitched up on that occasion. He sort of started the game fairly late, didn't he? He's 34 now.
Yep. I say he's coming to it well, though, so it's been a good move for him.
59 wickets at 24 over his career. This is his 50th first-class match. Jack White.
Great milestone.
Yeah. His 15th one for Yorkshire, 35 for Northants.
Been a great signing for Yorkshire.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. Pick of the Northants bowlers. That's edged. Oh, did it carry to third slip?
I think it did, judging by the reaction.
Half stopped. Brown will pick up 2. Jack White's on his knees.
Finley being again in that third slip region.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because that's going down low to the fielder's right.
Feels like a sharp chance as well.
Need to see that one again. Here we go. Got a front arm view as well. Jack White bowls. That's straightened and
Oh, it is, yeah.
just difficult one. Really difficult one though.
It's gone fast as well. It's got squared up a little bit there, didn't he? Come across it a little bit. Found that outside edge. Always going down, but I don't know if this will give us a better angle.
Bean thought that it may not have carried the way he was trying to scoop it up, left alone outside the off stump. Chances still being created here by Yorkshire, and they were throughout the morning session. Still tricky time to bat.
Definitely. And as we mentioned previously, I think you've got some emails coming, haven't you? If anybody wants to contact us at Yorkshire, you can contact me on my ex account at lmthomas7, so that's at lmthomas7.
It's just the one email we're using today, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Got this one just before lunch. I'll read this one out as White comes in. Bowls, Brown is forward there. This is from Alex. I'm just a Yorkshire girl raised in Scotland, living in Western Australia, married to an Aussie, watching our Perth boys play the sport I swore I would never enjoy, and now never miss a Scorchers game. That would be Big Bash.
Yep.
Yeah. Have a pork pie for me, says Alex. We did have pork pie for lunch. Very nice jacket potato.
It went down well, that.
Always go down well, jacket potatoes. You can't go wrong with jacket potatoes, can you? White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays, well known for that, Ben Brown. And he's pulled that away for 4 behind square on the leg side to end that White over. And Brown moves on to 7.
Yeah, played that nice and rode the bounce quite well. Got inside it. Sat front me up. Short arm jab. Just behind square. Beats the man for 4 runs. Got a little bit short there, Jack White.
Yeah, Brown likes that shot. He does play that shot to balls that are not that short of a length. Seems to get it. He's always back in his crease. You'll see there on the picture feed there. He's right back on his stumps almost. He's just giving himself a fraction more time.
I think when
to
you're
play.
a smaller cricket, I think you sometimes have to be good at playing that shot because you're going to get a lot of lemon deliveries, aren't you?
Yeah.
Spen Code comes in again, Lehman across his stumps, defends it into the offside for no run. So it's quite extravagant at that moment. I didn't realise how extravagant it was, that back and across.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because when he gets forward, he's actually not a long way forward from the crease because he's so far back in that initial stride. So we've got 2 things going on with the 2 batters. You've got Jake Lehman, who squares up as the bowler's bowling and then turns a little more sideways just as the ball is released, and you've got Ben Brown, who takes a most deliberate step right back on the stump.
Then Code in, gets to the crease. Trying to tempt him with a wide one, which goes straight through to the wicket keeper. Lehman up to the challenge, lets it run by.
Could carry that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just feel like, as I said earlier, it's been a little bit too paced. Some have kind of not got up there, some have kind of taken off and got a little bit of lift off the surface. There goes Jack White's stats come up there so far. Averaging 23 last year. Good economy rate, good return on wickets. So he's been brilliant so far today. It's Ben Code in for his third delivery, full and driven inside edge into the wide mid-on region, comes round as Jai Richardson and picks it up for no run. Really does give it a chance, Ben Code, to swing, get a little bit of late movement. Say previous over or before Gubbins inside edge, ball nipping back, swinging. Don't know how it missed the stumps. I say it felt like we were living a little bit of a charm life Gubbins before he managed to find the outside edge, but yeah, it was a really testing period that. So I think Yorkshire have come out this side of lunch and they've been really probing and made a disciplined start. Ben Code, full again. Works behind point for no run by Lehman.
I can't believe he's 32 years of age now, Ben Code. I remember it wasn't so long ago in Hampshire were here, pre-Covid. I think it was one of his first few games. He started very well for Yorkshire, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Like I say, he's not the quickest of bowlers, but his accuracy is like immense. Some of the people that I know have played with him at Yorkshire, like I said, Jared earlier said he's just relentless. Like he's just an absolute freak how consistent he is. As he's in again, forward again, outside, off stump, pushing it into the offside for no run is Lehman. So really trying to get outside that off stump to negate the one that nips back and stops, obviously taking the LBW dismissal out of contention.
Yes, it's to have a bowler like Code that's just content to bowl the same ball, the same ball, the same ball.
Ben Code for the final delivery. Lehman pushed it into the cover for no run once again, which finishes the over. Hampshire 103 for 3 at the end of the 36th over.
Division 1 table, if you're watching the picture feed. Doesn't make great reading with these two teams. Although, to be fair, Yorkshire won one game, one draw. You can't ask for more than that, Hampshire. Sitting bottom. Against Essex last week.
It's still early on though, when a lot can happen and change.
Very early days. See, Essex batting hasn't gone quite so well today. So they were 4 down at lunch. Warwickshire, I think, are one of the sides that are being talked about as possible winners this year.
Yeah, they're 101 for 4 against Sussex.
Change of bowling at the football stand in. George Hill will take over.
Managed to get that key wicket before lunch of press, didn't he?
Yeah, good delivery. Nip back quickly as well. Press
Thoughts on that one? You think it was going down? Or?
I don't know. It's a good decision, isn't it? I think, let's put it this way. That's nipped back on Brown as well. That looks close. Probably just going down the leg side. I think it's one of those where I think if it had been a Hampshire bowler, I'd have been jumping up and down saying that's out. So to try and, in the interest of fairness, just watching this one again, that's really nipped back this one.
Good decision again.
Yeah, you can see almost 3 stumps there of Ben Brown's as it hits him. It's a good indication that's going down. Unless a useful delivery.
Brilliant. Seems to be more movement in the air, don't they, after lunch?
There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square. That's 4 runs. I haven't seen too many deliveries like that from the Yorkshire bowlers.
One thing is a feature of this ground is when it runs over the practice wickets.
Oh.
So it runs away quickly, which as it has done there.
It's like the Oval, isn't it, really, where you've got such a long square, but it's not really all for use of games, is it? It's for practice wickets and nets and what have you, but it is such a long square. Virtually the whole width of the ground. Give or take a couple of yards. Brown is forward. That's a good, accurate delivery from George Hill.
See, he's about a good half a yard out of his crease there, Brown, defending that one. Just trying to negate any movement, I think.
George Hill reminds me, oh gosh, I should know him. He played for years. Just trundled in, game after game, bowled the same ball every day, up until recently. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. It goes for 4. He reminds me of, gosh, he played up until about 2 or 3 years ago. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Help me out. I will look up for it in a minute. Hill for me is as good as a gooder version of that, if not a little quicker. Hence why he's got some good numbers.
Who did he play for? Which county?
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire. Oh no.
Patterson.
Patterson.
That's
Yeah.
the one. Thank you very much. Oh, he's driving and missing outside the off stump there, Brown.
Held the pose well though.
Yeah, he does. Graham Colley at the back, still alive and alert. Got me out of a hole there.
Yeah, Patterson was a fantastic bowler for Yorkshire. Kind of the same in the delivery stride with that big leap.
Yeah.
I think that what probably reminds you.
Yep. But this guy is just like it's just like continuing his legacy. But just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there. But you could see from here that ball's pitched and it's nipped back. And it's a wicked delivery.
Yeah,
it really is.
Not happy with that one, Brown, I don't think. He's a long way outside of his crease. Probably for that reason, to try obviously remove that LBW dismissal, but he has been given out there. I'll have to have another look at that one on the feed.
111 for 4, having been 76 for 1. And the captain goes. And all Yorkshire have done is just kept the ball there or thereabouts, and now they're starting to get some rewards. Watching this again, Hill bowls, and it looks pretty close, isn't it? You're right, he probably thinks he's just got outside off stump, but I'm not sure he has.
I think he feels like he's a long way down. He's took a shuffle down, hasn't he? Half a step. He's in line, I think, yeah. It's like it's going into middle and leg there.
But you're right, the fact that he's taken a little shuffle down the crease, he thinks he's got a long way down, but the ball hasn't bounced.
No, that one, and obviously we've seen on occasions where it's got some great carry through to duke the keeper, and that one there just kind of hit him halfway up. Pad, just below the knee roll. Oh yeah, it's not got up at all.
So, Ben Mays, the 18-year-old, playing his second game, having made his debut last week. I don't know how much you know of this guy, Liam.
Not much.
But you may have read during the winter that he hit the highest score by an England youth player ever in the World Cup match against Scotland at the Under-19 World Cup. And I'm just looking up exactly how many it was because I've forgotten. It's about 170 odd. No other England youth player had hit as many as that in a one-day game.
It was a good pedigree then.
He is a very good player. I don't want to talk him up because it would be a nightmare. But I think what's particularly interesting about him is he is ahead of other players that perhaps would consider would be playing. He only turned 18 during the winter.
Oh wow. Well, he's not going to be on strike now because Lehman's on strike because the wicket fell off the last ball of the over, and that's driven to mid-off by Lehman for no run. Have you got his score? What was it?
I did write it down, but I can't remember where I've written it down. But it's about 170 odd. Scotland game. He thumped it everywhere.
So have you seen much of him then? What's your
Well, not a lot,
initial
no.
thoughts?
To be honest, he only made his first team debut in the T20 quarter-final up at Durham. Again, he got in ahead of others. So he's highly thought of.
That's good then, giving him an opportunity. Ben Code in again to Lehman. Full again. Oh, scampering through for a single. Could be close. Oh, it's not a clean pick-up by Jai Richardson there. Managed to get through that single safely then. So May's on strike now.
Yes, he has potential, and I think you'll see it within 2 or 3 balls.
I hope he's not kissing death now if he gets a snorter first up. Good. Top of his mark from the Kirkstone lane end. Running down the hill for May's first delivery. Full, works into the leg side. There's a fumble by the mid-wicket fielder, but mid-on comes round to pick it up for no run. Played with confidence that first ball then.
Yeah, let me look it up. Hang on.
And God working hard to take that ball shiny. Extract any possible movement that they can. Got 3 slips. Ready and waiting. Ben Code in again. Full. Defended into point for no run.
Okay, 191 off just 117 balls against Scotland at the Under-19 World Cup.
Doing about nearly 30 runs there.
I tell you what, if I'm ever commentating on a game you get played, I shall make sure I get every run exactly right, because otherwise you'll come looking for me after the match.
It won't be that many, don't worry. Ben Code in, 5th delivery. Met with a full face of the bat. Code lets it run past to Jarrettson for mid-off for no run.
But you're right, I shaved a few off there, didn't I?
Lend me some. I'm just doing a little bit of guarding there. Some kicked up a little bit of mud off Ben Code's boots on a good length.
Shouldn't be that muddy out there, should it?
Don't know, he's struggling early with the moisture, obviously wanting that sawdust as he comes in for his final delivery of the over to Mays. And he's clipped it into the leg side, it's going to run out. And are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they're going to come back for 2, and Mays is off the mark. And that brings us to the end of the 38th over. Hampshire 114 for 4.
Yeah, it was a tough game to make your debut in last week when you've been outplayed for 95% of the match. 8 and 4 he made, which doesn't sound a lot, but the 8 was 2 boundaries, and there were 2 lovely shots as well, really glorious shots. So let's hope we, well, you probably wouldn't say it, but I'm hoping that we see a little bit more of him here, and just to show everybody that, I think he's one of those players that comes along once in every few years.
I think to be playing this level of cricket, obviously the highest score ever for England youth, 18, obviously been given opportunities in the quarter-final at Durham last year in the one days. I think obviously that speaks volumes, and I think hopefully they can get a good opportunity and obviously repay that faith.
George Hill is around the wicket to Lehman, who's watching that one go by outside the off-stump. Keith has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. We were talking earlier about, in club cricket, who were the best players, overseas players you played against that had never played Test cricket. I don't know, you might be able to think of 1 or 2.
Oh, I played with Ali Usman at Morley, Pakistan.
Yeah.
Left-arm spinner, Kazi Azam, he's got the most wickets. Obviously, Norman Ali, all them people, and he's obviously not being picked, and he's quite vocal about it on Facebook.
Lehman drive, doesn't time it.
A fantastic player. I say left-arm spinner. Everybody who played against him, his arm was the same, but the pace that the ball came out just varied. It was unbelievable. Like I say, it'd be a crying shame if he don't get picked for Pakistan.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic cricketer.
Playing for who?
I don't know if it's Lahore in Pakistan. I'd have to have a look on the back of this.
But over here?
Oh, he played for us for Morley. So when I
yeah.
were at Morley a few years ago, so we were in Division 1 of the Bradford League, and when we were drawing the Premier League teams in the Cup, they couldn't play him. He was honestly so. I think he got 50 wickets at a canter. Like I said, no one. So good. I played with Zain Abbas when I was at school. He's at Pakistan, so he's one of the good ones that I've played with. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
Left-hand batter, stylish, fluent. So he made a load of runs in Pakistan.
You get a lot of overseas players up here, don't you?
Yeah.
Hill bowls. Lehman works that to
So most teams
square leg, no run.
try obviously getting overseas. When it's I say it's a bit of a feature of this cricket. So you get some really good ones. They come over, like I say, get a little bit of experience in this league. So normally come over in the first year and then come back and obviously can. It's a bit of a trial for Yorkshire, see if they do well. So yeah.
Well, Keith has emailed on this subject, although this guy isn't exactly an overseas who hasn't played Test cricket. That's worked down to fine leg by Lehman. Made up for 2 here. Fielded just below us. We're 5 floors up in this pavilion, by the way, so we've got a great view. Down below us, Ben Code doing the fielding. 116 for 4. Lehman moved into double figures. Keith writes, enjoying the commentary following a previous email. As an umpire in the league, this is the Southern Premier League, there are always some good up-and-coming overseas cricketers playing each year. One of the best I've seen whilst umpiring several years ago was Travis Head. He was playing for Ventnor. That's on the Isle of Wight, by the way. Looked good as a young Australian. That was obviously before he played international cricket. That's driven to mid-wicket. Lehman, no run. End of the over, 116 for 4. It's completed 7 overs now in this game, 2 for 27.
That's not a bad name to drop in, is it?
It's not bad. Playing for Ventnor on the Isle of Wight, eh? That's a nice ground, actually. By the sea.
Do you have to get? I think we have to get the ferry over, don't they? They have to each weekend when they play. They have to get the ferry over. I've heard some of our, obviously, one of my ex-England cricketers who I played with in the disability team used to play for Alton in Hampshire.
Yeah,
North Hampshire. They used to get the ferry over. I think they enjoyed that day out. I think from what I heard.
Yes, it makes for a very long day if you haven't bowled and gone out for very little. You've got the whole game and then you've got the ferry home. Long day.
So Jai Richardson returning back at the Kirkstall Lane end. It's been his preferred end all the way through, back for his 3rd spell. He's bowled 8 overs so far, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Picks his feet up to running again. Short ball pulled. Deep square running round. Picks it up and he'll just settle for a single.
Looking pull shot, that one.
Yeah, looks confident in that one. Picked it up well. Testing the young mares out. Stood up to that test.
That's right. Give the youngster some. Don't let him settle.
A bit nasty, that, isn't it?
Well, you've got to be. You know that. You were telling me that before we came on air.
No.
How nasty you were.
No way. Has Anthony Clapham been texting you?
Yeah.
again?
That's why he said you were quiet. Said he'd not known that before.
Jai Richardson in again. Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery. Fantastic shot off that back of a length delivery. You can see again. It's going away from him, stands up, pushes it through backward point, runs away for the boundary. Great batting. Just started this spell a little bit short as Jai Richardson. First 2 balls, been pulled away, and then cut for 4.
Yeah, it's not quite the length. As this ball gets a little softer, not quite the length for here.
Jai Richardson in again. And again. Cover comes round and stops it. Great fielding by Best there. The skipper standing in for Johnny Bairstow. Has been ruled out with a broken, well, a little crack to his thumb, but obviously the protocol now is that if you are used or if you have to the sub, then you have to, is it 8 days you said?
8 days, yeah.
So missing for this game.
Well, hopefully it's no worse than that. I don't know if there's been an injury update.
No, I think what I saw that he was okay, but obviously we're missing it because of the 8-day rule. Jai Richardson in for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him. Jai Richardson has been a little bit short and wide. That one a little bit straighter this time. Just use the pace of the ball to guide it through the 3rd man area for 4 runs. Beautiful batting.
Yeah, just watching this one again. Just use the pace. Played it late. Use the angle. There's definitely a hint of movement there, wasn't it? Back into the left-hander. Just a hint.
Negated that pretty well and just, like I say, let it come on to him. As Jai Richardson going round the wicket now, change of angle. Like I say, it's been a bit of a wayward start to this 3rd spell of his. 2 balls remaining. Hampshire 125 for 4. Feels a bit of a pivotal time of the game now. Feels like a bit on a knife edge. Richardson in again. Straighter, defended into the mid-wicket region for no run.
Yeah, there's not too much damage being done up top, so if this ball does get more soft and batting becomes a little easier, there are batters out there that can make make hay a little bit and certainly turn that into an advantage. I think if Hampshire were 5 or 6 down, which could quite easily have happened, certainly 6, then it might have been a different story. But they've got batters out there.
But 18 from 31 balls as Richards in from final delivery of the over. Full, and he lets it go by. That's a good leave there for Lehman to finish the over. Hampshire 125 for 4.
Liam Thomas will be back shortly. Graham Colley will come in alongside me. Max Agar has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. That's the email we're using today. Great to see Surrey offering working facilities for people working from home. I saw that, actually. That's a very interesting development. Max says, do you think this could be a big trend moving forward for grounds to attract people to the county championship? Personally, I think it's great and would definitely go down to the game if I knew I could get a deal and some good Wi-Fi. That's always the key, good Wi-Fi. We're always on media Wi-Fi, which sometimes can be... It's good here, there's no problem. But I think that... Did you see that? That was a good move, wasn't it?
Yeah, fabulous. If I was a home worker, an office worker, working from home, I'd be more than tempted, wouldn't you?
100%.
You'd have to turn the effects mic down a bit for your Teams meetings and Zoom calls and things like that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I'm in this poky little office, and then you've got all these applause and clapping going on in the background. Well, there's nothing to see here.
Oh, a wicket's fallen in the background. Sorry, folks.
I quite like the idea when Barbados offered the incentive of people going over there and working from home. Outside the off stump, Revis is on now. This is his first bowl in the game. That's quite wide to Mays, who's on 3.
They've got the facilities for it at the Oval, haven't they? I think that's the thing. There's so much office space there and hospitality space, meeting rooms and the like.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. And I don't know what the situation is generally about office space and the availability of it in various locations, but it's certainly a thing they can ask. There's cutaway, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis, and Mays on his toes slapped that away for 4.
Great shot. Onto it quickly. Really quickly.
Just watching this again, Revis. Yeah, it's very wide.
Didn't hesitate in giving it a crack though, did he?
No, as I say, I'm not going to build him up too much. I haven't seen a lot of him, but I know there's been a lot of talk about him down our way for a couple of years now. And people hoping that this might be his year. Still at school, by the way.
Wow. No fear at this age, 18, is there?
Didn't look at me that short. Again, up the hill, bowls, tighter line, and Mays works that out into the covers.
Just a quick mention to Rich Pyra. Thanks for getting in touch, Rich. Rich is the head coach, of course, of the Yorkshire women's team. And they're on their way on the coach to Somerset. They're playing the Metro Bank One Day Cup tomorrow against Somerset at the county ground at Taunton. And they're on the coach on the way down, watching and listening to the live stream. So thanks for listening, everybody, and good luck tomorrow.
Legs ball pushed out of the covers, no sleeping on the back seats.
Somebody did mention that Kevin Sharp might already be asleep, but I've not mentioned that.
Sharpie on the
Kevin's
coach?
The assistant coach
Is
now.
he Sharpie?
Yeah.
Yeah, good on him.
I can't imagine he would be feet up and asleep, Sharpie, can you?
Not when he was younger. First year in Division 1, Yorkshire.
First year back, yeah.
Revis. Legs ball inside edge onto the pad. Yeah, good on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck in that game.
Hampshire are at home to Essex in that competition tomorrow. All gets underway. Women's season gets underway tomorrow. Up here a couple of times with what were the Southern Vipers up until recently. It's the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah.
That's pushed up towards mid-on. And that's the end of Revis's first over, which conceded 4 runs. Lehman has 18. Mays has 7. 129 for 4. The 2 batters out since lunch. Nick Gubbins caught in the slips of Jack White for 43. And Ben Brown, LBW, to George Hill for 15.
First over for Matthew Revis completed then. 4 runs coming from that. All seam attack apart from that 1 over from Don Bess. The over bowled just before lunch. But it's been very much a day for the seamers today so far. 41 overs bowled, 55 remain in the day. And Jai Richardson is going to continue to bowl. He's bowled 9 so far, 1 for 35. Took the first wicket to fall round the wicket, and he comes to the left-hander, Lehman. And Lehman just plays that out into the offside. It's fielded by Don Bess. So we have a quick look at some of the scores from elsewhere. So Essex, who were going well in that game against Somerset, are now 125 for 5. In Chelmsford, as another plane goes overhead. Warwickshire 117 for 6 after 41 overs in that game against Sussex. Here's Richardson again. Played nicely down towards third man. And there's a good stop down there in the shadows of the Howard stand. I think Matthew Revis did well to get down there. And an awkward slide, doing some fielding just before lunch, I think it was, where he went down and his knee just got stuck in the ground as he slid. We see them do it so often now, the fielders in the modern game. They've gone through for a couple though. Lehman maybe just starting to grow in confidence here. He's on 20. Richardson already back to his mark and coming in round the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, maybe growing in too much confidence as he tries to play that one away through cover point with a bat that's far from straight and that goes through to the keeper. No addition to the score. So I think we've mentioned Warwickshire. Surrey are 172 for 2 after 43 overs against Leicester, so they're progressing very nicely. And also in Division 1, Notts are progressing not quite as nicely. They're 161 for 6 against Glamorgan. Here's Richardson again, slightly outside leg this time, and that's just clipped off the hip down towards fine leg. And they go through for another single.
It's not Mason Crane amongst the wickets again for Glamorgan, is it? They got 5 wickets last week.
I bowled well, yeah. I saw quite a bit on the stream. He bowled it well. It was turning a bit in Cardiff, and he did. He bowled well, really tidily.
When he gets it right.
Yeah, there's a lot of spin bowling. Yeah, he is. A lot of spin bowled in the game. I think Don Bess bowled 50 plus overs in the game.
Van der Guten's got 4 wickets at seam.
Here's Richardson, short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. It was just a short arm pull, but it was how quickly he got onto that. It wasn't all that short, I don't think, from Richardson, but he's pulled it out of the meat of the bat up towards the Western Terrace. Terrific strike.
Yeah, you watch this again. Now tell me if this isn't Harry Brook-esque.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's Harry Brook-esque the way he's played that.
The bat speed was phenomenal, wasn't it?
Easy as you like, almost disdainfully played.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout.
There's a pull shot and there's a pull shot.
Because it's on the stumps, isn't it, as well, you know, and...
makes it look so easy.
Yeah. 1-3-6 for 4. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. He just maybe stride to the wrong side of the middle stump there, Richardson, and he's clipped him through mid-wicket as Mays with a fine strike for another boundary. Oh, brilliant.
Well, it was certainly straight, but the good players make straight balls and make an angle without actually looking in too much trouble. And that case there, it's a lovely shot. Even Richardson sort of turned around a little bit. And, yeah, he probably thought, well, that's probably a fraction too straight, but just the way it was played. He's an exciting young man, is Mr. Mays. And I'm struggling to contain myself a little bit. 140 for 4, because there wasn't much to shout about last week, if I'm honest. So, excuse me for, small little things that I'm getting excited about.
Well, why not? It's really exciting, isn't it, for a county when a young teenager comes through and shows this kind of quality. 29 the partnership's worth now.
And you guys have had it in recent years. I mean, I remember when Finley Bean came on. He got a big one, didn't he? Very early on in his career. Big one. 23 years of age now. He's just getting to that age where he'll start to make some telling totals. I noticed he didn't have a great year last year, did he?
No.
Averaged in the late 20s. New over from Revis as he's round the wicket. Lehman just prods out on the offside.
Yeah, this crop, including Finley Bean, the likes of James Wharton as well, George Hill,
Revis.
Yeah, they've all had, as we mentioned before, they've all had this, well, apart from Bean, to be fair, they've all had this England Lions experience over the course of last summer and the winter. And Revis has played a lot of cricket overseas in the winter, like some of the Hampshire lads have as well.
Yep. Lehman drives back to the bowler. Yes, over the years, commentating with Hampshire, I've seen one or two of these Yorkshire boys now for the last 2, 3, 4 years, and you can see them developing. Nice to have 3 or 4 in the same side, all coming through together. Good for team spirit. So there are 3 slips for Revis. Lehman quietly defends that one up to mid-on. Not quite as much happening from that far end from Revis as there was for George Hill.
Different type of bowlers these two, aren't they? George Hill's just a bit more skiddy, and Revis brings it down from a lot higher up, doesn't he? So he just gets a little bit more bounce.
In again, past the umpire. Lehman trying to find the angle on the leg side, can't.
Had a great breakthrough here with the ball, didn't he, George Hill, last year with his 51 wickets.
Terrific.
And I just wonder, with England, whether there is a gap for a quickie, skiddy seam, but no Anderson. Wokes is not on the scene anymore. I just wonder if there's a spot in the team for that type of bowl. He's not necessarily 90 miles an hour, but there's somebody who can just move it around in English conditions.
Oh, he's nearly taken an edge. He had a drive on the up, that's pitched, and that has straightened on Lehman. Lucky boy there.
Yep, that was close. That was really close. Tempted him outside the off stump. Revis there, and it moves off the pitch. Not too much in the way of foot movement from Lehman to get across there. And he's lucky not to get an edge on that as it goes through to Harry Duke.
Probably the first one Revis has got to move away from Lehman. Probably why Lehman was driving on the up, thinking that's not going to happen. More watchful on that one. Good over from Revis. That one, 2 overs, none for 4. That was a maiden. 140 for 4. Yeah, I think, ultimately you are looking to make further your career and go on beyond county cricket. That's the whole idea why you start playing it. Whether you end up doing that or not is a different matter. But yeah, I think if I'm being really totally honest, he probably needs to put on an extra half a yard of pace to complement his batting. But that may yet come.
I mean, we're lucky enough to see Jai Richardson in this game, but Michael Neser signed for Hampshire as well, didn't he?
He did. Yes. And then he went and had a decent Ashes. And even after that, we thought, looking forward to this now. He's, we've had him before on a short-term deal. And he was at Glamorgan for a while, as you know. And, he would have been ideal to back up Kyle Abbott and a little bit of batting in the lower middle order. And then a few weeks ago, Cricket Australia said, nope.
Here comes George Hill from the Kirkstall lane end, nicely pitched up, little bit of shape away from the right-handed Mays there. Tumbling stop from Harry Duke, so he did too well in the Ashes almost.
So then we're looking around with not long to go until the season, and Jaden Seals was the next one coming, and that was all seemingly signed and sealed and announced. And then Trinidad and Tobago, would you believe, decided that they wouldn't allow him to come.
George Hill, 3 slips still, wait for him as he comes in again. Really nice solid forward defence by Mays, back up the pitch, no score.
So now literally with probably less than 2 weeks of the season to go, we've turned to Cody Youssef, who played a little bit for Durham last year, played against us actually. Bowled okay, looked half decent, South African. He plays for the same side that Russell Domingo looks after, the Lions back in SA.
Here's Hill, driven up towards mid-on, but didn't quite catch it out of the meat of the bat. And that's fielded, as I say, at mid-on there in this bright Headingley sunshine. No addition to the score.
And he bowled okay last week. I think there were times when he bowled some seriously good deliveries, and there were probably times when he could have, perhaps tightened up a little bit. But that's just one game. He played 5 games for Durham last year. He hasn't got a long first-class record behind him.
Here's Hill again, just slightly down the leg side. That's going to be glanced down to fine leg. They've gone through for a single. Mays picks up one more there. And in the shadows of the Howard stand, I think the sun gets completely onto the ground over on that side. I don't think it has so far. They've gone through for one though, 141 for 4.
Wasn't that the area where, when it was rebuilt, wasn't there a game against Essex here, first game of the season, where that area down there stopped, didn't allow the game to go for 4 days, a whole 4 days, I think it was?
Yeah, that rings a bell. Testing my memory a little bit now, but that certainly rings a bell. Yeah. 141 for 4. George Hill bowling another really good line, as we often see from him, as he comes in again to test the left-hander outside the off stump. That carries through nicely, taken just above waist height by Harry Duke. The dot ball in the scorebook. Lehman remained on 21, not out, and Mays is on 16. Just looking to see how many balls Lehman's faced now. 43. We can't quite see the scoreboard away to our left on the eastern side, but if we reach forward, we can just about catch it. Here's Hill. In again. And just punched out onto the offside this time by Lehman. And it's fielded by Ben Code out on the boundary, just behind cover point there. And Lehman will pinch the strike, actually, because that's the end of the 44th over. And Hampshire have just had that wobble just before and after lunch. But these two just beginning to rebuild things. A nice little partnership developing here now. 31, that partnership so far.
Yes, it was 8 years ago. April 2018, match abandoned against Essex because of a saturated outfield, particularly near the old football stand end. Umpires Ian Gould and Richard Illingworth called off the game after a 10 a.m. inspection on the final day. Revis again, round the wicket. Lehman drives, finds cover. And there is no run. Yeah, because that stand's been finished for a while now, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Looks quite impressive, actually, doesn't it, the far end when we're looking?
It looks brilliant now, doesn't it? And, rugby league followers will tell you that it's made such a difference to the rugby league side of the ground as well. Yeah. Yeah, brilliant.
Used to change down that way a few years ago.
Yes, yeah.
Drives, gets a thick inside edge, ball works its way up to mid-on.
The tunnel used to come out from underneath the stand
right.
on there, didn't it? And there was a small balcony, I think, just there for the players, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, yeah.
And the pavilion or changing rooms has moved around the ground a number of times over the years. I mean, I can see photographs of changing rooms over in the taverner stand over there in the corner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, about 10 o'clock as we look?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Wow, I don't remember that.
Long time ago.
Lehman is edged. Oh, 1 or 2 got excited behind the stumps. He was so close to that one.
Great ball, Matthew Revis.
Another one that's just pitched and straightened.
Missed by a feather.
Well, I don't remember. I certainly remember my first games here. Yeah, a little fish at that one. Where the scoreboard, roughly where the scoreboard is now to our left. That's where the changing rooms, which obviously a lot of test matches. That famous test match here, wasn't it, 1980?
Yep.
That was where the changing rooms were in those days. I used that a few times. It's pushed out on the offside by Lehman.
That was the famous Ashes game, wasn't it?
Yes.
Botham and Willis and Brayley on the balcony.
A less famous game was when we played here. And I won't say who it was, but one of our players was not very happy at the dismissal.
Right.
Walked back up the stairs and smashed his bat against the dressing room door.
Oh dear.
And there was this loud bang all around the ground that you sort of flinched as you heard it. Lehman drives. He's picking out the fielders a little bit here, Darren Lehman, and it was... Next day we were out in the field and fairly quiet. There was a few people around, not many. And we had to put up with all this drilling going on for about an hour as they were trying to mend this dressing room door because one of our players had thrown his bat through it. Shouldn't laugh.
Oh dear.
It's quite annoying, that drilling. Lehman drives again. He's picked out the fielder, but the fields has helped him by not fielding cleanly. And Lehman will pick up 2 and moves on to 24 at the end of that over, and Hampshire on to 144 for 4.
A bit of a breeze, I think, blowing. I think we're just picking that up on the effects, Mike. But yeah, I mean, bats are so expensive now. It's incredible, actually, isn't it? The value of a cricket bat. You really wouldn't smash it against the door frame in the dressing room nowadays, would you?
No. Well, to be fair, at professional level, you get them for nothing anyway. So it's not costing them anything.
True.
But you're right. It's just being out in the field, knowing that the workmen are there because you're the one that's thrown your bat through the door.
Here's George Hill then coming back in. Oh, another good delivery outside off stump. Just a bit loose there, actually. Ben Mays had a little think about trying to play that through the offside. Goes through to Harry Duke. No addition to the score. 144 for 4, Hampshire here then. And we're in the 46th over.
So nowadays they're changing the pavilion up here, don't they? It seems like quite a good...
Yeah.
I've not actually been in the change rooms. I've seen the outside on the balcony. Look all right.
Here's Hill again. That's driven through the offside. Oh, he didn't mess around with that. That's a terrific shot. And that looked like half volley length. He just slightly opened the face maybe and played that one through the covers for a delightful 4. And I can see why he'll score runs in one-day cricket, Mays, because he certainly puts the bad ball away to good effect.
I think he's only just 18.
Incredible, isn't it? Here's Hill. Good contest this now. Mays in behind it, pushes that to the offside. No addition to the score.
By all accounts, he's a very good all-round sports person. He's sort of very good at hockey apparently and some other sports as well. He's just one of those guys that can just about play every sport to a really good level, even at his young age.
It comes naturally, doesn't it? In a lot of cases. Here's Hill. Driven. Oh, and that is another wonderful strike by Mays. Slightly overpitched on leg stump. And he's timed it absolutely beautifully. Just wide of mid-on. And it races away up to the Kirkstall lane end for 4. Well, to be fair, it's not on leg stump. It's on middle stump, isn't it? And he's just guided it away for 4. Fine shot.
Yeah, overpitched. It's one of those really, we don't necessarily have to move your feet.
Yeah.
Just let the ball come and just work it into the gap.
Partnership grows to 41, 152 for 4. Going along steadily here. Yorkshire now starting to think about needing a breakthrough as Hill's in again. Mays plays that one onto the onside. Still 3 slips out there.
Just the way he plays on the onside, it just so reminds me of Harry Brook.
Mm.
It really does.
Yeah, he's still seeing that as one of the signs of a great player that plays so well off his legs. Here's George Hill again then. That's well pitched up. But a copybook forward defence up towards mid-off there. And Richardson does the fielding for Yorkshire. No addition to the score. So Hill has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 37. Revis 3 overs, no wicket for 6. Both batsmen on 24, Lehman and Mays, and Hampshire 152 for 4.
Just those 2 wickets since lunch. Nick Gubbins adding 3 to his lunchtime score. He was out for 43. Ben Brown for 15. Jack White and George Hill have been the wicket. Break. Revis again starts his 4th over and bowls round the wicket. Lehman drive, does find the gap this time, plays it nicely through extra cover, 4 runs. That's better.
It's a superbly timed shot, isn't it?
There's a few balls being pitched up here now that are just offering the chance for the batters to stretch their arms a little bit, not quite as much movement. Every now and then there is still, though. So you've got to be a little bit careful. Still pick the right length. Bit of a breeze out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Hampshire flag is blowing nicely. The Yorkshire flag's wrapped around the pole. Lehman plays that out quietly on the onside. Somebody needs to unravel that. Looks like a bit...
It does. I think there's some work to do there, isn't there, for somebody?
I think the Hampshire flag's outperformed that one.
It has.
Yeah.
Do they come down at night, or do they stay in all night? Is it there for the 4 days?
I don't know, actually. I'm surprised the Hampshire flag's there. Normally it's left with where we've been there, which game we've been before. It's been known on a few occasions to not be around. Cut away behind square on the offside. Lehman moves on to 29 now, and Hampshire on to 157 for 4, having lost their last wicket. Ben Brown on 111. Out to our left in the blue seats.
Yeah, that's the sunny spot there, kept down in that corner.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it is sunny and it looks warm. I don't know if it is. I haven't actually been outside since I arrived in this box about 9 o'clock this morning. So I couldn't tell you what the temperature's like out there. But when you look at the crowd, even though the sun's out, they're still wrapped up.
I think you're right.
That's very much wrapped up. It's Revis again. Nicely played through the leg side. Ben Mays. He's been fed that shot a few times. I think he's probably proved he can play that one. Again, just waited for the ball to arrive and just turned and closed the face of the bat and put it away with the ease. 50 partnership.
Yep, good partnership it's been as well. I think if we saw a wagon wheel for Mays, I think a good proportion of his runs would be on the leg side, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely. There was that nice shot through the covers, wasn't it? I think that was his opening scoring shot off the back foot. Thrashed it away, but most of it has been leg side-ish. Just pushed up to mid-on with a little bit of bottom hand.
Just going back to your point, Kev, about the temperature. I'm just looking at the Yorkshire fielders, which is not a bad indicator. So I'm looking at the 3 slits, for example, and they've all got long sleeve sweaters on out there.
Yeah.
I'd say that's the case for most of them that's out there. They've all got the long sleevers on today, so yeah, it must be chilly.
Yeah. We've got the conservatory effect, haven't we, where we're looking through glass and it looks like 30 degrees out there. Lays this forward. That's the end of another Revis over. 4 overs, none for 15.
I do another change, I think, in the commentary box. So thank you to Kevin for now, and Liam Thomas is back in the box to join us. Right bang on 3 o'clock, so perfect timing. With Hampshire on 161 for 4. Good recovery from this pair. 50 partnership. And Lehman on 29, Mays on 28. And as I say, Liam Thomas comes back into the box to join us. He's just getting his headset on, and we're just about to see George Hill bowl another over. So this will be his 10th round the wicket. Left-handed Lehman plays that one onto the leg side there. No addition to the score. I think we were at some point as well. We'll catch up with some of the scores from round the grounds. I think we did the first division a while ago. Didn't quite do the second division, so we'll do that during the course of this over. Here's Hill again, driven through the offside. They'll go through for 1 there. Sliding stop coming in from Jack White. Go through for a single, 1 added, 162 for 4. Second division scores then: Worcestershire 158 for 7 against Middlesex at Lords. Durham 253 without loss against Gloucester at Bristol. Northants 224 without loss in their game against Kent. So there's some runs about in the second division today, and Lancashire won 78-4-3 against Derby. It's Hills in again, on his toes, punched out onto the offside by Mays, who just seems to be growing in confidence by the minute.
Yeah, striking over 100 here, which is pretty impressive to say. Everybody's been scratching around for most of the morning, so runs are looking like they've been scored pretty freely now for the Hampshire batters.
Yeah, you've seen the batters just hit through the ball a bit more now, showing a bit more confidence in the pitch, not as much movement in the pitch as the ball gets older. Here's Hill. Ooh, outside off stump, and Lehman has a little prod at that one. He could have left that one alone, couldn't
Won't
he?
be happy with himself for that if he did.
No.
He'd been very disappointed if he'd caught the outside edge there and been dismissed by that delivery.
Yeah, he has played a number of shots, Lehman, without moving his feet. He plays a lot from the crease. But he's doing well so far. Now then, we've had a sunny period at Headingley. Now we've got a big, dark-looking black cloud overhead as Hill's in. Lehman, though, punches that up towards mid-off. They've gone through for a quick single there. Great piece of running between the pair. Lehman was straight on his bike there and picked up a really nicely taken single.
Yeah, good intent there from Lehman. It's gone a little bit overcast now, hasn't it?
It has. Overall run rate for the day, 3.41. And when you think how tight it was for that first hour, with runs really difficult to come by.
Well, up until lunchtime it was just below 2, so they've nudged that up a little bit.
Oh, and there's an edge. Hill bowling just outside that off stump, catches the edge, one bounce through to second slip. And unlucky there, George Hill, maybe not to, for that one not to carry. He hasn't. And that's the end of another over from him, 163 for 4.
Just always feels like something happening when Hill's in the game with his bowling. Just feels like a bit of a golden arm. Just always seems to make something happen or look threatening or catch the outside edge or something. Just dropped a little bit short there of third slip. I think looks like we've got a change of ball, and I think Don Bess is coming on now from the Howard stand end.
Well, you mentioned the run rate. This partnership's progressing nicely, so maybe a good call from the skipper, you reckon?
Yeah.
See if he can get it to turn from that end.
Stem the run, he's got a little in outfield, deep cover, deep mid wicket, just to give him that cover while he settles into his spell. Ring field, first slip. Don Best to Lehman for his first delivery.
Yep,
Of his spell. Short and wide, and then cut away behind point for 4 beats to cover fielder. Great start for Lehman to this over. 4 runs.
There's been a lot of overs bowled to left-handers in this game so far, hasn't there? So you've got, bowlers' footmarks on both sides of the wicket at both ends. So that might be an issue for both left and right towards the end of the game.
Best. And again, a bit straighter this time, worked into leg side for scamper through for a quick single. Yeah, good batting again from Lehman.
They've picked out Jack White, there as a fielder where they fancy they can run a sharp one. Did that in the last over.
Yeah, brings Mays on strike now. So first delivery against the right arm off spinner Don Bess. They look really comfortable against the seamers so far. Let's see how he gets on against Bess. And again, back of a length, punch towards the cover region, mid-wicket region, sorry. Live comes round, picks it up for no run. Comes in again. Falling outside off stump and driven beautifully through the covers. Will the cover fielder reach it? It's coming round now. Nope. I think it's going to run away from far. That's a beautiful stroke. Don Bess just getting a little bit full, trying to get that dip. So trying to turn it back through the gate, and he's met with a lovely drive from Mays. He's looked absolutely fantastic so far. Really composed for an 18-year-old. So much talent.
Yeah, absolutely agree, 100%. Terrific shot. Really impressed with his intent today.
Bess fires that one in a little bit quicker. Just defending into the leg side for no run.
Wind continues to blow at Headingley. Wind or breeze? More breeze, isn't it, than wind at Headingley today?
Don Bess, so for the final delivery of this over, short wide, and he's pulled away for 4 runs. It's another great shot from Mays. Don Bess won't be happy with the start to this over here. He's had 4, 4, 4 and a single. It's not a great start. Like I say, probably brought himself on to create a little bit of pressure, and as like I say, he's tipped the balance back into Hampshire's favour.
Yeah, and he's quickly onto that, hasn't he? Mays, I think that's been a feature of his knock so far for me, is how quickly he's got onto the poorer deliveries. Quick to get onto the back foot and play it through the leg side to the seamers, and now we've seen it against Don Bess as well. So
yeah, good over for Hampshire, that. Scoring freely now.
3.61 the run rate.
Just looked like Best tried to fire one out in front of his hand a little bit quicker and dropped it a little bit short. And Mays was up to the task.
So, what have Yorkshire got here in response? Matthew Revis will switch ends, and he will come on to bowl now from the Kirkstall Lane end. Yorkshire come in search of that breakthrough. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15 for Revis so far. And he'll come in and bowl to the left-handed Lehman. Lehman will cut that one away. It's outside off stump, and he will get another boundary. So the runs are coming. What a productive spell of the game this is for the visitors then, as they move rapidly on to 181 for 4.
Yeah, just took a couple of steps down there, did Lehman. Away for a backward point for 4. That's a beautiful shot. Just got a little bit wayward here of Yorkshire, lost the discipline.
You can see that Yorkshire are just trying to lift it in the field at the moment. Here's Revis again. Oh, exquisite drive from Lehman. Overpitched, outside off stump. Last one short, outside off stump. Put away behind square. This one overpitched, outside the off, and just driven for 4 up to the Kirkstall Lane end. And as you say, he's shuffled down the pitch again, hasn't he, to make it into a half volley. And that's a cracking drive right out the meat of the bat.
Yeah, he's played some lovely drives so far. Full face of the bat, good intent. Gets his score to 44.
Well, Matthew Revis has got some work on his hands here. Driven again. Is there going to be a diving stop at mid-on? Yes, there is. Good work. Good stop. Important stop, really. No addition to the score this time. Revis is in again then. And that is again short and wide, outside off stump. And well, that's just an invitation for Lehman to play and put the ball away. It might not have been his best shot of the day. He's just sort of sliced that or edged it through or over the slips. We'll see the replay, see exactly what happened there. It was short, and well, he's edged it high off the bat, hasn't he, over the top of slips for 4 more up to the Howard stand. Really productive couple of overs these. Yorkshire need to put the brake on.
Yeah, just strayed a little bit wide there, offered a little bit of width.
Here's Revis, that's better. Just outside leg stump though, they'll go through for 1. Picking up another single there on the leg side, 190 on the board. This is the 50th over of the game. So we're just over halfway through the day's play. 46 remaining after this. And Lehman just needs 1 for his 50 suddenly. Mays is 37. That partnership's rattled on to 79. So Matthew Revis looking to find his rhythm at this end, having swapped ends. They go through for 1 though again. So I think they've pretty much scored off every ball, have they, in that over, comfortably?
Dot ball in the middle, but...
Right, okay.
14 off the over.
Revis, 5 overs for 29. 191 for 4.
Well, really assured here, these two, but it's a fantastic partnership. It's soon rattled up to 80 runs, especially coming on the losing a wicket either side of lunch. So this partnership now, 80 runs, moving along nicely. At one point, like it might be a race for 50, but Lehman looks like he's going to win that battle now. Mays on strike. Don Bess, third over of the game. For 19 runs so far from them 2 overs. Like it kept a little bit low, that inside edge down to short fine leg. For no run. He's looking to use his feet to go back again. On Bess. A little bit more flight this time. Defended, back to the bowler down the pitch for no run. That's what they need now, Yorkshire. They need a couple of dot balls. It's like they build that pressure again to stem that flow of runs. Bess. Same again. Played off the back foot by Mays, back to the bowler for no run. Just need to get together, Yorkshire, create a little bit of pressure. Mays on 38 off 35 deliveries. On Bess. He's down the pitch, is Mays.
It's a lot better, isn't it, so far? He used to have that spell where he had Bess bowling his first over for a while at one end and Revis changing ends at the other end. So, new bowlers at both ends. But this is a much better over from Don Bess. A lot better flight.
Back and he fends it down the wicket, back to the bowler off the back foot for no run again. So 4 dot ball. This is good from Bess now. Great comeback after his last over. Final delivery of the over. Again, it's pushed into the offside for no run. It's a maiden over, long overdue, I think, for the Yorkshire bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. That was much needed, wasn't it, from Don Bess? Much more like him. Just looked to be in the over before. Just looked to be bowling it a bit quick at times, dragging a couple down, but this time some great flight there. And it was well defended by Mays. A good maiden from the Yorkshire standing skipper. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome along. Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bowl first. No Johnny Bairstow today. He couldn't play. I think the decision in the end was not worth a risk because they've got a week off next week. So make sure he's right for the game that follows. Harry Duke keeping, Don Bess skipper and Jai Richardson making his debut for Yorkshire. Here's Revis, starts a new over then from the Kirkstone Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause though because he takes a single. That brings up his half century for Hampshire then. He's battered really, really well. He's come through some difficult periods. But his 50 comes off 66 balls and he's scored 8 fours. So all in all, he's had to battle and scrap for a while, but he's put the bad ball away as well. It's been a good knock.
Yeah, fantastic and thoroughly deserved. Been out there for 100 minutes now, striking at 76. Fantastic knock.
Here's Revis. Oh, that's outside the edge. Through to the keeper, Harry Duke. Mays. False shot, not been all that many of them, but Revis managed to get that one pitched up and tempted him into a drive outside the off stump. Probably could have left it alone, but a good delivery by Revis. Good response from that last over that went for a few. Here's Revis again now. Better again, brings Mays forward. They go for a quick single. It's a shy at the stumps. And great backing up by Don Bess, actually. From the throw, they get through, but that was a risky one.
Looked quite tight, that one, didn't it?
It really did.
Would have been interesting to see if it were a direct hit, what the umpire would have said.
Just trying to work out who the Yorkshire fielder is there, actually. Wearing 97.
Be a subfielder, I think.
Yeah.
White's just gone off the field, I think. He was signalling to the changing room.
Here's Revis. Ooh, terrific shot, Lehman. Gosh. Well, can't bowl there to him, can you? He's gaining confidence in himself, but also with the pitch as well. Again, there's not too much foot movement. There's a little bit of a shimmy down the pitch, using his feet just a little, but then he puts the full bat through it, and that races away through extra cover for 4. Fine shot.
Yeah, kind of like starts with that open stance and then gets that front foot across, which allows him to transfer his weight into the ball. It's another glorious drive there for 4 runs. Says Revis just looks like he's just struggling for a little bit of consistency at the minute.
Yeah, tough little spell for Matthew Revis so far. And he comes in again. And again, that's driven up to Jack White. And again, they've gone through for a single. Hit that quite firmly, punched it up towards mid-off there. But again, they were off quickly, these two. And Lehman goes through for another one. He's on to 55. 55, yeah. 2 short of a double 100 for Hampshire. 198 for 4 then. As Revis goes back to his mark. Oh, and that's gone straight through Mays on this occasion. Another play and miss, straight through to Duke. Good finish to the over from Revis. He just needed that. And, second time in the over, I think he's played and missed a Revis delivery there.
Bit of a mixed bag, that over, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was, yeah. Going at 6 and over, Matthew Revis so far. Yeah, round of applause from the Yorkshire public for the half century from Lehman.
Thoroughly deserved as well.
Well, yeah, absolutely agreed. He came in at a difficult time, didn't he? With the pressure on.
Best to Lehman now. Field. Deep square leg. Deep cover point. As he comes into ball. It's a little bit slow and he's knocked out deep into the cover side for a single. Nice little right and left hand going on now.
Logan Van Beek is the Mystery Yorkshire subfielder who's on at the minute.
Yeah, I thought he were on for White, but White's down below us here to the right, so I'm not sure who he's on for at the minute.
Try.
Best for his second delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays. So he brings his innings to a close. He's 39 from 42 deliveries. Key breakthrough for Yorkshire, that. This partnership was really starting to cause some damage, so a brilliant wicket there by Don Bess.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Has he done him in the flight there? Potentially. Yeah, some nice flight on the ball. Maybe a touch slower as well. Has it got underneath the bat? I'm not sure. Again, we'll just wait and see the replay. We're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strips to the right of where they're playing today. So we're not right in line, so it's difficult to see, but there looked to be a nice loop on it. And Mays has gone for 39 from 43 deliveries, so almost a run of ball. Great effort as far as he's concerned, and the 5th wicket finally falls. And my goodness, Yorkshire needed that. That was a tricky spell for Yorkshire, and Hampshire are reduced to 199 for 5. Great time to strike by the standings captain. We'll see this replay now. Let's have a look at this from Bess. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's pitched outside off stump, and he's trying to play it through mid wicket, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he just kind of closed the face on that one a little bit. Obviously, like a little bit of sharp turn there. Back through the gate. Yeah, it's turned. Beautiful delivery, that. Really good piece of bowling from Bess. I think that's what he's been looking for. So he's turned it back through that gate nicely. Mays has kind of played around it. Unfortunately, it brings his innings to an end.
Yeah, good intervention from the standing skipper then. His first wicket of the game, 1 for 20 from 3.2, brought himself into the attack, and it's proven to be the right move. There was a couple of expensive overs from both ends actually during that period after he came on, Don Bess, but they've got the all-important breakthrough. and Lehman would be the prize wicket, but we've also now, of course, got Liam Dawson, who, as we all know, is a fine player as well. So still plenty of batting to come for this Hampshire team.
Don Bess in for Dawson's first delivery. Short. Then punch towards mid-on for no run. Gives Yorkshire an opportunity now to really squeeze and apply some pressure. Hampshire batting line up, and Dawson's down the pitch, worked into the leg side. And Jai Richardson comes round, picks it up for a single. Good intent from Dawson there, using his feet for his second delivery.
In days gone by, Yorkshire might have been thinking about throwing the ball to the likes of Jordan Thompson or Matt Milne, two of the four players who moved on to pastures new. Still does. Seymour, doesn't it, looking at a Yorkshire team without Jordan Thompson in it?
It does, yeah. A bit flatter, a bit quicker. He's cut out, mix up there now. Cut out to the deep cover boundary for a single. It's like they was trying to shake hands in the middle there, but yes, no, shall we, shan't we? Ultimately brings one run and moves the score into 201 for 5. Bess has one delivery left of this over, 53rd over. Oh, a bit quicker and wider from Bess, and it's cut away from that backward point region. It's going to go, is it going to go? It's tempting wide, and it just pulls up. Oh, I don't know if he stepped over there.
Well, the umpire's having a look.
No, I think it's left with 3 runs.
I think he just got a foot over the rope, didn't he? But
Yeah,
threw the ball back as he did so.
Looked a little bit awkward, that one.
Yeah. I'm not sure it would have made it, you know. It was all along the ground, and they picked up 3, I think, didn't they, in the end? So Dawson's moved on to 4, and Hampshire are 204 for 5 then. So, again, another... We've said this a number of times today, but another really delicate stage of the game, this. Yorkshire, you would feel are maybe just one or a couple of breakthroughs away from getting into the tail here. And maybe Yorkshire have recognised that by bringing in Ben Code back into the attack as well. Maybe he's been a bit expensive, Matthew Raffis, to be fair, hasn't he? So maybe the time for change was nigh.
Yeah, every time I think Hampshire felt like they were just getting a foothold in the game and starting to get a little bit ahead. So Yorkshire have always penned them back with a wicket. So Code into the attack now.
Here he comes, 14th over of the day for Code. Dawson with that forward defence, defensively playing that into the offside. Three slips have manfully been there throughout the day. Both ends for all bowlers. Started with 4 there, but 3 slips it is away now, and Code just strikes Dawson on the pad. No appeal. I think it was me that was getting more overexcited than anybody else.
That's something was going to happen there when it wrapped him on the pads.
It did. Liam Dawson, of course, as everyone will remember, connected with Yorkshire, really hurt Yorkshire in that Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final at Scarborough last year when he scored that wonderful century. Here's Code. Dawson pushing that out onto the offside. No addition to the score.
White's getting ready below us, doing some warming up. Just had a message from someone at Yorkshire. I've done some wicket keeping coaching before. John Major is a bit upset that we've not given him a shout out yet. So shout out to Modge. You can cheer up now, mate.
He's got the all important mention. Here's Code. And again, this time Dawson allows that one to go through to Duke. Got sunshine and cloud this afternoon. A bit more of a breeze certainly in the ground. Clouds blowing across more regularly. There are some concerns about the weather forecast for tomorrow. It's a while since I've looked actually, but earlier on today it wasn't looking great for the first part of tomorrow. Code's in again, outside off stump. Dawson can allow that one to go through. Duke. But we looked set for a full day today, which is good news. I think Hampshire lost both one-day competitions, didn't they, last year in the final? Did they lose both finals, Hampshire, last year? Yeah. Kevin's just nodding in the background. Code turns at the end of his run then, running away from us from the Kirkstall Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up and realises that the finger has gone up at this end from the umpire, and Code makes another breakthrough. So we said that this is a really delicate, important part of the game now, and 2 quick wickets for Yorkshire. And the man who really hurt Yorkshire in white ball cricket anyway last season, Liam Dawson, has gone cheaply. He's gone for 4, just facing 9 balls, and suddenly Hampshire, having had a great period within the last half hour now, after losing 2 quickly, are reduced to 204 for 6.
They're all saying that 1 brings 2 there, a crucial period for Yorkshire, just before tea. So golden arm, Ben Code back in. 15th over, nipping away, catches that outside edge. Regulation tip for Harry Duke. Brilliant bowling there from Code. Wicket maiden as well.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Reintroduced back into the attack, and does the job that acting captain Don Bess was looking for there on this occasion. So a combination of the off-spin of Bess and this wonderful line and length that Code bowls has produced the last couple of wickets. But looks as though Bess has decided that he's done his job and he's going to go back to seam. So did Bess just bowl 1 or 2 overs in that spell, or maybe 3?
Yeah,
not many anyway. Yeah, short spell.
In that spell, yeah.
Yeah.
The first one didn't get quite right. Second 2
True.
were brilliant. So he's done his job, got the wicket, brought the partnership. Crucially, obviously, got a fresh bat. If we could get Lehman before tea, I think Yorkshire would be really happy with this session. Kind of got away from him a little bit, but it's right back into the attack now. From being the pick of the bowlers so far, him and Cole both going at 1.9 and over each.
Yeah, so that'll stem the run rate as well a little bit, won't it? That was just creeping up.
So just put deep mid wicket's gone back. Got a long leg. It's like the opportunity to maybe bowl a couple of short balls, mixed with some good probing line and length that he's been bowling so far as White, as he's coming into bowl. His first ball back of this spell, and it's dropped into the offside. Third slip comes round, picks it up for no run. Changing the commentary box. Kev's coming back in for the final little stint before tea. Score is 204 for 6 after 54 overs. Lehman's 57 out of 69 deliveries. Yusuf's just come to the crease. White's in again. Second delivery. And nips back, and it's just dead battered into the leg side as White runs through to pick it up of his own bowling for no run. Just gone a little bit overcast now. There's a nice big cloud blocking the sun. So Yorkshire bowlers will be happy about that.
Hello, Liam.
Welcome back, mate.
Well, I can't help feeling that whilst there's still been a bit of movement this afternoon, the tricky part was this morning's session. Hampshire lost 2 wickets. They've lost 4 wickets this afternoon.
Yeah, it's almost like as White comes in again. Oh, that's a great take from Duke. Wide, probably could have left that alone, could Lehman? Yeah, it felt like almost at the not done the hard yards, but like I said, partnership were just starting to get going. There were 80 partnership. Lehman were going freely. Mays were looking fantastic, and then to lose them 2 wickets there just before tea again, like I said, it's almost felt like they've just lost wickets at crucial times.
Yeah, they were 95 for 2 and lost 4 wickets. 109.
White's in again. Just back of 11 foot, clipped off his hip. Down to fine leg for one run. So, he should come on straight to face his first delivery. The field comes in.
It just goes to show, doesn't it, that Yorkshire didn't really get their just rewards this morning. I didn't think. I think Hampshire battled really well. They needed a little bit of luck. Yorkshire will probably feel 2 wickets was a bit on the light side, and one of those was 5 minutes before lunch. But I think this afternoon, 1 or 2 players have got in and got out.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? White picking his legs up, coming in, striding in. And met with a full face of Yusuf back. Solid in defence for his first delivery, and a few little kick-ups by Best there. Lovely bit of skill.
Sure. I didn't see the dismissal of Ben Mays. I had to watch it on the video. That looked like a classic off-spinner's dismissal, didn't it? Really, just finding a little gap.
Like I say, work it to leg side and kind of close that face. He was coming down with a sharp turn.
Yeah.
Good piece of bowling by Best though.
It was,
got that
yeah.
dip.
Good flight.
Final delivery of White's over. He's in. Solid again. Dead batted into the leg side. An over, and that's the end of the over. And Hampshire 205 for 6. Yorkshire would love to get Lehman out before tea here.
So I've missed a couple of messages actually, and I think the person that sent this in is probably still on the plane. Alan Davis, who his claim to fame. He's a Hampshire supporter. And when Hampshire went out to the Global Super League a couple of winters ago in Guyana, he was the one lone Hampshire supporter that went out there. So that's his. He says, amazingly, I'm flying over the Pacific Ocean with my wife, having been redirected back from Australia due to the Middle East issues, using free Wi-Fi, watching live pictures and commentary from Headingley. That's on the plane.
Amazing.
And I would say, being such a long trip, he's probably still listening unless he's fallen asleep on the plane. Do you find it easy falling asleep on a plane?
No, hate it. Absolutely hate it. Just most uncomfiest thing ever. What about yourself?
Well, I overnight flights I seem to be all right. Ben Code, around the wicket, down the hill, and Lehman watches that one onto the bat. He's 58 not out and playing very, very nicely indeed. And Hampshire are relying on him now a little bit. So overnight flights I find it quite easy, but anything during the day of any length, no chance. I find it much easier now just going to Europe, couple of hours.
Yeah, happy days.
Not so much hassle. Especially flying in cattle class like I do. There's not much room to stretch out.
Knowing what you're like, you'll probably try to get a free upgrade by telling something
Yeah, that's true, yes.
from your story this morning.
Maybe works out into the covers. Yeah, I could find them. Do you know, have you ever had an upgrade on a plane?
No, never been that fortunate.
Once it happened to me. I was with my now wife. I think was she my wife at the time? I can't remember. We were flying back from New Zealand, and I think the flight from Auckland was delayed. Was it that one? I can't remember. Anyway, I remember we just turned up at the Lehman drives inside edge onto his pad. That could have gone anywhere. It trickles out square on the leg side. Oh my word, a bit of bottom hand in that one. And so we turned up. I forget what airline it was. Anyway, we were flying via America, via Houston. And we turned up to check in, and they just said, "Oh, would you like to go into business class?" We said, "Oh yes, thank you very much." Nothing since. And that was about 50 years ago. So I don't know what's happened. Obviously, clearly at the time, they like the look of us, and now they don't. I don't know. So I don't know if that sort of goes on. Do they sort of look at you and think, well, you'll be all right in business class? All right, nicely timed and nicely played by Jake Lehman, who opened the face of the bat, works it down to third man, down to the far end of the ground. They'll come back for 3. Lehman's scampering through there. At our near end, that's a long throw, if ever the fielder was thinking about throwing it up this end. But he was still running like his life depended on it anyway.
Looks like the longest part of the ground down there, doesn't it?
Big corner down there, isn't it? So you haven't been that lucky?
No, not been that lucky.
I've not been that lucky for a very, very long time. I keep living in hope, but nothing yet.
I wish I were that lucky.
I know, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? First class would be ideal, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
just to try it.
Don't know with me that tall as well. You got to cram yourself in.
I swear the distance between the seat in front of you and what you're sitting in is getting smaller and smaller. Either that or I'm getting bigger. It's played out on the offside by Yusuf.
I've also got that inconsiderate person who always puts a chair back 2 minutes into the flight.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah, just
I never do that
don't
because
you?
I've got too much consideration for the person behind me.
Just a nice guy, aren't you?
Well, it has been said once or twice. Not very often. You have no qualms about pushing the seat back?
No, I'm all back, no bite me.
Do you do it softly, or do you go, do you know what, I couldn't care less, and go wham, and it goes back?
No, I just try and moan to my wife and get her to do it for me. Go on, you tell him.
Yusuf works that up to mid-on, 208 for 6.
So I might get one more over before tea.
What's remaining? No, 40 now, we've got another 8. 40 overs remaining. It would be nice to think that we're up with the rate, although it doesn't necessarily equate anyway, but it'd be nice to think that with 3 minutes technically until tea that we were sitting on 33 overs, but now there's still 40 to go. So we will be 4 o'clock.
What's that way up?
You all right with that?
Oh, yeah, fine. Absolutely fine. So let us know your thoughts on today's game. If you can tag me on X at LMThomas7 for any thoughts or views on today's game so far. Obviously, we've established that the comms are down now. Dodge is not here today, so if you can get in touch as White's in for his first ball this over, clipped into the leg side. Deep square leg come round to pick it up for one run.
There's a couple of other messages I've missed somewhere. Where are we?
So that's at LMThomas7.
So that's your one, yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
You're not on X?
Do you know, I'm not. And the reason I'm not on X is I'm still here working. Because there's absolutely no way that the BBC would have employed me by now, because I would have come out with all sorts of stuff on X if I'd been on it.
White in again, clipped into the mid wicket, runs round, scamper through for a single. Swapping singles so far in this over. So, been really impressed with White today.
Yeah, well, I've been impressed with all of them. I think, yeah, they've really stayed on it, haven't they?
I think they had a 3 or 4 over period where they're obviously scoring. I think Revis and then Don Bess's first over of his spell. Like I said, 2 or 3 over period where they just obviously the run started to leak a little bit and flow quite freely, but then obviously that wicket of Mays, I felt like it came at a pivotal time. It's White in again, running towards us. Lehman defends it back down the wicket to mid on. Obviously Lehman is very dogged, and it looks like that bottom hand just comes across a little bit. Like I say, that back face turns in his hand, so them drives, even though it's like I say, he just closes that face there, back of a length ball, just could defend it into the offside, just turns that face at the last minute. So you can't really complain too much. He's 62 off 79, play some eye-catching shots. So something just to look out for maybe. White from the Howard stand end, picks his knees up again. Lehman just lets the ball come and works it out to deep point for a single.
Obviously likes batting here.
Yeah.
Graham mentioned earlier 5 matches here for Yorkshire. Back in 2016, averaged over 50. Here he is on 63. This is his ground, isn't it?
Yeah, I say he's looked fantastic so far. Great discipline, great composure when he's got that bad ball. He's really gone on to punish it. White in again for his 5th ball of this over. And defended by Yusuf into the offside to cover for no run. And then I think it was Van der Gutten there running through, or Van der Beek, sorry, running through there, thought it was the end of the over. Trying to get a jump on the umpire.
The overseas players doing 12th man duties.
Yeah. So coming for Jai Richardson, obviously Jai Richardson coming for him today. Overseas for overseas.
That's not a bad signing either, Logan Van Beek.
No, great signing. You know well against Dan Glamorgan the other day. He's clicked down to final leg. And the final delivery over for a single. So swapping a few singles for this over. So Houston moves on for 2 off 7. That brings the score to 212 for 6.
Another message here from Ralph Brooker, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. A little earlier, Kevin suggested that Hill needs an extra yard to attract England selectors. But didn't the last Ashes tour show that our quickest bowlers weren't necessarily our best, that gave us the best chance of winning? Quite right, Ralph. I'm not really sure I have an answer to that, to be honest. It's horses for courses, though, isn't it? On the whole, if you take a period of time rather than individual matches, but you're right. Is it me? I forgot.
It's you, yeah.
Great shot, Cody Youssef. Front foot cut through the covers, and that's gone for 4 runs. Love that shot. And I suspect he did too. Let's watch this again on the picture feed. Bit of a wide delivery from Code. Front foot.
Yeah, a bit of a gift, really, wasn't it?
Getaway ball. Yes, I'd like to ask Cody Youssef. He only averages 18 with the bat. He's not here really for the batting, but he's there to help, that's for sure. Get Hampshire up to decent totals if he can. Down the leg side. It's very much support Jake Lehman time.
Yeah, they just need to survive this period, I think, and get through to tea. They don't want to lose another wicket at this point. I say then the Yorkshire will be happy with the session here for a bit, especially if we can get Lehman out. I think that'll be a big scout for him right now.
Yeah, I don't really want from a Hampshire point of view, don't want happening what happened just before lunch. Tom Press playing nicely before he was LB to Hill for 35. Good delivery, nip back. That's angled in to Youssef, who works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Captain Bess. In the absence of Johnny Bairstow. I was quite looking forward to seeing Johnny Bairstow bat. Always enjoy watching him bat.
So disappointing, and especially a big loss for Yorkshire. Like I say, created an opportunity for Harry Duke to step in and take the gloves.
It's a shame because now he's sort of available to you all the time.
Yeah.
Whereas in the past he's hardly been available. Now he actually is available. He's injured.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Again.
I've been impressed with Duke today. I think he's looked really tidy behind the stumps. Whatever he's had to do, he's done well. Yes. A couple of regulation nicks, but he's still got to catch him. It's good energy between overs, getting the team round. Heartbeat of the side. So yeah, it's been a good opportunity for him to come in.
The other keeper, Johnny Tattersall, he's gone somewhere, hasn't he?
He's at Leicester now.
Leicester, yeah.
Yep.
He's been a good servant over the years here as well.
Yeah, he has. Fantastic.
He looked like at one stage he had I suppose he benefited from Bairstow being away, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Code round the wicket. Smashed through extra cover by Jake Lehman. 4 runs. Nicely timed. That's running up the hill into the corners. They have corners here, don't they? The way they do the rope. It's not a round boundary. They sort of go straight and then they go into a corner and then come round straight again.
It is when they play over to this side of the ground, not towards down towards to that side. I say it's quite a big boundary out to here, but it's pretty dismissive from Lehman there.
Through the bat at that one. He moves on to 67. 221 for 6 are Hampshire, not far away from the tea break. Australian Domestic Player of the Year was Jake Lehman during the winter. Had a very good Sheffield Shield campaign for South Australia as he works that up to mid-on. He probably had a better first half than second, but nevertheless still finished with an average of 35, nearly 600 runs. Didn't get any runs in the Sheffield Shield final, unfortunately for him, late March. Nevertheless, a useful acquisition, that's for sure, especially being a non-overseas. So we've got 6 overs till tea here at a sunny Headingley. We're making the most of it because tomorrow, I'm not sure we'll see too much of it.
I think it's going to rain through the morning, isn't it? And then maybe a chance in the afternoon.
You reckon later on?
Maybe. So they've got fantastic ground staff here. Rob always does a great job. Stalwart around the leagues, widest trade in local club cricket. Doing grounds like Keighley, over grounds in the Bradford League. So yeah, he's a fantastic ground with Robbo. It's White in again. First ball of this over. Youssef in behind it again, defends it into the leg side for no run.
What would be the nearest club ground to here of note?
Oh, won't be able to tell you because there'll be loads. So you've got Air Wharf, you've got Bradford League, so I'm not too sure, to be honest. If anybody knows the closest ground, a club cricket ground to Headingley, please feel free to tweet in. Yeah. Liam Thomas, or at LM Thomas 7 on X. Feel free to get in touch and let me know, because I'm struggling to pull it out on top of my head.
Yeah, because you're not exactly local. I mean, you are Yorkshire, but
yeah,
you're not local.
Well, it's a big county.
Yeah, it is.
Again, White in defender down the wicket to the cover side. Don Bess with his footwork again.
Some would say it's too big, really. Probably needs to be broken up a little bit.
Yeah, big pool of players to pick from.
Yeah, it's not fair.
They're playing flying over again.
It hasn't been that many today. I've known it worse than this.
Oh, John Major's come in. Kirkstall is the closest ground.
Kirkstall. And they play in the...
Not sure. Modge helpers out. What league's that? White in again. Worked into the leg side towards mid-on. No run. We're getting pelters here now.
Let's have a quick look. Is he going to...
Kirkstall CC, bud. Someone's messaged me.
All right. Well, this end being the Kirkstall Lane end, I suppose. Yeah. I suppose there's no Headingley club.
No. There's a working men's club. Showing good energy as White all day, picking them knees up. Strapping fellow, comes steaming in. It's in the Air Wharf League. Thank you very much. Suggy's message, mate.
Which league?
Air Wharf. And defended into the offside looking for a quick single. Don Best comes round to do the fielding. No run.
Now, there's a Kirkstall Educational Cricket Club. Is that the one?
Maybe.
Because I'm getting Kirkstall Cricket Club in brackets Kirkstall Educational. Kirkstall Educational Cricket Club. Kirkstall CC Seniors. I presume that's the same club. So it would seem that there are more than one Kirkstall cricket clubs.
Off the wrist, White over. 3 dots so far. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Looks like it just lifted a little bit. It's going over the shoulder of the bat. Looks like a bit more effort on that one with a big grunt from White.
Unusual. Kirkstall Educational.
You're down a rabbit hole here now, Kev.
I know. I'm hoping either you or somebody can help me out. Being local-ish.
Kirkstall CC apparently.
Right, it is Kirkstall.
11 minutes till tea. 221 for 6. It's White's in again. Worked into the leg side. Deep covered out there now on the mid-wicket boundary. Comes round and it's 1 run. Which brings us to the end of the over.
Angela Wodehouse has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Greetings from the Isle of Wight. They're all coming out now. Now we've mentioned Ventnor and what have you. Apologies if this was already answered and I missed it, but just wondering if Ben Mays is available all season or if he is only available in the holidays. Well, it is the Easter holiday, so you might be right. Having watched him in the 50-over competition last season, it is good to see him starting to take his opportunity in the first team. Yes, he played very, very nicely today. Before he was bowled by Don Best for 39 of 43 deliveries, shared an 88-run partnership with Jake Lehman for the 5th wicket and played some gorgeous shots, especially on the leg side. And Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, has emailed once more, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, Lehman today is only the second Hampshire batter in their last 5 championship games to reach 60. There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Youssef, and he's gone. Half forward, and Hill has got that nip backer working straight away. It looked close when it hit him. Umpire's finger, David Mills, went up fairly quickly, and Cody Youssef goes. 222 now are Hampshire for 7.
Yeah, like I said previously, there's a bit of a golden arm is Hill. Every time I see him comes into the attack, he always seems to make something happen. So he's been threatening all day, he's picked up a couple of wickets. So he's been fantastic. First ball of his spell back.
So Hampshire have now lost 5 wickets in this afternoon session. Got to lunch at 82 for 2, which was a little surprise. They played very well this morning. They were having to work very hard against a very accurate Yorkshire attack on a wicket that was giving them some help. It has given them some help a little bit this afternoon, but not quite as much. Anyway, you could probably argue that losing 5 wickets this afternoon has been a little disappointing.
Number 9 for Hampshire, Kyle Abbott.
Kyle Abbott is the new batter. Just to finish off that email from Dave Allen, so he, well, in fact, just to go through it again, because I was just trying to work it out myself in my head. Lehman today is only the second Hampshire batter in their last 5 championship matches to reach 60, but in those games, about 25% of the batters have reached between 30 and 55 without going on to the big score that wins games. So Dave's basically saying that batters are getting in and then getting out, and that probably emphasises this afternoon with Gubbins out for 43, Ben Mays out for 39, amongst.
Just looked out that, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, yeah. Yeah, it's not bounced over the top, is it?
Kicking well.
A good delivery. It's a dangerous ball, he's Nick Backer, isn't it? You can see why he picked up 50 plus wickets last season. So Kyle Abbott it is, who played quite nicely last week. Low down the order, so there wasn't too much batting to get too excited about. But after a slow start, he made a bright and breezy 35 in the first innings against Essex. Some sumptuous drives in that innings. Might we see more? Here's Hill again. Abbott's forward. So Hill has figures of 3 for 40, and he's into his 11th over. This ball now is into its 60th over, and still, just from time to time, offering the bowler some help. Time over. Abbott again gets well forward.
Solid in defence so far.
Certainly. Trevor Collins has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, will you be coming to York in May for Yorkshire women against Hampshire women? No. Only because it may clash, and if it doesn't clash, I think, having travelled up and down the country last year for every single women's game, which was great and I really enjoyed it. Oh, a big shout for an LBW and he's gone. Second wicket in the over. And George Hill has that knack of producing wicket-taking balls. And Hampshire now slip to 222 for 8.
That's George Hill's figures to 4 for 40 now from 10.4 overs. Another good length. Looks like it's nipped back again. Fantastic. They just look like something's always going to happen every time he's coming to the attack.
Yes, isn't he?
It's exciting to watch, actually.
Yeah, well, you feel that a wicket's not too far away when he bowls. Clearly, that's been the case not just this season, but you've got to get well forward. And of course, yeah, just watching that again. Oh, I don't know. He hasn't got a little inside edge on that, has he? Don't think so. He doesn't look too disappointed, actually. So, no. Nelson strikes for the second time. Ben Broughton out on 1-1-1, and now Yusuf on 2-2-2. That was before Abbott went. So it's actually struck for a third time. That's Wes, the media man at Hampshire, on the ball, as always.
Eddie Jack.
So Eddie Jack, left-hander, another left-hander, coming up for Hampshire.
Can't get 3 in and over, can he?
Full, but he might be. How many more balls left in this over? 2 balls. No, yeah, 2 balls left. I bet I'll get one past the outside edge. Nipping across the left-hander.
Good bowling change by Bess. A few of them today so far, bringing himself on. Get the key wicket of Mays.
23 for 4, Hampshire. 199 for 4 when Ben Mays was out.
bowled 16 overs. White's 13. Hill's on in his 11th. Richardson's only bowled a 10.
But here we go, down the hill then, round the wicket to the left-hander. Hill bowls, there, beat outside edge.
Looks like you know what you're doing.
Well, I think you probably would have guessed that as well. There was a fair chance because he's getting it to straight into the left-hander.
Planting fruit covers first ball, with my bet.
He just has this knack, hasn't he, to be able to hit the seam and make things happen.
Not worse as left-hander when someone comes round the wicket, angles it in and takes it away. I feel like you're constantly playing.
Agreed. You're always looking to play, aren't you? Which is not ideal.
You're just searching for that ball. Takes a lot of discipline, which Lehman showed in abundance.
Bowls again, and again he's beating him outside the off-stump. 2 cracking deliveries to end the over, and there was a couple of cracking deliveries in it as well. And Hampshire are 2-2-2 for 8, and George Hill has 4 for 40 from 11.
And rightly so, a big round of applause as he finishes that over. Just tip the game massively in Yorkshire's favour now before tea.
Yeah, I think, do you know what? It's quite an interesting one, isn't it? This morning, when you see what the ball was doing and the way Yorkshire were bowling, I think you would have said Hampshire can get to 200 plus here, that's all right. But actually now it feels a little light.
Maybe so. I think, like you say, I think maybe the ball did too much early on. Obviously going past the outside edge and going over the stumps. I think now it's just doing enough, which is maybe why a few wickets before when it's finally caught that outside edge or nipped back and hit him on the pad. So I think, yeah, especially now the sun's been on it for a while now, coming up to 4 o'clock just before tea, I think the fields are going to spread now. And if Lehman will try absorb the pressure from this over with the last one before tea. White. And again, clips it down to long on. It takes a single. So the field will come back in now. Attacking, maybe try to get one more before tea.
Yeah, I think it's important here, Eddie Jack mainly, obviously Sonny Baker as well, but they've really got to give Lehman some support. He's the one player that's got in, and as long as he bats, you know, Hampshire will get towards 250, and I don't think that's too bad, but Eddie Jack, for me, Eddie Jack has started off in this side as mainly a bowler. I can see him developing into an all-rounder. I think that's where his place ultimately in this team lies.
Yeah, you said that off air earlier, didn't you? That's where you see him being. White in again, White into leg stump, works into mid-wicket for no run towards Bess.
He's always been known as a bowler. He got into the side 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe, in the 50-over competition, and it was all about his bowling. But I think very much he should be, you know, second change bowler ultimately, and bat sort of lower middle order, and make a really useful contribution to the side over the next decade. Is that got cramp?
No, I think
Or
he's
is
just
that
shot his
stance?
boots out. He's done Bess. I think it'll be really interesting to see how Baker and Abbott go on this, because there's been just enough movement. I think someone like Abbott will be chomping at the bit to get going on this pitch. See with his relentless length that he bowls.
Yeah.
So he's challenging both edges. So I think he'll be hoping he's get his bowling boots on tonight and have a good go at this Yorkshire top order. Little break there while Don Bess sorted his boots out. It's White in. Oh, could be a run out here. Opportunity for Bess. Oh, and he's missed. Just a little bit of a mix up there, Liam, and calling him through. Jack just sat on his back foot. Probably wasn't expecting that just before tea.
Well, is that Lehman sort of desperate to get on strike? I was watching the ball really, I didn't watch the batters.
Stop, start. Lehman committed. Almost shook hands in the middle. Maybe a better throw from Bess. Could have been in trouble. The field goes out again. Still got 2 slips just in case. White ball's at length to catch the outside edge. Just delivery. He's in. And Lehman drives beautifully through the covers for 1 run because the field is spread.
Just needed another batter to stick around with him. I think Hampshire would have got through this afternoon and
Looked so promising when Mays and
didn't look.
Lehman were going together. It's been interesting to see what kind of attitude he takes after tea, if he can survive. Maybe he tries to take it on a little bit and score as many as he can.
Yeah, I think he should trust Eddie Jack a bit. I think maybe when Sonny Baker comes in, fair enough.
Yeah.
But
And again. Oh. Kept a little bit low. Great take by Duke there. Just looked like he kept a little bit low. Beat the inside edge. Just going past the off stump. So that'll be the final delivery before tea.
I think there'll be there'll be another 3 more yet.
You reckon?
Yeah, it's 35 overs to go after this.
Final delivery of the 61st over. White coming in again. Defends into the scramble through for one. He has to. Not what he needs after getting through a load of work. I think it's his end of his 14th over. Managed to take a single. He's the 226 for 8.
I'm in the strike, Eddie Jack. Keeping Darren Lehman away from the bowlers. A little bit blowy out there, as well as the sunshine here at Headingley. Is there a rugby league fixture due at all while we're playing this game? I think every now and then there's been a fixture on the other side of the stand. I don't know if there is one planned over this weekend.
No, it's the Cup this weekend.
The Challenge Cup.
Yeah, the Challenge Cup.
Who's in that then? Not that anybody down south would know. Well, I certainly wouldn't. You over Hill. Eddie Jack's in that nicely enough.
Yeah, so it's the Challenge Cup, so St Helens are playing Catalan Dragons tonight.
Okay.
And then tomorrow you've got Hull KRV York Knights, Warrington Wolves with the Lee Leopards.
Is that the cup where they play the final at Wembley?
No, they normally play it. I thought it was at Old Trafford.
Okay.
No, that's the league, not the League Cup, when the playoffs.
Jack works that up to mid-wicket.
Sunday it's Wakefield v Wigan Warriors. Not sure where the final is actually.
I think there's little or no rugby league down our way. I think there is. I think somebody played against the Bradford Bulls a couple of years ago in some cup, which was unusual.
It's only rugby union down south. You guys don't think rugby league up north's a proper sport?
I don't think we know anything about it really. Jack pushes it out into the covers.
Oh yeah, we played at Wembley. 30th of May, first one
There you
since
are.
the renovation of the stadium. You were right.
Thank you. About the limit of my knowledge, so we'll move on. So what are they? Leeds Warriors? Leeds
No, Leeds Rhinos.
Rhinos, that's right. Yeah. They've had a lot of work on that ground, haven't they,
Yeah,
over the last few years?
looks amazing now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Playing a missing on the front foot. Good delivery. Score remains on 226 for 8. Lehman is 69 not out. Eddie Jack is 2. Cubbins 43. Brown 15. Mays for 39. Liam Dawson 4. Yusuf for 8. And Abbott no score are the wickets that have fallen this afternoon. Hill bowls, Jack's forward into the gap at point. And the total moves on to 227 for 8. Let's get through a couple of emails here. Ollie Arnold actually emailed just before 4 o'clock. So literally, 10 minutes ago or so. And said, we're at serious risk of getting a batting point. I think a couple of wickets fell just as you... Well, one fell just as you wrote it and one just after. Thanks as always for the commentary and, of course, your Yorkie colleagues. Captivating listening, he says. Do you think it's on as even, given the conditions, or are Yorkshire ahead?
I don't think you can really judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it, do you?
Like a good politician, that's played out to point by Lehman, end of the over. And we have 2 to do until tea. You should run for a local councillor.
Not intelligent enough for that.
I'm sure you are. You were captain of the England disability side.
Oh, vice captain.
Oh, you're vice
They
captain.
didn't trust me with full reins.
Was it Callum was captain? Callum
Yeah, Callum's captain now, yeah. Fantastic captain, brilliant cricketer. I think he's on the comms today for Lancs v Derbyshire.
Okay.
He's doing a stint today. I think he's doing all 3 days actually. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not too sure what the score is there over our rivals at Lancashire. 252 for 4. And again, in behind it, solid. Eddie Jack looks solid so far since he's come to the crease. Composed.
Yeah, as I say, he can bat. You know, he's in at 10, but I do see in the future, you know, a role more sort of around 7, 8, maybe 8, I think. So he's not just relying on his bowling, and he's not just relying on his bat. Well, he don't rely on his batting because he's batting too low. But you know, he's a good bowler, and he will develop. But you know, I do see an all-rounder role for him.
Right again, running towards us up that hill. Second delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance, sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip, if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that. And runs away for a boundary. Good piece of bowling from White there. Just managed to find that outside edge. It's like a sharp chance to watch that again. Squares him up. Yeah, it's Duke's catch. Tough one, always hard, tough diving one-handed. So he's been singing his praise today, he's been absolutely brilliant. But always hard, difficult, them chances.
It's gone quite quickly.
Yeah, you kind of just see that his weight transfers to his right a little bit. So maybe I'm assuming the ball's coming in down leg. White's in again. Jack's up to the task in behind it. Defends it back down to the wicket to the bowler for no run.
Just did enough off the pitch, didn't it? Again, the angle into the left-hander, and it just straightened a fraction. That's why it caught the outside edge.
Good piece of bowling.
And it went quite quick.
It went sharp.
Yeah.
It's always sickening when you drop a catch as a wicket keeper like that. Hardest part is getting back up and, like I say, trying to get ready for the next one. You can't dwell on it too much. White's in again. It's left alone through to the keeper. Good lead from Jack there. Sun beaming through. It's been a nice day so far in April, hasn't it?
It has in here. Nice and warm. I just think, you know, looking at some of the crowd, I'm not sure they're totally warm, even in the sun. A few people down the far end in the shade. I think it's more. Yeah, I think it's more to get behind the arm than.
Again, clipped into mid wicket. Thought about taking the single. Don Best comes round quickly for no run.
The problem here, in a way, is that you've now got a situation where Eddie Jack's facing the majority of the bowling, which suits Yorkshire. It just feels as though Jake Lehman can't face the majority of the strike at the moment. It's fine as long as Eddie Jack stays there, but of course he's facing more of the bowling.
I'll deliver this over. Right, rubber stand end. And he's pushed into the offside for a single, out to deep cover point. So he's quite confident in Jack though at the minute. So he's letting him take the strike, he's trusting him, as Lehman.
Yeah, I think the alternative to this is don't take a single at the end of the over, and I just think, you know, just maybe, you know, doing the right thing out there and just take whatever's on offer. It might mean that Eddie Jack faces 4 or 5 balls and over, and Lehman does take a bit of a back seat, but I think sometimes we've all seen innings at the back end where they're not taking the single that's offered, and the innings gets really stuck, and then in the end the player that's in is having to play some shots that he doesn't really want to play.
Yeah, you're just eating time out of the game then, aren't you?
Yeah, Right, final over before tea. We're at just past 10 past 4 here at Headingley. As Hill comes in again and Jack pushes forward off a thick outside edge, goes to deep gully. And there's no run. Both these bowlers are operating around the wicket to Eddie Jack, and just every now and then they're just getting one, just a straight and a fraction. Eddie Jack's playing okay. You expect him to play and miss once or twice, but he's doing okay. 8 from 18. Need to try and get as close to 250 as they can. Too bad a total. That's a good leave. Yeah, they're asking no ball, it is. They were asking for an LBW decision or something. It looked like he'd flicked the pad because he was taking the bat away. The first no ball today.
I think it is, yeah.
Not only have they been disciplined line and lengthwise, but also disciplined in making sure they stay behind the crease. Comes Hill again down the hill. Oh, there's a play and miss. There's the ball that not only straightens but just kicks off the surface a little bit, which he does from time to time. It's the one you've got to be careful of. 234 for 8. 2 balls until tea. I think it's a fair assumption that Yorkshire will be batting at some point before tonight. Jack is forward, goes out to backward a point. One more ball then. And to the break, and I think Yorkshire will be fairly happy. I think any session where you pick up 6 wickets.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that one, Yorkshire. Probably felt like they could have picked up more in the morning session.
Yeah.
Managed to pick up 6 this afternoon. They'll be more than happy going in at tea with that. So trying to come and pick these 2 wickets up as quick as they can. Oh, okay.
Final ball, that's flicked away. Slightly aerial. Has that come off the thigh pad? What's
Glove onto pad.
Glove onto pad. It's signalled. You're right, yeah. So glove onto pad. Eddie Jack will get a single. Oh, we got another ball. Oh, we had no ball in this over, didn't we?
I haven't really seen too much of that today, have I? I think there's been a lot of value in pitching the ball up. So we're not really seeing much short stuff. So maybe 3 or 4 short balls.
I think we've only seen 2 bouncers, and both by Richardson. I can't think of any others.
No. It's a good surprise.
Haven't needed
there
to, yeah.
By Hill. Field goes out for the final delivery of this session.
So Lehman it is. Just works that away on the onside. He'll keep the strike when the players come back out for the evening session. I'm totally miscalculating here. Anyway, moving on. It's calculated by 2 balls. It's not even close. I wouldn't make a very good umpire, would it? 4 ball overs, 8 ball overs. I used to play 8 ball overs in Australia.
Really?
Yeah, I caught the back end of it. Yeah. Unbelievably long time.
Sounds like a lot of work, that.
I'm that old. As Jack pushes forward. And he runs the first one quickly. He won't get a second. So it'll be Eddie Jack that will face the first over after tea. And the batters walk to the middle and just do a fist pump. And most of the Yorkshire fielders do the same, because that's been a good session for the home side here, with Hampshire on 237 for 8.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire will be happy with the 2 for that session. 236 for 8. Lehman's there, 70 not out of 86 deliveries. Lost Brown, Mays, Dawson, Yusuf, Abbott. Jack's still there, 10 not out of 23 deliveries. Pick of the bowlers so far, I think, today. So Ben Code, 16 overs, 1 wicket for 39 runs. I think Jack White's been brilliant. Say 15 overs. So going to come away with a wicket. Unlucky to come away with 1 wicket. 1 for 34. And then obviously George Hill has definitely been the pick of the bowlers. He's got 4 wickets, 50, so for 46 runs, so 13 overs. He's been absolutely outstanding with 2 made in that. So that brings us to tea. So we will be coming back after that, and we'll see you then.
umpires David Mills and Martin Savage. John Bess, leading of Yorkshire.
Well, a very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this first day's play in this home season opener for Yorkshire. First home game of the season. And we're about to see the final session of the day get underway. Hampshire were inserted this morning, and they are currently 237 for 8. Yorkshire have enjoyed a really excellent afternoon session, picking up 6 wickets. And the only thing really that's standing between them and bowling Hampshire out for sub 300 total is Jake Lehman at the moment, who's batted superbly so far. He's 70 not out, and he's got some work to do here, just to work with the tail and try and propel this Hampshire total towards their first batting point primarily, and then you would think as close to that 300 total as they can be. But at 237 for 8, Yorkshire looking for 2 quick wickets to wrap things up here. And it looks as though it's going to be Ben Code who will open up proceedings at the start of the final session. 237 for 8 then Hampshire. Code 16 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 39 so far. Yorkshire maybe didn't get the luck they deserved with their bowling this morning, having bowled so well, picking up a couple of wickets in the morning session, but it did change after lunch, picking up 6 in the afternoon session, as Code comes in and bowls to Jack, who's on 10, and the left-hander just pushes that out towards mid-wicket. So, a couple of quick breakthroughs, the order of the day, then you would think, Liam?
Yeah, you'd like to think, wouldn't you? Yorkshire want to get this wrapped up pretty quickly. So pick up these 2 wickets. Obviously, that chance went down just before tea. Eddie Jack, difficult chance for Harry Duke. So, yeah, Yorkshire were trying to wrap this up pretty quickly, I would imagine.
Here comes Ben Code again. That's driven towards backward point, and a really good tumbling stop there by Sam Whiteman. Did really well. That was struck well. It was out the meat, wasn't it?
Yeah, good stop there by the fielder.
All along the ground.
Whiteman there. So it looks like Jai Richards is going to go from this end if Code gone to that end. So he started well from this end, at that end this morning, did Code. So he set the tone brilliantly.
Yeah, very much so. Here's Code again, round the wicket to the left-hander. Well, he seems to be more than happy to take the strike, Eddie Jack, doesn't he? Looks confident enough with the bat.
Yeah, he's looked solid so far.
Still got the Headingley breeze blowing, as you can hear in the background there. Coats are on. I can see caps and woolly hats and sun hats. A real variation as Code comes in. Jack this time on the back foot, just pushes that out into the offside, fielded again by Whiteman. Backward cut-off point there, and the score remains on 237 for 8. Yeah, the crowd have seen conditions of all types today, I think.
Nice to see the sun coming out though for the evening session.
Fabulous stuff. Here's Code again. Jack again, pushing that back up the pitch, going to be fielded at mid-off.
Yeah, deep cover just going out now to deep point. Oh, the field's going out, spreading. Want to keep bowling at Eddie Jack. Final delivery of the over.
Some pretty useful bowling figures for Yorkshire so far today. Pretty much everyone's contributed. Here's Code again though. Oh, thick inside edge up to very wide mid-on up there. They go through for a single, and that will be the end of Code's over after tea then. So we've got 31 overs remaining in the day then, and you would think that, well, Yorkshire will be hoping they'll be batting before the close of play, you would think at the moment. I was just going to look at those bowling figures. So the wickets have been spread out, actually. 1 to Code, 1 to Richardson, 1 to White, 1 to Bess. but I think you mentioned it, Liam, just prior to the tea interval. Hill has been the pick of the bowlers, and had a great spell this afternoon.
Yeah, fantastic spell. Like I say, every time he's coming to the attack, he's looked threatening. Definitely been the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers today. Made things happen, challenged both edges, and managed to get his just rewards. And we've got Jai Richardson starting from this end just after tea. First over back, only bowled the 10 overs today. So Codes bowled 17, White 15, Hill 13. Just a 6 overs from Revison, 4 from Bess. Richardson running down the hill. And Kurt still laying end, who back up the length, and he's pushed back down the pitch for no run. Looks settled so far as Eddie Jack. He's come to the crease. Working hard on that ball is White. So no expect any possible moment they can out of the pitch. With that ball, like I say, it's overs old now. Richardson again, tucked into the leg side for no run. .65 overs old. Just going into the 66th over. Encouragement from the Yorkshire fielders.
You been impressed with Richardson on debut?
I thought his first spell was brilliant. I think his second spell, like you say, looked a little bit. Like I say, it looked like he got bowled a little bit too wide. I say he's only bowled a 10 over, so back for the spell just behind tee. So hopefully he can lead the attack and spearhead this now and get these final 2 wickets. It'll be a great debut for him. I say he got that early wicket after that probing spell by him and Code up top for a dot ball there that will push towards mid on for no run. For the third delivery of the over, 238 for 8. Lehman's 70 not out of 86 deliveries. Jack 11 off 31. Richardson running again, his 4th delivery, back of a length. He's trying to bowl a bit of a short ball, just shorter ball, but didn't get up there. Jack in behind it nicely, dead bats it down the wicket for no run.
Just looking at Yorkshire's fixtures in this block then, so of course there was a drawn game at Glamorgan last week, Hampshire this week off next week, and then it's Sussex at Headingley, away at Somerset, away at Warwickshire, and then Surrey at Headingley. That's the first block of 6 before the Vitality Blast.
Richardson into Jack. Oh, looks like he's just clipped the thigh pad. Duke chases it down to fine leg. Umpire signal the leg by. Just take the single, so that brings Lehman back on strike.
To be a competing team in the league, you probably need, looking at last season's table, Notts won the league, played 14, won 7, so it looks as though you probably need to win around about half your games. So if Yorkshire can come out of this block with 2 or 3 wins, they've already drawn 1, so 5 left in the block, so they're looking at winning 2 or 3 out of 5. To give them a chance in that second block, towards the end of the season. They want to be in a position where they can compete at the back end of the year in the Championship, don't they?
Definitely, yeah. Richardson in for the final delivery of the over. Lehman plays an unorthodox front foot drive kind of thing.
Yeah, it was a strange shot, wasn't it?
It's to the end of the over, 239 for 8.
He's almost... I know there's been a tea interval, so it's almost a silly thing to say, but he's almost looks as though he's played himself out of rhythm a little bit, Lehman.
I think it's difficult at this period in the game where you say you're batting with the tail enders. Like I say, do you stick a twist?
Yeah.
Do you go and just try to score as many runs as fast as you can, or do you just take time out of the game, singles, say maidens? Yeah, it's a tough one really. Like I say, Yorkshire will be trying to go after Jack. They'll be happy enough to bowl at Jack in these periods. They've already created one chance. Hopefully they can create another.
So it's Ben Coe to start a new over. 3rd over after tea, 30 remaining, including this one. Then Code's in to Jack. Jack, up on his toes, pushes that out towards James Wharton and fields there at extra cover in the bright sunshine here at Headingley. Yeah, I mean, normally you're number 10. When you've got a man in at the other end on 70, you'd normally expect the experienced player with the runs on the ball to be wanting to get more of the strike. But it feels as though Jack has probably seen quite a bit more of the strike than Lehman has. Here's Code. Oh, great delivery. Really terrific delivery. Hands on heads all around the Yorkshire fielders there as that goes through to Harry Duke beating the outside edge.
Yeah, great delivery there.
Bit of carry there, wasn't there?
Not too far away there, Code.
Can't
The
miss
outside
by,
edge.
Can't miss by much, can it?
Cracking delivery.
He's faced 36 balls now. Eddie Jack. Goad comes into bowl to him again. And there's a bit of a waft of the bat outside off stump, and he was actually nowhere near that delivery. He's looked solid in defence. His forcing shot there didn't look at all good.
Like he took a step down there as well. Trying to meet Code.
Yeah.
Head on.
Lehman almost just feels stranded at the other end. He's on 70 from 87 balls. He was going so well, 10 fours. He's not seen enough of the strike. Here's Code.
Trouble for one.
Push out on the offside as Jack gets bat on that. They go through for a single. 2 balls remaining in the over. Now, what do Yorkshire do with the field here? Lehman is back on strike finally, so do we see a slip go out? Do we see fielders going back to the fence? What are the changes, if any?
A good opportunity for Lehman to score here now. Feels like it's, I think, they're just discussing whether they're staying off for the 2 balls here.
Third slip to Gully maybe, and Point's got onto the boundary at backward point, hasn't he? Short side of the ground. Code's in.
Work that well there. Away well. Coming back for 2.
Fielded by Whiteman on the edge. Throw comes in, 1 bounce. 242 for 8. It's all close and tight and fairly tense after tea. Not much to report so far. Yorkshire looking for these 2 wickets to wrap things up, and Hampshire looking to progress to that all-important batting point. That's down the leg side. So what they 242. So they need another 8 runs for that all-important batting point at 250. I guess that's the order of the day for Hampshire, isn't it? Just to get safely through to that, and then maybe to push on from there.
Yeah, I think they just want to try get as far as they can with this partnership. Richardson's back in for his second over this spell, but looking to make something happen. Push Jack back a little bit with a bouncer, so fine legs going back. Maybe look to push him back and then catch that outside edge coming forward. Well in behind it, up on his toes. Push back down the wicket to mid-on for no run.
Good effort from some Hampshire fans over on the far side in the Howard stand there. There's a Hampshire County Cricket Club flag on the boundary edge down there. So brought some support with them.
Fantastic for those who have made the journey. Especially on a Friday.
Long old journey
Easter
from
holidays.
the south coast, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So Richardson for his second delivery. Coming down the hill. Picking his knees up. It's gone full. And he's worked wide mid on for no run. So I've been really impressed with Jack so far. So he's looked really solid in defence. So he took the single when they've been on hand to do so.
Flag appears on the stream. Anybody watching on the stream can see that Hampshire flag displayed there. Pretty much in the shade, sat down there, aren't they, most of the day in the Howard stand.
They are indeed. A bit chilly over there. Back of a length. Scramble through for a single. Pretty close.
Great run.
Yeah, fantastic run. I think Eddie Jack caught a little bit on his heels there. I don't think he expected Lehman to push through for that single there. Interesting to see what happens with the field now. Does it stay in or does it go out? Feels like a little bit of game of cat and mouse at the minute.
21 the partnership between these two. Yorkshire itching for a breakthrough.
Round the wicket now to Lehman. Thought about the single to mid-off, no run. Change of angle now for Richardson to Lehman.
Just looking at the Yorkshire bowled really tidily all day, and just 14 extras have been bowled in this 67.3 overs. I remember a no ball. Can't recall a wide.
There's been no wides, 4 byes, 2 no balls.
2 no balls.
Yeah. And 8 leg byes.
It's a good effort.
Richardson again falling back down the pitch. Not got all of it for a dot ball. Richardson does the work. Delivery coming up now.
Just threw the bat at that last one a little bit, didn't he? And didn't really lean into it.
Like you say, like you said earlier, looks like he's lost a little bit of rhythm since this partnership's been ongoing. Struggling for a bit of fluidity. So he's kind of stemmed his flow a little bit. Final delivery, interesting to see. I think he might go for a shorter delivery based on the field. Or is it a double bluff? Oh, he's gone full. Out towards deep cover boundary. Oh, it's behind point and it's run away for 4. Great piece of timing from Lehman there. Just didn't quite get his line right there, Richardson, and he's been put away beautifully behind point for 4 runs. Taking Lehman on to 76 now.
Yep. Good knock from him.
So Hampshire edging it ever so close now to that 250 target. 247 for 8. Partnership now 25 off 51 balls. So this will be frustrating Yorkshire now. It's a frustrating period that we're hoping to come out after tea, wrap it up fairly quickly. So people like live now, Finley being getting ready in the mindset for batting. Having to wait a little bit longer, become a little bit more frustrated.
As Ben Code looks and prepares for the start of a new over, as Yorkshire still seek this breakthrough, looking for this 9th wicket after tea. Code's in again, and that's driven. Oh, and he threw the hands at that, did Eddie Jack, and that's a good shot. Played through the offside in front of square. Real positive intent from him there. Just a touch on the short side from Ben Code. And Jack was aware of that. He had some room out on the offside. And hands going right through that, and ball racing away to the eastern side for 4.
A little bit of swag there as well after that shot.
Yeah.
Struck down the wicket.
Here's Code again. Oh, great response from the bowler. Great response. Right on the money, just outside off stump, and beaten the outside edge of the left-hander Jack on this occasion. Jack's on 17 now. This is a really good contribution. This is turning out to be from him.
Beautiful shot from Jack, that previous delivery. Stood up tall, back foot punch through the covers.
He's a tall man as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Here's Code, round the wicket again to the left-hander. Just lost his direction a touch there. That's gone down the leg side. Harry Duke's across to take that one. Checks his studs, Harry Duke. Stumbled a touch as he went across to collect that one. Really tidy effort from him during the course of the day. Deputising, of course, for Johnny Bairstow in this match. 3 slips still wait. Crouch patiently as Code comes in, and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need. Terrific ball from Ben Code. And Eddie Jack is really done for a quality Yorker length delivery from Ben Code. The off stump goes cartwheeling back out of the ground, and that's just the breakthrough that Yorkshire needed. That was becoming a problem, the partnership for Yorkshire, or so it felt. But Code comes in with his 2nd wicket. Eddie Jack's gone for 17. He's faced 45 balls, though he's been there a while, a couple of boundaries. But Somerset, let's get the team right. Hampshire 251 for 9.
Classic Ben Code, that. Just nipping back, top of off stump. Can't ask for much more. Beautiful delivery. Full in swinging, kept coming, carried on with the arm. Beautiful. Too good for a number 10 from Ben Code there. Beautiful shape on the ball. Yeah, top of off stump. Yorkshire will be delighted with that one. It's bringing Sonny Baker to the crease now. Yorkshire will be hoping to wrap this up pretty quickly.
You would have got in nicely behind that though, Liam, wouldn't you?
No, I'd have had the same result there.
Yeah.
I'd have been cleaned up probably long before this as well.
So 251 for 9. They've got that first batting point, of course, Hampshire. So good news as far as that's concerned for them. Lehman on 78. So what's his response likely to be now? 78 or 76? 76 not out he is actually.
76 off 92. He's played beautiful. Don't want to be left stranded at the non-striker's end. He's carrying his bat. Like I say, he's batted beautifully. Been a really thorn in this Yorkshire side so far. So Yorkshire will be hoping to wrap it up in this over and get to work batting. If Lehman gets the opportunity, we might see a shift in mindset now, trying to score as many runs as he possibly can. Might cause Yorkshire to put all the fielders on the boundary and get him caught in the deep.
So Sonny Baker, the young man with England aspirations, comes to the crease, bat in hand. Code comes in down the leg side, brilliant take down the leg side by Duke. Tumbling stop to his left, got a left hand out to that and did really well to get something on it.
Really good stop that. So that step, half a step, getting across. The ball kept a little bit low. Obviously didn't take it cleanly, but managed to stop. I say really difficult takes, especially when the ball's keeping low like that. So I've been impressed with him today, apart from that one chance, which was a difficult chance. So I think he's looked really tidy.
Code comes in then. Baker does well to keep that one out. It was another good ball from Code, Yorker length, and that completes the over. So a good over from Code, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 47 for him. And Hampshire move on to 251 for 9. And this could be an interesting over, just to see what Jake Lehman's reaction is now. He's more or less the last man standing on 76, so he'll be looking maybe to try and get some quick runs here. We'll see.
George Hill's coming back into the attack now. Every time he's coming to the attack, he's picked up a wicket. So unsure if this is just Jai Richardson's obviously not quite feeling right after that first spell, potentially, or is it just an opportunity for George Hill to come back up and get the deserved five, for which he would rightly deserve? He's been fantastic all day.
He looks like the go-to bowler today, doesn't he?
Yep, bowling both ends, but he's back at the Kirkstall Lane end now. So Hampshire 251 for 9, 70th over. So he would deserve this, wouldn't he? Graham, I think he's been fantastic.
He really would.
Field spread, still 2 slips just in case he catches that outside edge. Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved 5 for Hill there. Fantastic. So gone for a big swing to the leg side. For a second there to the shorter boundary, I thought it were going to go all the way. It would just teetering a little bit. But yeah, great catch in the deep. I think it was from Bess, who managed to just, on the safe side, palm it back on the... After that, fantastic. And then Hampshire finished 251 all out. Lehman carrying it up, finishing on 76 off 92 deliveries. Fantastic innings from him.
Oh, I agree. It looked as though it cleared him, I thought, to start with. He's right on the edge, isn't he? You know, he's right on the rope. And felt sure that was going to just creep over his head, but kept his nerve. Don Bess underneath it. He waited a while for it, and the applause is for Jake Lehman, who deserves it. Battered really well here for his 76 before he falls. He's the last man out for Hampshire, and caught on the boundary by Don Bess. I think there will also be some applause very shortly as well for George Hill, who will lead Yorkshire off the field. Yep, he grabs the ball, shows it to the crowd, and warm applause for his 5 for there. Really great spell for George. Had a great season last season. The important thing for him was to be able to follow it up this time around, and he gets a fifer in just the first home game, the second match of the season. Great spell.
Lehman gets across his stumps there, goes for a big heave to the leg side, don't quite get all of it. It's the outside edge half of the bat. It's in the air for a long time, looked like it was going away. Bess interested right on the rope there. Really good. Heel almost touching. Yeah, clean catch. Just throws it back for good measure. But yeah, fantastic catch from Bess. And so Hill finishing with figures of 5 for 46 off 13.1 overs. Yeah, bowled brilliantly today.
It really has. So my thanks to Liam there for now. We'll put the mics down during the break in innings. Hampshire 251 all out. Then in the end, standout performers. Lehman for 76 before succumbing at the end there to George Hill with a catch by Bess, as we've been saying. Nick Gubbins with 43 played really well and had to really battle at the start of the innings. Tom Prest with 35 and Ben Mays with 39 also battered particularly well on an afternoon an evening session that's not been easy so far. In terms of the Yorkshire bowling, well, the impressive Hill, who seems to have started this season the way he finished last, he's bowled 13.1 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 46. So a terrific effort from him. Otherwise, wickets fairly evenly spread out. Ben Code, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 47. Jai Richardson, 1 for 51 from 12. Jack White, 1 for 34 from 15. And Don Bess, 1 for 25 from 4. Matthew Revis bowled 6 overs, none for 36. So, quite a few overs remaining then in this first day of this championship contest. And Yorkshire will be batting on this first day. They will be pleased to have bowled out Hampshire for 251. We'll put the mics down for now during this short break in the innings, and we'll be back with you for the start of the Yorkshire reply.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Yorkshire have bowled Hampshire out for 251. Lehman was 76. The last man out after a brilliant innings. So batted brilliantly all day. Unfortunately, hand was forced towards the end. The umpires are out. So, Live and Beaner at the crease. So George Hill finished the innings off with 5 for 46. So for 13.1 overs would be the star of the show, really. So got Kev with me tonight for the final part this evening.
Yeah, his 6th 5-wicket bag in his career, and he just seems to have the knack of taking wickets, doesn't he?
I think every time he came on, didn't he picked up a wicket or made something happen, and I've said multiple times on commentary today, he just looked like something about him that just feels like he just wants to be in the game and make something happen. She has that aura about him. Like I say, he's bowled brilliantly. I thought, the first session, I thought Yorkshire bowled brilliantly, and Hampshire's had great bravery and great resilience to fight their way through that. Obviously lost a wicket either side of that session, and to lose 6 wickets in that afternoon session probably felt a little bit. I say Yorkshire will be feeling like, they deserved it after that first session, but Hampshire probably a little bit disappointed, especially when Mays and Lehman were going there that great period through the middle, and I thought they were scoring freely. Yorkshire got a little bit flustered. Don Best came and broke that partnership. I feel like felt like Yorkshire will be happy with that, but obviously you can't tell what it's going to look like until both sides have batted on it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the afternoon session was key there. 6 wickets Yorkshire took, only after only being able to grab 2 in the morning session.
Abbott's into ball, first ball of the Yorkshire innings, and it's left through to the keeper. So Abbott will be chomping at the bit after what's seen much movement all the Yorkshire bowlers have got. I think he'll be happy, won't he?
Well, you'd hope so. He's down the hill as well, so that will help push him along.
Down the hill, to the lane end.
Yeah, 38 years old now, Kyle Abbott, giving great service to Hampshire over the years.
Well, he's got great conditions for it. Like you say, overhead now. So the sun's just kind of disappeared now beyond the clouds. Got an aeroplane disappearing off into the distance. It's Abbott downhill for his second delivery. Balls. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Just swinging in a little bit. Nips away. Just past the outside edge of Adam Live. Not much you can do with that. So I've been looking forward to watching Abbott bowl. So Mr. Consistent. Relentless with his length. So I think this will be a tough period for the Yorkshire opening batters right now.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so. I think, Kyle Abbott is our most consistent bowler. Will probably hit the right areas more than most.
Abbott, and again, back and across, defends it into the pitch, dead bats it to the offside for no run.
Looking for his 4th 5-wicket, 50-wicket plus season in 5 years. He's been very, very consistent last year. 56 wickets at 20. And has a career average of 21. Just amazing. Fantastic career. I
think this tacker needs someone like him. You can't afford for someone like Abbott to go down. I think it'll be a real shame if that were the case. He's been bang on the money straight away. These first 3 deliveries. He comes in again. Hangs it outside the off stump. Live, just lets it go by through to the keeper.
Yes, and this is important, and it's a tricky little evening session here for Yorkshire. Just over 23 overs remain in the day. If they can get through to close of play 1 down or so.
As you can see on the screen there, fantastic stats, averaging 51 in first-class cricket.
Terrific stuff.
Live defends it into the offside for no run.
So that's 51 last year.
Sorry, 51 last year, yeah.
Career average of 40, which, over a number of years, he's 38 years old now. That is just an opening batter as well. Everybody talks about how tough it is opening the batting early season, late season. But here's a guy that's done it for many, many years and has still come out with stats like that. Terrific.
Unlucky to finish on and get out on 97 against Glamorgan in the second innings during that run chase. He'll be disappointed. For the final delivery over. Oh, past the outside edge. Gets a little bit of carry there. No, we're off the first over, so a maiden up first up for Abbott.
Yeah, he bowled well last week. against Essex. Probably didn't have the luck that his bowling deserved. A couple of wickets, because Hampshire only bowled once in the game. But 28 overs, 2 for 76. Could have quite easily been 3 or 4, certainly 4. Cody Youssef, who's the other overseas player for Hampshire. He had a steady debut. 28 overs, 1 for 98. Got the ball to shape away nicely from the right-handers. This looked as though he probably needs another game or so just to sort of settle him into English conditions, even though he played for Durham last year, played 5 matches, picked up 19 wickets. Some wicket-taking balls, that's for sure. Whether it's his day or not, we'll find out. Got 2 left-handers as well. Top for Yorkshire. Here's Youssef then, right arm over, South African outside the off stump. Bean plays well inside the line there. So Finley Bean, he was a little bit down on his numbers last year, wasn't he? Averaged 26 last season, which just over 550 runs.
Yeah.
Has a career average of 34.
Big chunk of that's 224 as well, so probably disappointed with them numbers. Hopefully having a good start, because obviously he's got plenty of talent.
Just 23 years of age, got plenty of time. Again, he's leaving that one alone outside off stump.
Looks like he's got a nice bit of pace about him, Youssef.
Yeah, he's quite skiddy. He to Hampshire, basically when there was no Michael Neser, he was stopped from coming, and then Jaden Seals was stopped from coming. And Cody Youssef plays for the Lions in South Africa, which is Hampshire head coach Russell Domingo's club. So Russell basically come on Russell's recommendation. Up the hill, bowls. It's good wheels. Left alone again.
Nice bit of carry there as well.
It is, isn't it?
Leaving well alone. Has Finley been having a good look so far?
He already looks a little looser, actually, Cody Youssef, than last week. So he bowled well in spells. Just perhaps didn't quite have the consistency Kyle Abbott had last week. See there, Kyle Abbott has stationed himself at mid-on next to the bowler, and we'll be talking him through it, that's for sure.
Yeah, invaluable having that experience next to you.
Yeah. 3 slips for Youssef, comes in and bowls. Gets one that's straight, works that to mid-on. So just under 2,500 runs for Finley Bean in his short career. 34 is good. I mean, you look at openers' averages, I think you can probably look at them and think, okay, they're sort of all right, but you've got to remember they're always against the new ball. They're basically in the firing line from the word go. 34 career average is, for an opener, is pretty good. Yusuf bowls driven by being out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins.
Especially in England as well, when it's so difficult at the time when we play red ball cricket.
100%.
So they don't play it at the peak time, do we? We play it start in April when it's softer wickets. Go back to it in after the summer, like September time. It's it's difficult for an opening batter to be averaging 34 at 23 years of age. So it just shows just how much talent he's got.
Youssef around the wicket to Bean this time. Length ball, Bean pushes forward. That's the end of the second over of the Yorkshire reply. Remember, Hampshire bowled out for 251 in the 70th over. George Hill with 5 for 46. And Yorkshire after 2 overs, yet to register.
Yeah, feels a little bit of a similar start to the Yorkshire bowlers, where, like I said, they've been right on the money straight away, settled in, not giving any opportunities, any chance. Like I say, challenging the batters straight away from the word off, not letting them get in easily. So the batters will obviously live and they'll be wanting something nice to get them going, and they haven't been given that opportunity yet. I don't think it'll let away Abbott starting his second over. He's coming in down the hill. Oh, it's left to go for us to keep a good lead from live. Good length ball, just coming back in slightly from Abbott. So he's bowling quite a good length, like I say, settled in straight away already.
Are we up there somewhere in the picture feed, or are we just to the right of that, aren't we?
I think we're
Top floor.
that's maybe. SpongeBob SquarePants there, looks like, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're just still right.
I think so.
I think I can't get my angles right. We're at the top anyway.
High up. Abbott again to Lythe. Full. Oh, drifting in. It's kind of squared lie up there. Defends it into the offside. Towards mid-off for no run. Perfect conditions for bowling here now at Headingley. Clouds in the sky.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know in 23 overs, 22 overs time.
Straight on the money already is Abbott. To Lythe again, back and across his stumps. Oh, defends it into the offside again. For no run. So if you watch Adam live, he starts outside the leg stump. He's got a quite extravagant movement back and across to get to middle and off. Especially to right-hander, so it's quite a big move if you actually watch where he sets up.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it, really? With Abbott coming round the wicket, left-handers would probably look to stand on or around off stump.
Yeah,
to
middle
take
and
the
off.
front foot out of the LBW equation, but he's literally the other way.
If he does, but you watch, he gets quite far across, he goes back and across onto off stump, and he's angle down the leg side, just drifting a little bit, swinging. Keeper takes it, moves his feet, good tech. Abbott just missing his line and length for the first time there. But yeah, it's a long way across from outside leg to middle and off. So he scratches his mark outside the leg stump.
2 steps across, effectively.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with it, because...
No, it's difficult to argue with a man who averages 40 over a long career.
Exactly. Off to a good start with 97 last week. Abbott, 2 balls remaining in. And he's made, Lythe pushes that through the covers. I don't think it'll go all the way for him. Might come back for 2. Oh. Good bit of fielding there. This soft turf. Every time someone slid today on this turf, it just took a little bit up. Like I say, got been a bit sticky. But yeah, pushed that through the covers. Lovely there, Adam Live. SpongeBob again.
Is that the mascot of some
I
sort?
think so. I've won it. Someone's left the teddy up there. So Abbott into the final delivery of this over. Watch finally off the mark, and he's left well on through to the keeper. So Lythe's off the mark, got the Yorkshire score ticking. 2 for none off 3 overs.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with Adam Lythe, isn't it? Because, I was saying that, ideally left-handers, especially with right arm around bowlers, like to sort of get out towards off-stump area so that when they come forward, their legs outside the line, so they're not going to get LBW. Actually, by those 2 trigger movements, he actually is in that position by the time the ball arrives.
Yeah, it's what works for him. I obviously as a left-hander try to do the same. I say if someone right arm round, so get across the middle and off, or middle stump, and just like I say, trying to cover is what feels most comfortable for you. I say.
Yeah.
And so Lythe does that, works for him.
The Cody Youssef from the football stand end up the hill, round the wicket to Bean, who's forward. Score remains on 2 without loss. Both those runs to the 38-year-old Adam Lythe.
The sun just comes back creeping out now.
Oh, look at that. That's nice, isn't it? That's welcome. It's starting to feel like the evening, weather-wise. That sun is very welcome. Day, isn't it?
Yeah,
Today?
it's been fantastic.
On the whole, weather-wise.
Good cricket in there, good challenge, bat v ball.
Yeah.
Been good.
It is. Youssef again. Bean works that to mid-wicket. Fielded by Joe Weatherly. Get down this morning. Got one from Joey Richardson, the Australian, his first wicket on his debut.
Couldn't really do much about that, could he?
Absolutely
Going in,
not.
nipping away, had to play at the delivery, just catching the faintest outside edge. Regulation for Duke.
It's the sort of ball you don't want to face, isn't it? It's too good. Too good. Weatherly didn't do anything wrong, just pushed forward. Just a good piece of bowling. Here's Youssef. Bean leaves that one alone. To captain Ben Brown, who made just 15, second wicket to fall this afternoon after Nick Gubbins. LBW to George Hill. That was his second of 5 that he eventually picked up.
I always say, don't envy a captain, keeper, batter. So he's got a lot on his plate. Massive respect for people who put themselves in that position.
keeps you in the game, doesn't it? Captain, keeper, batter. You're not out of the game. Need to get to early bed. Is Yusuf. Bean works that away and half stopped by Joe Weatherly diving low to his left. And Bean is off the mark, 3 without loss. Yorkshire replying to Hampshire's 251 all out. Lighter, maybe not stronger. We have just over 20 overs left in the day. Where are we? 20 past 5, 20 past 6. We're going to be about close to 7 o'clock probably. This evening, if the light holds.
Seems like it's a bit, wind is picking up a little bit out there now.
It is, isn't it? Yusuf again, Ian. Lyth pushes forward to a foolish delivery. Had a good chat with Cody Yusuf last week. It's a great story. The Hampshire people will probably have heard this before that were tuned in last week, but I don't know if you read or saw that the Cricket South Africa provincial one-day final week last Sunday was played between the Lions and the Titans, which is Cody's side, the Lions. And as I mentioned, Russell Domingo's side, but Russell was already over here. And playing in the Lions side was one Bayers Swanepoel. As Yusuf bowls, that's tucked away down to fine leg by Adam Lyth, and the Yorkshire total moves on to 4 without loss at the end of the 4th over of their reply. And you may have read, Bayers Swanepoel was due to play for Worcestershire this year, and he booked a flight, which meant that this is a one-day final. He left the field 8 overs before the end of the game.
Oh, yes, I saw that, yeah.
So it's quite interesting. I spoke to Cody last week and said, what was going on there? And he said they didn't really realise, he hadn't really sort of communicated what time he was going to be leaving. They all thought that the time of his flight was a bit tight.
Abbott begins the 5th over from Kirkstall Lane end. Into line. Clips it off his hip. Out to fine leg. Amble through for a single. Abbott will get his first crack at Finley Bean.
I don't think I've played in any sort of game where somebody's walked off the field because of another commitment, have you?
Sorry, lads, got to go.
Yeah. Got to get to England. So 8 overs, and it was a tight final as well.
Oh.
Fortunately, he bowled his overs. So it wasn't like he had a couple left and it was a tight game.
I think bowlers would love that, wouldn't they? Bowl their overs, get off the field. No more work. That's me. Boots off.
But it was quite funny hearing him sort of, recall.
For his second delivery, Finley Bean up on his toes in behind it, pushes it down to mid-on for no run.
I think I'm right in saying that Cricket South Africa cancelled his no objection certificate, so he can't play for Worcester now anyway, because Hannah Dolby's on loan there, isn't he, for a little while?
Yeah, they've been bowled out today. They're in the field already. Worcester. Abbott wearing number 87 on his back. Philippine in behind up on his toes again. It's that same as the previous delivery. Push back down the wicket to mid-on for no run.
Interesting, Kyle Abbott has already taken a slip away, reinforcing the cover area. It's quite an interesting move so early on with this new ball.
Yeah, you'd think you'd want to leave that open, and obviously the way he's bringing the ball back into both Live and Bean, if you leave that open, obviously try getting them encouraging to play away from themselves, create that gap between bat and pad. But like how Code got Jack Abbott in again, outside off stump, plays it into the mid wicket for no run. Just getting it nipping back towards the stumps into the left-hander is Abbott here. Maybe trying to set that trap where he just angles one away. Very clever bowler.
Yeah, that's his usual sort of line of attack, angling in which a lot of the Yorkshire bowlers did today against the left-handers, wasn't it, around the wicket and get the ball to straighten off the pitch.
Yeah. Into Bean again is Abbott. Oh yeah, just well left by Bean there. Just tempting him with that full delivery outside off stump. Like I said previously, if that cover hadn't been there, potentially could have left that vacant, got in his mindset, then could have might have had a little go at that.
Yeah.
Good leave in the end.
Got the feeling it was a sort of delivery that was only one outcome, and that was an edge.
Yeah. Abbott, top of his mark. Final delivery. 5th over. Played to Gully region for no run. 1 run off that over. You're still 5 without loss.
It's an accurate start by Hampshire, and they've been shown the way really today by all of the Yorkshire seamers who were all on it. Really made Hampshire work hard for their runs today.
Yeah, we didn't really see a change in plan, did we? We're kind of pitch up. Let's let the pitch do the rest.
Oh.
So I think from a short handful of short balls all through the innings.
And I think that's typically of the way you bowl here. It's very much a line and length wicket here, and you will get a bit of help from time to time. It's not a bang it in wicket too much. I mean, Richardson did bang it in a bit and hit the bat hard, but generally you're still bowling a good line and length. Here's Yusuf. She's that out to point. See that, that's a good delivery, but it just needs to be a little bit further. You do have to risk getting driven here sometimes.
Yeah, I think Stuart Broad always speaks about that. He's like driver, obviously risk getting driven, trying to get the ball fuller.
Yeah.
I say sometimes you go past the outside edge, you're like, it looks good,
Yeah.
but if you're not making any inroads, which is a little bit like Yorkshire in the first session, it's just a fraction too short. So I think when Gubbins got out, Gubbins played and missed a few times. Ben Code went a little bit fuller, managed to find that outside edge from a great catch from Finley Bean in third slip.
Down the next side. Good take from Ben Brown.
Great footwork there.
Yeah. Just be patient. That's what Yorkshire were. Throughout the session, only took 2 wickets, one of those just before lunch. It looked like they could have easily taken some more, but they stuck at it and were rewarded in the afternoon with 6 wickets.
Wickets fell at regular intervals, didn't they, in the afternoon?
They did. Bowling all round. Keep it there or thereabouts. It will happen. Into the covers. Cloud starting to make its way over. But we're going to start losing the blue sky that's above us soon.
Looks like it's setting in a little bit.
It does, doesn't it?
Clouds over there.
It's more sort of denser cloud, isn't it? I don't think we're going to see too much blue sky in probably 20 minutes or so. It's going to have a distinctly evening feel shortly. Yusuf bowls, that's turned away by Lythe on the leg side, taking his bottom hand off the bat. Lythe moves on to 5 and the total moves on to 6 without loss. All those people to our left that were sitting in the sun will now no longer do so. Although just as I say that, there's a bit more sun that's just trying to poke through, probably about the last chance it's got.
Do you reckon Yusuf will get a brief spell, or do you reckon he'll be... What do you think Brown's thinking at this moment in time?
Oh, I think we'll keep going like this for a little while. Yusuf's bowling okay. It's worked to mid-wicket by Finley Bean. Whether Yusuf gets a spell down the hill. He runs in, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, but I can't see Sonny Baker wanting to run uphill.
I probably agree with you there.
Especially with the pace and skill that he's got.
True.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing him getting going today. I've heard good things, seen good things. So he did well in the 100. So he got raw pace.
Yeah.
So I'm moving the ball both ways to the right and left hander coming around the wicket. I thought he looks really good last week.
Yeah, bowled some sharp deliveries, that's for sure. That length ball out on the offside. Quite stuff at the moment. 6 overs, 6 runs scored. 5 of them to Lythe, 1 to Bean. So it might be that down the hill is Abbott and Baker. Up the hill will be Yusuf and Eddie Jack, and then sort of move it around probably tomorrow, assuming we get a bit of play. And there's just pockets of, say, blue sky, but just pockets which the sun can push through the clouds, but generally it's a little bit more stuff coming over.
I think the one luxury that Hampshire will have as the game goes on, they've got Liam Dawson. So give Brown that control, allow him to rotate his seamers, keep them fresh. I think that's one thing that will play in Hampshire's favour. Abbott up the hill again, and well left by Live, watchful. Let's the ball run through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's important that, well, not just in this game, but it's important from the Hampshire point of view that Abbott stays fit this year. He stayed fit all of last year, and he really is now, with no Mohammed Abbas and no Keith Barker, really is the bowler.
You've kind of lost all that experience, and he's the one that the stalwart that everybody will probably lean on.
Yeah.
He comes in for his second delivery. And live, watchful again, lets it go. Good carry, outside off stump, over the stumps. So a good leave.
Yes, I think if he stays fit, then it gives Hampshire a much better chance of staying in the division.
Definitely agree with that. I think a few of the Hampshire players look a little bit cold out there now. Dawson got his hand in his pockets and all jumping up and down. Lad was sat in here anyway and not out there.
Yeah. Mind you, it feels like temperature's gone down in here a little bit.
Abbott again. And left again. Nipping that one away, just couldn't quite get his line right. So trying to take the ball away, but starting from a wider line. A lot of coats and jumpers and hats going on. Down there now looks a bit cooler.
Yeah, I think for the first time today, I'm glad we're in here. There was a time when I'd quite like to have sat on the seats there with the sun shining.
It did look pretty nice, to be fair.
Yeah.
Abbott in and left again. Good lead, good contest. This really good contest.
It is. Life's faced Abbott a few times. Knows what he can do. Knows what he's looking to do.
To be fair, Hampshire will be buoyed though by the last 5 times they've played each other. Hampshire, these two teams have met. So Hampshire have come out on top 3 of them. So won 3, drawn 2. So I'd say Hampshire will be confident. I think.
Well, I hope so.
Got the score on the board.
Scarborough was the last time these two met in Yorkshire, wasn't it? July 2022.
Again, full of few appeals from behind the stumps. Not convincing though.
That's the one, isn't it? That's the length where it straightens. You've drawn the batter into his shot.
That's where you need to be.
Perfect. As I say, you just got to risk being driven from time to time, but that's the length that will take wickets.
Just try and live into that shot there. Just good that he didn't kind of go at it a little bit, just held back a little bit. Abbott for the final delivery of the 7th over. Into live. Oh, is that a chance? Abbott seems to think so. Is he asking the question? He kept it if it was a very low, sharp chance. I'm not sure, asking the umpire.
Inside edge?
Not too sure. I have to watch that back. Good stop in the end. I've seen half chance from Brown. For Brown there. I'll have to have a look at it.
Yeah, because Ben Brown was moving smartly to his right.
Yeah, just kept a little bit low as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if we're going to get the replay on that.
So another good over from Kyle Abbott. No wickets taken as yet. Looks like Sonny Baker is warming up. So we'll see him pretty soon. Warming up on the boundary's edge. With what looks like to be a black cricket ball. Yusuf bowls. That's flicked away slightly in the air by Finley Bean. Ball makes its way out to Joe Weatherly at mid-wicket. The light has just gone a little bit now with the extra cloud that's making its way over right to left as we look. Graham, Graham Colley, what area? I've asked this a million times and I have no recollection of what I've been told. So on the right is where we're looking at. That's what area?
So that, in terms of the area of Leeds, you mean?
Yeah, or anywhere.
Yep.
Lovely drive, but straight
So
to cover.
looking back over that way, it takes you over Kirkstall.
All right.
And then up to Horsforth, and then Yeadon, which is where Leeds Bradford Airport is going in that general direction.
So that's roughly where the clouds are coming from?
That's where the clouds come from, that way.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Leeds City Centre. We've got a great view of the city centre down there.
The cranes.
The cranes, yeah. So
there's a lot of building going on there.
So much development, absolutely incredible.
Somebody's spending some money there.
It's spreading far and wide.
Yusuf again, it's a legs ball and Bean is pushing forward out towards the extra cover. What's the reason for all the building going on then? Lights are coming on here, by the way.
Yeah, just expanding city. You know, it's very heavily visited, so there's a number of hotels being built. There's a big student population in Leeds, so there's huge blocks of student flats. It's it's quite a centre for shopping and social activities in the centre of Leeds as well.
Good lead from Bean.
Just living space generally. I think there seems to be more of a demand for sort of city centre living, and the centre literally is just spreading bigger and wider all the time.
Yeah, those high rises that look fairly new. I bet if we were sitting here 3 or 4 years ago, we wouldn't have seen those.
No, I don't think so. The one on the left, the tallest one, probably the greyer looking building with the glass panelling. That's Bridgewater Place. That's been there for probably about 10 years, I would think.
Oh, well, it shows you how much notice I take of that.
But the others, absolutely right. Last couple of years.
Yeah. I thought when I was driving through town, coming up late yesterday afternoon, early evening, well, middle of the evening, that it felt different when I was driving through town to get to, because obviously you have to go through off the motorway, you have to go through town to get to here.
Yeah.
And it did feel a little different.
Yeah, it's changed enormously.
Because we weren't here last year.
If you're a pedal cyclist or a walker, you're fine.
Yes, I noticed that as well. A lot of the roads have suddenly become thinner.
Yes.
You're right. Yusuf again to Bean. Bean gets another good length delivery. It's good stuff here from Cody Yusuf, making the batters play. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 3. And Kyle Abbott has exactly the same figures. And Yorkshire are 6 without loss.
Well, it just felt like a really great day's cricket today. Really enjoyed watching it. There's been something in it for the bowlers. There's been plenty in it for the bowlers, actually, hasn't there? It's moved pretty much throughout the game off the pitch. There's been a little bit of swing when the clouds have come across. But for anybody who did get in, Gubbins and Lehman, they played really well. The pitch behaved really nicely, and some of the timing on the shots were terrific to see. So they battled really well this morning. Hampshire did well to come through a tricky period as Abbott starts a new over, running away from us at the Kirkstall Lane end, pushed out into the offside, in addition to the score. So maybe just 50 short of where they would have liked to have been, would you say?
Well, I think in the end, yes. But at the start, it looked very tricky. And, 250, you would think, well, OK, we'll settle for that. But I think as the day wore on, we should have got... I mean, it's a shame because in the end, Jake Lehman perished having a go.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked well set.
Here comes Abbott again then with his right arm round, pitched up. That one didn't carry through to the keeper on this occasion. Awkward bounce in front of him there. It's Ben Brown behind the stumps, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, really awkward bounce. It came through pretty quickly, bounced just in front of him. But got everything behind it. And, floodlights, as you say. Kev, fully on now.
Having a bit of an effect, aren't they? Just a little effect.
Yeah.
Definitely notice it.
Tricky little spell for Yorkshire. Hampshire will be keen to stay out there as long as they can. 15 overs left after this. Here's Abbott. Bowls to Adam Lyth, pushed out to the offside, quick single taken there. Good quick run, Eddie Jack coming round to his left to do the fielding, but Adam Lyth, really good judge of a run, of course, with all his knowledge and experience of the game. Goes through for a quick one. He's on 6, Finley Bean on 1 at the moment. Yorkshire 7 without loss in this tricky period towards the end of day 1.
I think we're going to get all these 15 overs in.
I'm not sure. The cloud's thickening up a bit, isn't it? Here's Abbott again. Ooh, and a thickish edge out onto the square at mid-wicket there from Finley Bean. 100% certain I don't think where that one had gone. But it was all along the ground, safe enough. Abbott bowling good lines and good length here. That seems to be the order of the day, doesn't it? If you put the ball in the right place, you've got a chance.
Well, Yorkshire proved that, didn't they?
Yeah.
If it doesn't work for a little while, just keep doing the same. It will.
There's Abbott again. Bean comes forward again. It's a really well pitched up ball outside off stump. He plays at that, genuinely plays at it. It beats the outside edge through to Brown. One ball remaining of this ninth over.
That's the length.
That very much so.
As I'm nice, just having a chat with Finley Bean, just saying, look, there's going to be some good balls out here, so just don't worry about it.
Yep, very much so. Here's Abbott again then to complete the over. Now then, that's past the outside edge through to the keeper, and Finley Bean gave the impression that he pulled the bat away from that. Interesting to see the replay. I'm not sure if it was after the ball had passed or before. Anyway, he survives. Another ball, end of another over. 9 bowled then, and Yorkshire 7 without loss in reply. I think it's fair to say that they're probably in survival mode tonight. Nothing more than that. Try and see it through and be there first thing in the morning.
Yeah, quite how much we'll be playing, I don't know. I know these weather apps are all over the place, but when you start looking at 90-odd% plus from about 8 o'clock in the morning, well, actually, it starts to ease off about 11 o'clock, actually, as Yusuf bowls, and that's played late by Lyth. I think it's down to sort of 40-30%. So it might be that we might get a delayed start tomorrow, but might get a reasonable amount of play in. Sunday is suggesting a few showers from about lunchtime onwards. And Monday, as we all know, these apps, they change every 5 minutes and they all say something different. Yusuf, cut away by Lyth, good stop at backward a point. Eddie Jack. So I think it's fair to say we're going to get some interrupted play after today.
Yeah, but that does sound more promising, what you've just described for the forecast, than it did yesterday, certainly when I was looking. It was looking like heavy rain to mid-afternoon, so yeah, that does sound more promising.
That might change overnight, you never know.
Yeah, well, it so often does, as you say. Nothing would surprise me.
I think I'll be bringing my raincoat tomorrow, and to be honest, we've parked, I don't know about you, well, I think we've parked a million miles away. That's played out towards mid-wicket, and there's no round. The usual car park, which is at the far end of the ground, past the rugby ground, which is far enough as it is. Told that bit of land, there's a dispute on it or something.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I spoke to the gate person, because to be honest, the new car park, well, I say new car park, it's just a field that's even further away, I couldn't find.
Right.
And so I said to the gate guy here, because I had to come back here, it's played to me. I said, look, I don't know where this place is. And I said, well, what's happened to car park F that we normally go in? And he said, I think he sort of suggested that there's some dispute going on, or they're doing something on it.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, it's out of action, which is a shame because it holds a few hundred cars, that, and it's quite handy, although even though it's the other side of the ground. So they found this field about another 75 yards away, 100 yards away, maybe.
Right.
So it's an even further walk. So I'm dreading tomorrow, actually, if it rains, because it's about a 10-minute walk to the car, easy. That's outside the off-stump. I don't think Lyth played it. He might have done. So, there's a good chance that by the time you get out of the car and get here, you're drenched. So we'll have to wait and see.
That's not a great thought, is it, with a full day's cricket ahead?
It's a bit of a trek.
It always amazes me how long it takes to walk round, because you're not just walking around the cricket ground, you're walking around the whole complex, aren't you? You know, you walk around the rugby league ground.
Yeah.
Which makes it quite a bit further. And then you've got quite a lengthy walk once you get round the rugby league ground across to the cricket. So, and there's no escaping the rain if it is raining. So
I didn't bring an umbrella, but I brought a raincoat, so that'll have to do.
Right.
But when we used to commentate down the far end, which is now the Howard stand, to walk through the rugby ground, didn't you?
Yeah.
So it actually made things quite easy.
It was easier.
Hey ho. End of the over. 7 without loss, all very quiet on the Western Front here. 10 overs gone. Accurate bowling from both Abbott and Yusuf, but a bit like the Yorkshire opening bowlers, Joe Weatherly apart, they were struggling really to get amongst the wickets, but this is following a similar line. Just got to be patient. This is all it about. Well, it is.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, they're not giving them anything, are they? There's no width. There's nothing short. It's all really good stuff from the Hampshire bowlers at the moment. Finley Bean is brought forward again from this latest stab at delivery. He pushes forward and pushes that up the pitch. No addition to the score. Looks as though they've seen more of a breeze out there now. Just seeing the, well, I was going to say flannels of the players there, but more trousers, I think, isn't it nowadays? Flannels is often used, isn't it?
It's a very old word.
It is, isn't it? Here comes Abbott again. Oh, another great ball. Well, his pitch map in terms of where he's pitched the ball, Abbott, they're almost all on the same spot. It's terrific to see.
Finley Bean's not quite sure what to do. It's just that spot, isn't there? That line, that length.
Yeah.
He's not quite sure if it's pitching, straightening, pitching, coming back, pitching, going on with the line. Terrific stuff.
Yep, two left-handers as well, so it's not as though you've got that right-left-hand combination mixing things up in terms of the line. Here's Abbott again, and that one was pitched well up this time, and Bean was forward and drives that up towards mid-off, fielded by Sonny Baker. No addition to the score, but at least he found the middle of the bat, Finley Bean. It's always a nicer feeling, isn't it, when you find the middle?
Definitely, when it's tricky.
Absolutely.
It's got to wait for those ones that are pitched up or a little shorter.
Yeah.
And then make sure you...
Here comes Abbott then again, past the umpire. Now. Oh, and Bean's left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump goes tumbling back, and he's just left a straight one. And, well, a big misjudgment from Finley Bean there. And it's all been brought about the pressure and the quality of the line and the length that Abbott has bowled to him. And in the end, he's played and missed at a few. He's tentatively come forward and played at some. And in the end, he just had forgotten about where his off stump was, I think, there, Finley Bean, in the end. And was just outgunned mentally and outgunned as far as the ball on the pitch was concerned as well. It's been a great spell of bowling from Abbott, and sadly Finley Bean has gone for one, having faced 30 balls.
Yeah, just watching this again, and yeah, it just comes in with a line. He just had fractionally coming off the pitch as well, but you could see, wasn't sure, didn't want to play some. Played at a couple where it beat the outside edge just there. Yeah, it's come back a fraction off the pitch as well. Perfect. Sam Whiteman.
Yep, another left-hander.
Yes, some another left-hander, shall we?
There's not many worse feelings as a batter, is there, than leaving one and getting bowled?
No, and it's really tough because, you know, in these situations and with somebody bowling well, you don't really want to be playing at balls that you don't need to play at. And sometimes you just get a little bit unsure in your mind about what to play and what not to play. And I mean, Abbott's class is going to prey on that one, that's for sure.
Cloud cover, lights on, makes it that little bit more difficult as well. So Abbott back, as you would imagine, enthusiastically at the end of his run here now, and he comes in to bowl the first ball to Whiteman. Whiteman is forward, and he allows that one to pass through to Ben Brown there. But no change to the line and length, it's almost perfect.
So this is another sort of Aussie-ish, but with a UK passport.
That's
Sam
right.
Whiteman.
Yeah.
Played for Western Australia in the Sheffield Shield during the winter. Played for Northants
Yes.
previously to this. Actually played for Northants against Hampshire in 2023.
Here's Abbott again. Waitman's forward, pushes that out just backward of point on the offside. So it just feels as with the conditions just becoming a bit more darker that every ball that you can survive is almost a success at the moment. Forget the runs just now. And Yorkshire just happy to come through the end of that over. But sadly Finley Bean has gone. He's the first one to fall. 7 for 1. And what we've got left, Still got 13 overs remaining.
11 overs gone, 7 for 1, and the innings is a bit stuck. It's accurate stuff from both Abbott and from Yusuf. Again, just absolutely ideal. Something they weren't quite able to do last week against Essex. Yusuf in, forward is live. Still on, a couple of dark clouds. In the picture feed, there was one there with right behind the floodlight. I can't quite see how it doesn't look quite as bad from what we're looking at, but I think it's interesting. I think the cloud is high enough that we'll play, but probably not ideal enough, from a batting point of view to sort of, you think, well, I'd rather be off, but we're going to be all right for a while. Cloud is fairly high. Square leg here for Yusuf. Bowling to live. He's forward. Don't know if he's going to employ a bouncer here. Probably doesn't need to really. Just keep it where he is.
Yeah, Adam Lyth will have seen it all before, won't he?
Oh, yeah.
Conditions, types of bowling, overhead conditions, pitch conditions. He's well accustomed to all this. But this is a real test, isn't it? They've got two bowlers here who are really coming in, putting the ball in the right place, asking questions all the time. It's a test for any batsman on the circuit.
Yusuf again. And, played late off the back foot there, live. Goes out to point.
Just looks to have a bit more time, Adam Lyth, doesn't he?
He does. It's apart from the two trigger movements across the stumps, there's not a lot else. And he does wait for the ball, which sounds crazy when you've got somebody who's bowling a decent pace, but he does play it very late, plays it underneath his nose, which gives the appearance of having a little bit more time. Some batters come forward and are pushing at it. He's not like that. Even when he comes forward, he's still waiting, allowing the ball to come to him. Yusuf bowls, just gets tucked up there a little bit as he tries to work it on the leg side. Yusuf's quickly across on his follow through. So yeah, that combined just makes him look like he's got, a bit more time than everybody else. The correct batter. Clearly a technique that works. Mentioning those numbers that we did early on.
Yeah, and this trigger movement that you talk about across the crease, it repeats every time. It never fails. It's exactly the same. Yeah. It's so well drilled.
You can see on the picture feed there, he's literally on leg stump, if not outside. They're 1, 2 across.
Yeah.
And that ball's fairly straight, but because he's crossed the stumps, he's worked that down the leg side. 8 for 1. Generally, by coming across the stumps there, he is taking himself outside off stump, assuming he just doesn't get stuck on the crease. So many bowlers these days come around the wicket to left-handers now, more than ever. Hardly any bowler now bowls over the wicket to left-handers. They might do as a variation, but most bowlers now default situation is to come around the wicket to left-handers. Helicopter flying around.
Yep, absolutely. First one I think we've seen today. Yeah. These two lads have bowled round the wicket from the start, haven't they? Yeah.
Yusuf in again, and that's flicked away by Whiteman down to fine leg, and it's off the pad. So 4 runs to the total. Whiteman still to get off the mark. 12 for 1, and the top 3 for Yorkshire, all left-handers. Yorkshire trail by 239 on the first innings. Here's another one that sort of comes across of those batting more sort of middle and all, actually, Whiteman. So differences in technique, differences in where they like to be at the start before they have those trigger movements.
Yeah, well, I think we're almost at the point out with, whatever works best for you. If it's successful and you get runs, then, that's fine. As a new over for Abbott comes in again, Lyth in behind that. Had to be straight ball, straight bat. Great response from Lyth. Just has a little look up to the sky there, Adam Lyth. It's not worsening, I don't think, by any means, the light. No different to what it was 10-15 minutes ago.
I think the clouds will be a little lower tomorrow.
Yes. just as you're walking round from that car park.
So, not looking forward to that.
Have you got an umbrella in the car?
No, I haven't. No, I didn't bring it. I left it in my car. Actually, it was rather stupid.
Abbott's latest ball is pushed out onto the onside by Adam Lythe. No addition to the score there. Lythe on 7. Whiteman still to get off the mark.
Fancy coming up here and not bringing an umbrella. I mean, how crazy. How many years have I been coming up here?
You wouldn't go to Manchester without one, would you?
Certainly wouldn't.
Here's Abbott. This is his 7th over. On the bounce from this end. Again, it's well bowled. Lythe just looking altogether more comfortable than Finlay Bean did against Kyle Abbott. That's not mean to say it's easy, but he's just his technique just seems to be working for him. With just pacing around on the crease. Whiteman still to get off the mark at the other end. 11 overs remaining in the day after this. It's been an eventful day, an interesting day. As Abbott comes in. Ooh, Lythe gets some bat on that. It's a thick edge. It goes down to fine leg. Not altogether comfortable there, as he just got a little bit crunched up on the leg side. But it goes down to fine leg for a single. They all count. Another one to Lythe.
Yeah, it's I think with Abbott there, you just got to make sure he doesn't get too straight. That delivery was a little too straight. It's not going to be LBW if he gets wrapped on the pad.
Here comes Abbott again. Oh, terrific ball. Well, Whiteman had a play at that, didn't he? And that looked sharp. Again, it was well pitched up. Looked as though there was some movement away from the left-hander on the pitch. And my goodness me, he was unlucky not to get an edge there, Abbott.
That's the ball of the innings so far.
Yeah.
So kind of just give David Mills, the umpire, a little nudge. Mills probably said, "Oh, that's like one of mine, that." I used to bowl those.
Here comes Abbott now then. Whiteman's forward, gets bat on that. Now it's gone through the gap between the slips and the gully. They've gone through for one. They come back for a second. It's a welcome couple of runs. And Whiteman is off the mark. And that's the end of another terrific, really terrific Kyle Abbott over, I have to say. Real tough examination for the Yorkshire batsman so far here at the close of this first day.
What does Ben Brown do here? He's having a chat with Kyle Abbott. Kyle Abbott's bowled now a 7-over spell. And Ben Brown has to work out, yes, there's not many overs left tonight, so he could keep him going. But if the Yorkshire batters get stuck in here, it could be a longish day in the field, assuming the weather's not too bad, although it doesn't look great. So he's got, he has to look after Abbott. It's tempting to give him another one, that's for sure, but that's an 8-over spell. That's a lot. Got the hill with him, which is helping him. But Eustace carrying on. This is his 7th. Short delivery. And it's a no ball as well. Just for good measure. And not too many of those today.
No, I didn't see the final analysis, but for a long time it was just 2 no balls. Bowled by Yorkshire. Don't recall seeing a wide.
Oh, I was just looking it up, so it was 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not bad, over 60, well, nearly 70 overs.
It's a good effort, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Especially the hill here, because, that can carry you along a little bit too far. Can be a bit of a problem as Lythe plays that late to backward a point. One or 2 bowlers over the years have come a cropper running down that hill.
Definitely.
Overstepping.
Absolutely. I can think back to watching, many a test series with overseas players coming over and overstepping, coming down the hill from here.
Hove here.
Yeah.
Can be a bit tricky. Some, bowlers say, well, yeah, I want to go downhill and it's great, but it does. You do end up sort of running in a little bit quicker than you normally would do. And yet sometimes actually coming up the hill, as Yusuf is here, can be easier.
I guess it probably depends on which way the wind's blowing as well.
Well, there's that as well, yeah. As long as the hill's not too steep, which it isn't here really. You notice it, but it's not. There's nothing to worry about. 17 for 1 in Yorkshire. We are into the 14th over. So far, I think on the whole, Hampshire have batted better today. I know the score suggests they have, but I think on the whole they have. They've certainly started better with the ball than last week. That's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4. 4 off the edge of Adam Knight, takes him on to 12, 21 for 1.
Yeah, as you've been talking about live, playing it late, so played it late, kept it down, softy channels running that. It was always safe. He was never in danger of it carrying to slip. In any event, it was wide of slip and safely through for a boundary. So 21 for 1 now.
Yusuf again. Gets a length ball. Across the stumps. And he's just playing that good length ball back to Cody Yusuf. There's still that deep square leg out there. That's Joe Weatherly. He's got his hands in his pockets. Probably a couple of hand warmers, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sonny Baker's still down at a wideish fine leg.
We will start getting a feed from BBC Radio Leeds shortly for some updates into their West Yorkshire Sport Daily programme. Just to be ready for that.
Yusuf again. Neither getting behind that one. Been steady today. Cody Yusuf produced 1 or 2 balls that have kicked on and gone through to Ben Brown, a nice sort of pace.
Well, give him nothing away at all, has he?
No, nor Rabbit has been good.
Yeah.
It's mirrored the Yorkshire bowling. Neither side have given the other much at all today.
Just one spell in the afternoon session, wasn't there, when Lehman was going well, when runs flowed for about 5 or 6, 7 overs or so. Boundaries came pretty quickly.
Apart from that, you're right. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone, and it's 21 for 1. I think we've got a change, haven't we?
I think we have. So thanks to Kev. Kev having a breather. And Liam Thomas will be back with us here. And we have, what do we have? 10 overs remaining on this first day. So in terms of the crowd, yeah, there's a few people who have now left the ground. I'm not surprised. It looks really cool over on that eastern side of the ground here. Everybody looks well wrapped up now. Hats are on, scarves if they've got them. A steady stream of people just walking out through the exit over there on the far side. But still a fair bit of cricket still to play though here. And Yorkshire have got some work to do. Kev was speculating about whether Kyle Abbott would bowl another over or not, and the answer is he won't. So Sonny Baker comes into the attack for the first time. And 14 overs have been bowled of this Yorkshire reply. They are 21 for 1 in response to that 251 all out earlier in the day by Hampshire. And Sonny Baker will be coming into the attack from the Kirkstall lane end. He'll come round the wicket. All the overs in this innings have been bowled round the wicket to left-handers so far.
Sonny Baker first delivery full. Pushed into the offside for no run. Been excited to see Sonny Baker all day. He bowls a real pace, doesn't he?
He does.
It's a good spin. How about there? He's bowled 7 overs up top there. 0.5 overs remaining for the day. We didn't think he'd come in uphill, would we, Sonny Baker? What's everything going in his favour? He was at raw speed. He comes in for his second delivery of this spell. He's in. Oh, just angle down leg side. Just not much carry there. Just kept a little bit low. Brown's done well there. Scooted down the leg side. Gathered cleanly. The live 12 or 50 deliveries. Shows that it's not free scoring. As we saw earlier in the Hampshire innings. It looks like it suited the bowlers more than the batters.
Yeah, absolutely. The batters have had to work hard all day, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a tough test. Baker to Whiteman down the leg side again. Brown kind of fell over his own feet there. Good take in the end. Kind of got his feet caught.
Just explaining to Kev, Liam, that we will get feed from BBC Radio Leeds in our ears shortly. So they'll be coming across to us for their West Yorkshire Sport daily programme that gets underway at 6:05. So just something to look out for.
That's fine. Yorkshire 21 for 1. So wicket of Finley Bean looked like he misjudged one a little bit. Baker into his fourth delivery up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket. And that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman, who meets it with the bat, full face of the bat, turn it into the leg side for 4 runs. Welcome boundary for the Yorkshire batters.
Needed it, desperately needed it, and put it away really nicely.
Yeah, just got a little bit full there, did Sonny Baker. Lovely shape on the ball, as I said. Got his length wrong. On the hill away from us. And it's clipped again. This time to the fielder in the mid-wicket region. Time nicely from Whiteman.
Strong on his legs, Whiteman, isn't he? Picked both those up really well. Unlucky not to get 4 from that one as well.
Yeah, I think he had either side of the fielder there. He would have got another back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah.
For the final delivery of this Baker over. Just not quite being as consistent as Albert was, which is a tough act to follow. Comes in. He's got a nice little skip at the start of his run to get his momentum going. In to Whiteman, just works it into the leg side towards mid-on, who runs round. So no run, that's the end of the over.
As you say, Kyle Abbott, really difficult act to follow. A bowler, terrific first spell here in this Yorkshire innings. And a lot to admire about that spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7 from him. So was Yusuf Mind as well at the Howard stand end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 10. Yorkshire reply to that Hampshire total of 251.
So I've got a double change then.
Eddie Jack now, is it coming on?
It is, yeah. Batted beautifully early on.
He did. Coming in at 10. He looked a good number 10.
Yeah, shaped up really nicely, didn't he?
Mm.
So I think Kev was saying that he'll become more of a bit of a batter as well. We'll be moving up the order at some point, potentially.
Yeah.
So with the technique that supported Lehman really well. Frustrated the Yorkshire bowlers.
Not surprised at all to hear that. So, we have got 9 overs remaining. Yorkshire in survival mode at the end of this first day. 25 for 1 they are. And a new over from Eddie Jack. Jack just a little bit short in length there, but Lythe defensively pushes that out into the offside. And it's fielded by Nick Gubbins out there in the covers. Again, round the wicket. Eddie Jack, similar to all the bowlers that we've seen from Hampshire so far, to all Yorkshire's battery of left-handers at the top of the order. It's Lythe on strike at the moment. Lythe pushes it out onto the offside again defensively. We've seen some tremendous accuracy around this Hampshire bowling attack so far.
Yeah, I think, like we spoke about earlier, Graham, that where the bowlers have bowled today, they've been really accurate. Apart from that period between Revis and Bess, where 3 over period, I think, where they've lost the discipline a little bit. Apart from that, I think that all the bowlers have been on show today have been relentless. So just banging away at that good length, and giving it a chance to do something.
Here's Jack again then. Again, right bang on the money as Lythe plays it late, right on the crease, pushes it away into the offside. Gubbins again does the fielding. Uninterrupted day's play at Headingley today. And it's actually probably a bit lighter now than it was 10-15 minutes ago. The darker clouds seem to have moved away. The cloud is a bit lighter. The lights are still on. Finley Bean was batting, actually, during a really tricky period. And he sadly succumbed. Jack comes in. Lythe tries. Gubbins with a misfield, but they decide not to risk a single to that. Gubbins did well to stop it, actually. Couldn't quite catch it out of the meat of the bat, Adam Lythe, but Gubbins got down to it and prevented any runs, so no further addition to the score there.
Yeah, timed it quite nicely, I did Lythe. He's shaped up pretty well so far, left well. Got him behind the ball, looked quite solid. Scored when he's had the opportunities to, even though that has been limited.
Here comes Jack again. Well, again, is this miserly line and length that we've seen from the Hampshire bowlers continues. Maybe on a different part of the day when he's been in long. Lythe potentially might have been looking to put that one away. It was not far off that kind of half volley-ish sort of length, but not taking any chances at all at this stage of the day. Eddie Jack running in towards us then from the Howard stand end. Lythe shouldering arms, allowing that one to go through to the keeper, Ben Brown. That's the end of another over. Yorkshire not in a hurry at all.
Some maiden to start with there from Eddie Jack.
What they considered a par score to be here today at the start of play. If they could cast their minds back 10 or 15 overs in this morning, I wonder what they were thinking, Yorkshire, about a par score. I wonder if Hampshire have got par or whether they're just short of par.
Yeah, I think it would be difficult, especially with some rain around tomorrow, which could affect the game.
True.
So we'll see how Yorkshire finish tonight. They were looking to get through unscathed, maybe for the loss of one wicket. As Baker begins his second over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Abbott's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Fantastic shot from Wyman there. It looked like didn't he catch it cleanly, but he didn't have the fastest man on the field chasing it down to the boundary. In Abbott.
It was just a push, wasn't it? Just a nudge. And it managed to find its way all the way.
Been a bit head on the side of full in the start of this spell as Sonny Baker. Comes in for his second delivery, running away from us. And again met with a full face. Managed to get half a hand on it to stop it. Could stop it then on his follow through. Wyman moves to 10 from 13 deliveries. 5 goes down to do some gardening.
Sunshine returns again.
Sunshine,
Yeah.
with thick coats and hats.
Yeah, we end the day as we started it, pretty much.
Just dropping a little bit is the temperature now. Moves to late on to the day for the third delivery. Back of a length. Defended into the offside for no run. Somewhere in between where he has been bowling, and I think he'll be right on the money, Will Baker.
Yeah, he's not quite getting it as far up as the other bowlers, is he? Not quite giving it a
Somewhere in
chance.
between, I think he's.
Yeah.
When he's gone full, too full, and when he's, like I say, it's been a little bit too short. Somewhere in between. So I know he's definitely got the capabilities and the skill. Having watched him in the previous game, he had it talking. Comes in for his 4th delivery, and left alone through to the keeper. It's a better line and length.
Yeah.
Baker there. Teammates just encouraging him.
I hesitate to say this really, but Whiteman's looked reasonably comfortable, hasn't he, so far? As has Lythe, to be fair.
Yeah, they've both shaped up really well. I think obviously, Finley being the young 23-year-old that he is, maybe just got caught in with a bit of indecision. Just tried to leave the ball, so getting it back a little bit. Baker in for his 5th delivery. To Whiteman. Whiteman again across his stumps. Defends it towards mid-on for no run. Kind of smothers the ball quite well, does Whiteman. Gets across his stumps, closes that face on the bat. As the ball's coming towards him, just works it. So that bottom hand's quite strong. Works it into the leg side, really good off his pads. Looking to negate anything on the ball coming back in.
A really compact looking player, isn't he?
It's like he knows what his technique is.
Yeah.
And what works for him. Final delivery. 17th over. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs. Just been a little bit too full there. Back to 2 boundaries in that over. Both pushed down the ground in the same region, but this one met with a little bit more conviction. Full face of the bat. Pushes it straight down the ground. Albert's not chasing that one. Just throwing it back. Beautiful batting.
Yeah, I think that describes it really well, Liam. Beautiful batting from Sam Whiteman. And Yorkshire are negotiating this tricky period pretty well at the moment. 33 for 1. They'll be reasonably pleased with progress. They had this difficult little period in this last session. 24 overs to bat in this at the end of this first day. They have lost Finlay Bean, as we've been saying, but 33 for 1 is looking much healthier now. As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the western terrace. It was short, and in all honesty, it was sitting up and asking for it. And Adam Lyth is not the sort of player to miss out on one of those. 4 more to the Yorkshire opener.
Yeah, dismissive that one, it. From full in front of square. It's always a sign that someone picks up a shot ball really early when they're pulling it in front of square like that. Fantastic batting. So it feels like it's followed the pattern of the day where boundaries have kind of come in quick succession. So it's been tight, very tight, very tight, very tight, and then say bang, we almost get a flurry of boundaries.
Here's Jack again then. Lyth is forward, head down, head right over the ball on the front foot, pushing that up towards mid-off. Lyth clearly intending to be here tomorrow when the Yorkshire innings restarts at the beginning of day 2. And speculated about the weather. There is rain about tomorrow, so we'll just have to wait and see when that rain comes. I think the expectation is that it will come tomorrow morning. Then we will see when we get underway as Jack comes in. Lyth again pushes that one back up the pitch. Happy just to nudge it back up the pitch, back towards the bowler.
Feels like it's followed the same pattern of the Hampshire innings where they lost a wicket early on. Then consolidated. I think Hampshire lost the second wicket at 76 for 2. So Yorkshire kind of feel they're on that path, kind of consolidating a little bit. They'll be happy to get through to the end of the day, hopefully with a loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, overs ticking down in terms of overs remaining. 3 balls left in this over, then 6 remaining after this as Lyth again is forward, so watchful, so careful.
Hampshire supporters around the country will be praying for another 1 or 2 wickets. And you could call it maybe honours even for the day.
Yeah, that's a good shout, isn't it? Because if they could send Yorkshire in 2 or 3 down, it wouldn't be far off honours even, as you say. And then 251 suddenly might not look like a bad total. Here comes Jack. Lyth in behind it again.
Looks solid so far, hasn't he?
So solid. Yeah, he's just not looked rushed at all, has he?
So much time getting in behind it, up on his toes.
Yeah.
Forward defence, balanced at the crease as he's playing his forward. He's not even moving an inch after he's played his forward defence. Full face of the bat, straight out the middle. I'll probably give him the kiss of death right now.
It's so dangerous, isn't it? Here comes Jack again. That's down the leg side. That's not a great delivery. That won't trouble Adam Lyth. Through to the keeper. And that is the end of another Hampshire over then. So another one safely negotiated by this Yorkshire pair. Lyth on 16, Whiteman on 14. And we have 6 overs of the day remaining. I'm sure you can hear the breeze in the background blowing here. The floodlights are on. There's some cloud cover. There's a little bit of sunshine, I think, over Leeds city centre. We're not seeing it here now. And anyone who is still sat out there is really braving it, because there are people on the stream at the moment look very, very cold indeed.
You can see people who decided to remove their head and take themselves inside where it's a little bit warmer. Only a brave few sat out on the terraces still.
How fortunate are we to be sat behind glass at
Very,
this time?
very fortunate. We've got Baker to Whiteman again, beginning his third over. Oh, it's well left, just hung it outside that off stump there. Whiteman not entertaining it, he's just kind of playing a bit of cat and mouse, waiting for Baker to go a little bit straight so he can either drive him down the ground or clip him through mid-wicket. I mentioned previously, he does seem to know his strengths. From what I've seen so far, like, seems really good off his legs.
I wonder if Hampshire might try something different in the last few overs. They might try a little bit of spin maybe. We might see Liam Dawson possibly just try one in the way that Don Best did for Yorkshire.
He might get a token over, like you say, with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's a few fields. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone.
Wyman don't look happy with that. I'm not too sure if it's a little bit high. I'll have to have a look at that. Umpire took a long time to think about that.
It was a big appeal from in front and behind of the wicket. But sadly, Sam Whiteman will begrudgingly leave the crease and head his way back towards the pavilion. He's gone for 14. LBW bowled Baker. And that is a big, big breakthrough for Hampshire.
Hampshire will be really happy with that. Big wicket of Whiteman. Let's have another look at this. Umpire's call, maybe a little bit high.
A little bit high. It's angling into him as well from around the wicket.
I think it's straight enough. Nips back.
Can understand why he gave it. Whereabouts has it hit him on the pad?
Just above the knee roll. Let's say above the pad. Pretty sure. The knee roll.
Knee roll.
Yeah, maybe just 50-50.
50-50. Yeah, could have gone either way. That's a blow for Yorkshire, though. That's not what they wanted in this tricky little spell at the end of the day. 37 for 2 now. And the overseas player, Sam Whiteman, sadly has gone.
Brings Ben Code into bat now, the night watchman.
Yeah.
Or the night hawk, as England like to call him. Come have a bit of a swing, potentially. What do we think?
Well, it'd be a brave thing to do, wouldn't it? It would be a brave thing to do.
And that's what we spoke about all day with Baker. I say he's a wicket taker. Not quite got it right at times, but they managed to get the big breakthrough. Say break that partnership there. Just as we were going along nicely, it seems to be the theme of the day. Every time somebody gets going, there's a nice partnership. Just seems to lose a wicket at that time. I think it's been the theme of the day. Say partnership there. 30 runs broken by Baker as he comes in to Code for his first delivery. Oh, short and just runs it down to third man. Rode that really well, actually.
Played it really well.
Nice and aggressive. Welcome to the crease from Baker. Code equal to the task, rolls it down to third man. Striking at 100 already. 1 from 1.
Yeah. Confident start, wasn't it?
Halfway through this Baker over. Dot, wicket, dot. Oh, off the shoulder.
Ooh.
That looked a vicious bounce of that.
No, that looked quick.
Took it well there, did Code. Sorry, I'm incorrect actually. I thought he'd run it down to third man and took a single and he didn't. He stayed on strike.
So he did. Yeah, I hadn't spotted that either. Doing his job properly, the night watchman. But yeah, that was quick. That hit him. Where did that one catch him? Just at the top of the arm, shoulder
bicep,
area.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Looked nasty, that. Good bowling from Baker there. He comes in for the 5th delivery against Code. We tried double bluff. Try hit him in his toes here.
He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling. Pushed him back with a couple of bounces. Got a little bit fuller. So inside edge onto leg stump. 2 in the over for Baker. Say Hampshire got the tails up now before the end of the day. They'll be looking for another one now. Yorkshire on the ropes a little bit here.
What did we say? 2 or 3 down. It'd be delicately poised.
Yeah, honours even for the day.
Yeah, definitely.
Still quite a lot of cricket to play left in this day, actually.
Yep.
It's a great hostile bowling by Baker to bowl them 2 short balls. Just goes a little bit fuller. Code. Just quite not met with a conviction, that shot. I think he's pushed him back a little bit, not coming forward quite as much as he should have.
Probably could have played at that, and well, probably not played at that, I should say, and just left it, but jagging back into him a little bit.
It's great bowling from by Baker, that.
Yeah.
So he's a wicket taker, isn't he?
He is. Game very much on here. Ben's really disappointed with himself, as he will be. Yeah, he wasn't in a great position with the bat, was he?
Still got 1 delivery left in this over for James Wharton to survive.
Yeah, well, this tricky period that we talked about, 24 overs remaining in the day, has just got a little bit more difficult. As we so often see, Adam Lyde is just watching all this going on down the other end.
James Wharton with Ben Coe's picture. Didn't know we were a right arm seamer. Baker, 1 delivery left to go in this over. 2 wickets, 3 dot balls. Got a short log in place now. 3 slips. Mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. Fine leg. Got a deep gully. Final delivery coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him! He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. That is an absolute screamer, isn't it?
I don't think you can do much with that. That is fantastic bowling. And Sonny Baker is now on a hat-trick. He's fired that Yorker in at leg stump. This has been an amazing over so far. He's finished it with 2 or 3 wickets. And he's on a hat-trick when he begins the next over. Yorkshire, a 37 for 4 on the ropes here.
Well, what could he do? First ball. Quick. Yorker length. It was an absolutely terrific ball. Seeing off the opening attack with just 1 down. Maybe getting sort of close to the finish line in terms of the close of play. And then suddenly 3 more wickets have fallen.
Let's have a look at this again. Looks a fantastic swinging Yorker. Just tailed in. Yeah, off his boot, onto the stumps. Speared it in.
That's as good as it gets, isn't it?
Tailing back in late, at pace.
Not much James Wharton could do with that one, I don't think. So he's out first ball. So suddenly, Sonny Baker on a hat-trick.
Hampshire looking the happier of the 2 teams now. They'll be dying for 1 more wicket, won't they?
They really will. They've done well to get 4. 4 overs still remaining after this.
He's just literally spun the game on its head. A game that were equally balanced and poised has now swung back into the favour of Hampshire through some fantastic, quick, hostile bowling from Sonny Baker. Brings Revis to the crease now. Live just looks in his own little bubble, going about his business. We're going to watch that unfold at the other end.
So it's back to Eddie Jack then from the Howard stand end, coming into bowl to Adam Lythe, and Lythe just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him, almost as if to say, well, you know, what's all the fuss about? Played it delightfully well. Did I say 4 overs left? 5 overs left, including this one, so including Sonny Baker on a hat-trick at the start of the next over.
That's a glorious shot. Lovely balance at the crease, just leant into it, full face of the bat.
41 for 4, Lythe on to 20. Jack's in, Lythe drives back up towards mid-off. Middle of the bat. All along the floor from Adam Lythe. No addition to the score this time.
Manny from 64 is live. Just joined us for the final part of the day. Sonny Baker's on a hat-trick when he begins his next over after taking 3 wickets in an over.
Jack again. Ooh, Lyde looking a bit more uncomfortable that time. Just gets a thickish inside edge up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score this time. Not really a false shot, but the closest to a false shot that we've seen from Adam Lyde for quite some time. Jack again will run in towards us from the Howard stand end. Lyde waits and solidly in defensive mode again there. Pushed out into the offside, no addition to the score. Still those 3 slips. 3 Hampshire close catches. In a ring on the offside, saving 1. 1 mid-on, saving 1. And then we've got a mid-wicket on the edge in front of the western terrace. Here comes Jack again, bowls into Lythe. Lythe right in behind it. So much as of what Yorkshire can do here probably depends on Adam Lythe here. Survival at the end of this day so important for Yorkshire and for him. Remember, there's no Johnny Bairstow in the lineup today, of course. He ruled out with that damaged thumb injury. So we've got Matthew Revis in the middle at the moment. George Hill still to come. Harry Duke, Don Bess. This one is down the leg side this time from Jack. Through to the keeper. Brown across to take that in 2 hands. End of the over. So Yorkshire edging closer, but still with some work to do. And with Baker absolutely steaming in from the Kirkstall Lane end on a hat-trick. This is going to be quite an over to watch.
I've just stood up behind the commentary box now, eagerly watching. Baker's got his tail up here. He's got water in his sights.
We'll have a quick...
Clev's coming in for this minute.
Yeah, we'll have a quick change in the commentary box as Kev comes in. Could this be a big moment in the game? Could it be a big pivotal moment? Sonny Baker on a hat-trick here. And Yorkshire reeling at the moment. And it's going to be Baker who will bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Well, the last one by a Hampshire player was Kyle Abbott in 2022. Can we have another one here? Baker's in, bowls, and always forward. It's nicely played by Matt Revis. Up towards mid-on.
Yeah.
But 3 wickets in 5 balls for Sonny Baker, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant spell. .41 for 4. Awkward moments for Yorkshire, that is for sure. Sonny Baker will continue with this over. Revis has seen off the hat-trick ball as Kev was just describing there. And he will continue though with this over. Slight delay. Short leg in. 3 slips. In comes Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes. Through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker. Outside the off stump. And yeah, nicely up on his toes. Revis pushing that out. Just behind point on the offside for a Yorkshire boundary. Some light relief for the Yorkshire batsman there.
That's a great ball to Wharton, wasn't it?
Wow.
Because when you have a night watchman, you know, you're not really wanting to bat. So when you come out, you probably aren't quite on it, mind-wise.
Yeah.
Get a ball like that.
Here comes Baker again then. Short ball, bouncer. Revis underneath it. Taken by the keeper. It's not really tested Revis, that one.
Well, it's made the game a little bit more interesting, hasn't it? 45 for 4. I know Ben Code, the night watchman, is one of those, so I could say it's 3.5 in a way, but even so, it leaves Yorkshire with a bit to do from here.
It really does. It feels like, we were just saying there, it feels like it's been a really closely fought day all round. Here's Baker again then. Wonderful figures to his name at the moment. Another short one. Not troubling Revis as he allows that one to go through to the keeper.
I think the bowling's been very good all day. You're right, apart from that little 15-20 minute spell in the middle of the afternoon, the bowling's been good all day, both sides.
Both sides have bowled in really good areas, haven't they?
Yeah. Which is always key, but especially here.
Yeah, even though there's something in the pitch, you still have to put it in the right place
Correct,
to get the
yeah.
benefit, don't you? And generally speaking, all the bowlers that we've seen today have great discipline in the early part of the season. Here's Baker, another short one, 3 straight bouncers. The problem is for Baker that he's got the batsman troubled when he's got it pitching up with pace. The short ones are not really going to trouble Revis. I expect this one to be well pitched up, you would think, to close the over out.
Go for another Yorker.
Yeah.
Got to try, isn't it?
Almost unplayable, that one to Wharton, wasn't it, at that pace?
First up.
First ball. Yeah, welcome to the crease, James Wharton. First ball for him. Here's Baker. Past the umpire now. Better delivery that, but still on a little bit on the short side. Played out onto the offside by Revis. And that is the end of another over. So 3 overs, just 3 overs remaining now. Nervy moments at the end of the day for Yorkshire here, no doubt.
Yeah, well, Sonny Baker's certainly changed things a little bit. 3 wickets in 5 balls. He has 3 for 16 from 4 overs. He's a bit like that, Sonny Baker. Can change things very quickly. Has done. You just need to work hard, keep working hard, and make it as hard as possible for these Yorkshire batters. Adam Lythe has been coolness personified at the far end. 20-7 we are. On this April evening, that's played out square on the offside. Start of the new over from Eddie Jack, and we are 17 balls away from completing day 1.
An intriguing first day. It's never been fully in doubt, has it? It's we've managed to get through to the end of the day.
Well, yeah,
Quite nicely.
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of cloud coming over. That all seems to have dispersed, and we've got quite a bit of blue sky. I'm not sure where that's come from, but there's quite a lot of blue sky overhead. Jack bowls. Lythe plays it back to him. Floodlights are having an effect a bit out there, but with blue sky above, it's any danger of the umpires saying too much.
They're likely to give Liam Dawson a little go, do you think?
I don't know. What Sonny's bowled 4 overs. I think he might get another one. That leaves us with 1 over left. Not do. If I'm honest, I have no idea. That's being totally honest. I think that's off the pad of Lythe as it goes down towards fine leg. Oh, he's thinking about 2. He's about a third of the way down. That's good running back by Ben Mays. No, so it wasn't Ben Mays. It was Tom Prest. Tell a lie.
Would have been a risky one.
Would have been. Tom Prest was out of the blocks very quickly there from slip. Done some sprinting work during the winter as well. Very quick. 46 for 4. Trail by 205 Yorkshire. It's been a tough end to the day for them. Revis has got great numbers with the bat. 41 average career, averaged 63 with the bat last year.
He had a great
Terrific
year.
numbers.
Yeah.
Season like that can be very interesting. And with his bowling to go with that as well. If his drives up to mid-on. Still only 24.
Yeah, played a bit with the Northern Superchargers in the 100. Been away with the Lions in the winter, so, people have got an eye on him. He's probably got some work to do with the ball, I think it's fair to say. But when you get in and amongst those standards, those levels, it can create quite a lift, can't it?
Certainly. Jack bowls. Yes, these two would have been out in the UAE together.
Yeah.
right at the back end of that tour was when the troubles in the Middle East started, and they were keen to get out of there. Their white ball series against the Pakistan Shaheens was curtailed. And I spoke to one or two of the Hampshire boys. Sonny Baker was out there, Eddie Jack, and somebody else was out there, I can't remember. I'll think of that in a minute. But yeah, 3 of the Hampshire boys out there. Obviously Revis as well. Revis pushes that up towards mid-on. Just came back in a fraction from Eddie Jack. End of the over. We've got 2 overs to do. 46 for 2. Scott Curry was the other one. That's who I was trying to think of. And yeah, they said it was a bit hairy. They mainly confined to their hotel, but they were told that if they did go out, they had to be within a few minutes of a shelter.
Right.
And they did say the ECB worked really hard to get them out there as quickly as they could. They said that the ECB were very good. Yeah, you don't go over there to sort of have that sort of thing, do you?
No, it's not ideal at all, is it? So, what will we see? 2 overs left. Baker is going to come steaming into Lythe for Baker's last over of the day. So 4 overs, 3 for 16. What a spell this has been from him. Is there more to come in this first day from this young man? And we're joined by 5 Live Sports Extra, who were with us for the last couple of overs of the day here at Headingley. It's been a really intriguing, interesting day, and both sides, I would say, in terms of the scoring at the moment, are very close, and it's a very delicately poised game. Hampshire 251 all out, having been inserted by Yorkshire this morning, and Yorkshire then with 24 overs to bat in the day are 46 for 4, and we've just seen a blistering spell by Sonny Baker, who has bowled 3 for 16 and was on a hat-trick at one point. He's still bowling now. It'll be his last over of the day outside off stump to Adam Lythe, and great line and direction from Baker and good pace as well. Beats Lythe and goes through to the keeper, unlucky not to take an edge. Lythe has been the difference in terms of Yorkshire's batting so far. They would have been struggling without him. He's 20 not out, and Matthew Revis is 4 not out at the other end.
It's got Hampshire back in the game, really. For all the bowlers today have bowled well. It's been a wicket which has helped bowlers, more so this morning than later on, but even so, there's always been a little bit there.
Here's Baker again round the wicket to Lythe. Lythe pushing forward, fielded just behind point there on the offside, with no addition to the score. Some terrific bowling from both sides, actually. Yorkshire's standout performer with the ball, you would say, would be George Hill with 5 for 46. Continuing from where he left off last season, bowled really well today, as many of the bowlers have, I have to say. Baker will probably take the headlines for this spell late on in the day. It's been a really stiff test for Yorkshire. They've lost a night watchman as well. Here's Baker again. Quick ball outside off stump to the keeper, going past Adam Lythe at head height. And the ball that took the wicket of James Wharton was an absolute stunner. Quick Yorker. First ball, first up for Wharton. And he stood absolutely no chance.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to Sonny last week, and he feels his bowling has just gone up a notch since last season. And then when you see the way he bowled last week, and you see this evening, you kind of think, oh yeah, I think that's true.
Bowling quick today. Here he comes now. I think Lythe pulls the bat out of the way of that one. I think be able to have another look on the stream. I think it was before it passed. We'll see. Just one ball remaining of this over, and Yorkshire will be pleased to come through this little spell from this young man, Sonny Baker. Will we see a replay of that last ball? We will see. Whether he did pull the bat away or not, he's still there. That's the important thing as far as Adam Lythe's concerned. Been completely unruffled during this difficult period. And that one has absolutely shot through, hasn't it? That's a real bullet from Baker, taken high up by Brown behind the stumps there. What a terrific spell. 5 overs, 3 for 16.
Some quick balls in there, wasn't there?
Ooh,
There really was. 3 wickets in 5 balls. And yes, it's... I mean, Kyle Abbott started things off, kept it very tight, as did Cody Youssef. And, you know, again, just all round, really, backing each other up and making it very difficult for the Yorkshire batters, as 95% of the time Yorkshire did for Hampshire as well. So it's been a day really where the bowlers have excelled, have really shown that you know, Division 1 bowling in Division 1 is tough from a batting point of view. No real let up. Job's not quite done yet with 6 balls left as Eddie Jack from the football stand in bowls to Revis. Plays that back to the bowler. Score remains on 46 for 4. We're trailing by 205. That's pretty good. Which it threatened to close in a little bit about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, but it's fine. We've got a lot of blue sky above us. Revis pushes forward. It's come off the inside half of the bat as it goes out to square leg and it's fielded by somebody's on. I think we've got a sub-fielder on there. Somebody's obviously had enough of the day and it's been a longer day for them. Get out early. Get in there. Use the best of the hot water. Here's Eddie Jack. Revis plays that one easy enough on the onside. And we are down to final 3 deliveries. It'd be a bit much to ask for another wicket now. Be a bit greedy, wouldn't it? Certainly given Yorkshire something to think about for tomorrow, but I think we'll be thinking more about the weather than anything else, certainly for the first half of the day, which is a bit of a shame actually, because this game is in a good position. It's down the leg side, diving stop from Ben Brown. Crowd, there's quite a few people to our left in the blue seats earlier, but you've gone. Looks a bit cold out there now.
Yeah, I think when the sun went down, that was it, wasn't it, really? It became very cold.
Yeah. Can't blame them. So 2 balls left. Jack striving for something in these last couple of deliveries. In bowls to Revis. Revis pushes that wide of mid-on. They'll pick up a single. Shouldn't get any more than that. Kyle Abbott's running after it. No, they're going to pick up 2. Kyle Abbott couldn't quite get across in time.
With all the chaos going on around him, Matthew Revis has actually come in and looked pretty calm and cool and coordinated, hasn't he?
Yes, he's playing every inch. A man who's got good numbers behind him, as we mentioned a few minutes ago. He does actually look very calm and collected out there. So here we go then, last ball of the day 1. As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed. A day where Hampshire bowled out for 251 with Jake Lehman top scoring for Hampshire. Last man out for 76. And then Sonny Baker lighting up the Hampshire bowling with 3 quick-fire wickets in 5 deliveries. And Yorkshire close on 48 for 4.
So, quite a day. Even Stevens, I think, at the end of the day. My thanks to Kevin James and to Liam Thomas as well for providing the commentary from here this afternoon and during the course of the day. It's been a really absorbing day. Yorkshire winning the toss, Hampshire batting first, 251 all out. And as I mentioned earlier, Yorkshire was set this difficult task, 24 overs left in the day to negotiate, and they are 48 for 4 at the close of day 1. Yorkshire, they are 203 behind. The game is very evenly poised, you would have to say. I think both teams will be pleased with their contributions today. So we will be back with you again for ball-by-ball commentary tomorrow. If you can join us, please do so. We'll need to keep our eye on the weather, but whilst there is play, the microphones will be in hand, and we'll provide ball-by-ball commentary for you. It's been a great day at Headingley. Thank you for joining us. Good night.